the full-time mage. The extreme lightning. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 851, Apis' sister gas station, rewards and more. After leaving the holy city, Tang Mao set out on the journey to Africa. This time, he took ferry line as a way of transportation, and he did not choose to tear the space. Egypt today is in chaos. Although most of the undead are in the underworld, they are fighting against the ancient king under the leadership of Khufu. It is unknown what the current situation of Khufu is, but it is easy to guess that compared with the ancient king, he is still weak. He is probably being stepped on, right? Of course, Khufu is not really that weak. Although he will lose, he will never die. The Orthodox Emperor is not so easy to kill. It will take more than a few years to kill Khufu. But after a few years, no one knows what the result will be. After arriving in Egypt, he soon arrived in Cairo. Here, there are dense snakes, scorpions, and demons. These seem to be the subordinates of Apis' two sisters, right? Speaking of which, now the demons of the Sahara Empire have been dispatched, and they are about to attack Africa in a big way. Although Apis' two sisters are the tyrants here, they have not entered the realm of emperors. They have not even reached the realm of pseudo-emperors, right? In this case, what will they do? Remember that in the original world, they surrendered to Khufu. Now, I'm afraid that they will not be an exception and surrender to the Sahara Empire, right? With the help of African Medusa, the pressure on the whole of Africa should be quite great, right? The most important thing should be Egypt. If it were not for the undead in the ancient capital of China who entered the underworld under the leadership of the ancient king, Egypt would probably have a harder time than Japan. After all, there are snakes and scorpions, undead, and the Sahara demon empire that is attacking wantonly. How can they resist? Just one force is not something they can resist, let alone three. Just like now, when Tang Mao arrived at Anji, he saw wounded people everywhere. Although there are people with Parthenon luggage here to rescue, the number of wounded people is still increasing. In the past, Egypt had the help of other powerful countries to support it. But what about the current situation? Who can help them? Even the countries of the powerful countries are currently experiencing constant disasters. However, the combat effectiveness of the Egyptian army is also quite strong. Even though everyone is very tired and has been injured, they still hold on to the city. In the city, ordinary people no longer live a life that is incompatible with the outside world as before, because they all know that the world is changing too fast now. Although some news cannot be released to avoid causing panic, but the Sahara Demon Empire attacks Africa, the Amazon Demon Kingdom is ready to move in the Americas, and the Pacific Sirens are also constantly active in neighboring countries. They just want to be at ease, but they can't be at ease at all. That is, Europe is still peaceful at present. But how long can this peace last? No one knows this. Tang Mao stayed for a while and left here. He did not choose to take action. Because, even if he took action, it would be difficult for him to kill all the hundreds of thousands or even millions of demons by himself. The most important thing is that with the deterrence of the Sahara Demon Empire, they can't be killed at all. He came here for business, how could he waste his magic power on these little demons? After leaving Egypt, Tang Mao continued to rush towards the Sahara. But soon after leaving Egypt, a harpy suddenly appeared in front of him? Then, a demon with a head full of poisonous snakes and scorpions appeared in front of him. Tang Mao always felt a little familiar with these two mixed demons, but he didn't know what they were. They are my two sisters, Urieli, and the other one is called Suizina. Just when Tang Mao was confused, Apis' voice came out. Since they are your sisters, why don't you come out to say hello? Tang Mao sat on Fei Lan's body, with no intention of moving at all. And Apis walked out of the contract space. I heard that you have been serving a human being. I thought it was impossible. After all, no matter how lowly you are, you would not serve a human being. But now it seems that I think too highly of you. But speaking of it, we three sisters haven't been together for a long time. I really miss it. The scorpion mother Medusa Trissina stood there elegantly, looking very patient, but the arrogance in her bones was fully reflected on her demon face. Don't mention it, I have a sharp eye. He is such a handsome oriental boy. It should be a special enjoyment to catch him and put him in the back garden as a human specimen. Euryale also said coquettishly. However, although the two Medusas have good faces, they are almost ugly except for their faces. Such things, no matter how you say it, Tangmao is full of disgust. Are you to the lackeys of the Sahara Emperor? Apus's golden pink eyes were angry, but well restrained. When did my mother's country become a subsidiary of other demon empires? In response to Apus's ridicule, the scorpion mother Medusa and the eagle Medusa both growled. Obviously, they didn't expect that this little snake girl who escaped from Africa would dare to talk to them like this. Apus, don't think that you can be safe and sound just by finding a young boy. I didn't find you before, but it was just because my mother was still alive. But now you come to me, you can't blame me. Eagle Medusa really sneered. Her killing intention was almost unreserved, as if she wanted to tear Apus apart to relieve her hatred. I don't know where they got such a big hatred from. Apasu couldn't help but feel a little funny when she heard what you really said. At the same time, she suddenly felt that it was no harm for her to be forced into a contract by Tangmao. After all, judging from what the two sisters said, if it weren't for the fact that Queen Mother Medusa was alive, if it weren't for the fact that she was taken away from Africa, I'm afraid that once the Queen Mother died, it would be her death, right? At that time, Apus had no subordinates and no strength. How could she resist the joint annihilation of these two sisters who were born earlier? Seeing Euryale rushing over, Apus' pupils continued to expand. The aura on her body was completely different from before. After feeling the aura of Apus's pseudo-emperor, Euryale was stunned. Even if it was her, she had just entered this realm. But, Apus seemed to have the strength of the Queen Mother Medusa at the time. Two reptiles with impure blood, your IQ is really ridiculous. Tangmao looked at the arrogant Euryale and sneered. Apus followed him, which meant that you were lucky not to come to die. Otherwise, how could you stand here? But now they appeared and blocked Tangmao. Although Tangmao did not reveal his aura, he could tell from Fenny Lion's huge body that his current strength must not be too bad, right? But these two stupid snakes actually wanted to fight. Fortunately, Apus hated these two sisters for a long time and did not let Tangmao intervene at all. She wanted to kill them herself. Most of the anger of Euryale and Trissina was directed at Apus, and they did not care about Tangmao. So, for no reason, he became a spectator. In addition to competing with the spiritual destructive power emitted by their rise, the three Medusas also competed with the power in their bodies. Although Apus could not turn into a snake, she had a snake. That's right, it was a snake shadow. The three sisters fought back and forth, but even if it was 2-1, Apus continued to have the upper hand, while the two Medusa sisters were suppressed. This made the two of them almost angry and hateful, and full of envy and jealousy. They did not expect that Apus would become so powerful after leaving and coming back. The two Medusa queens thought that they were letting the tiger go back to the mountain? Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. Even if they regret it, it is useless. At this time, Apus was already suppressing them. Although she did not have the strength of an emperor, this pair of golden pink eyes inherited the strongest combat power of Medusa, full of suppression. It made Euryale and Trissina feel powerless. They also inherited some of the power of the eyes, but in front of Apus, they were almost a dwarf meeting a great witch. They were not on the same level at all. Trissina knew that she was defeated. When Euryale fought desperately, she turned around and wanted to escape. Although it was unwilling, it was indeed not Apus's opponent. Since it was defeated, why did it continue to fight to the death? Sister. When Apus was there, they could still join forces. But once Apus died, wouldn't they still have to fight to the death? So, it had to be sold. Although Tangmao had been eating melons there, his little snake girl said that she wanted them to die. How could he allow the other party to slip away under his nose? In just a moment, Tangmao disappeared on Fenny Lion's body, and Euryale also discovered that her elder sister had escaped. She hated it. She was angry. She didn't expect that she would be sold like this. You don't have to be too angry. You should be glad that you will die later than her. Apathy saw Uriel's angry look, smiled and kindly reminded her. Tang Mao didn't take action because he knew that he wanted to solve it himself. However, since the other party chose to run, he would definitely not sit idly by. Apathy still has this confidence. And facing Tang Mao, there is almost no surprise about the ending of CUI's in a boom. Boom. Just as Apathy kindly reminded Uriel, there was a violent thunder in the distance. The thunder of destruction almost destroyed the entire mountain range. As for whether there are any creatures in the forest, it can only be said that they are unlucky. Hearing the deafening thunder of destruction, Uriel forgot to refute Apis, but looked at the distance stupidly. I saw a huge mushroom cloud. As for its sister, she had long lost her breath. At this moment, the oriental man who was sitting and watching the show before suddenly appeared in front of her. Uriel was stunned. Then she used a powerful mental attack to block Tang Mao. But let alone her mental attack, even Apis's mental attack had no effect on Tang Mao. Puff. A purple-red spear of thunder and fire directly penetrated its heart, and the thunder and fire began to destroy it wantonly in its body. Boom. Without waiting for Uriel to say anything, Tang Mao ended its life. Without any dragging, it was almost just a moment of effort for him to kill the two Medusas. After all, they were just two mortal spirits. In front of Tang Mao now, it was really not enough. Apathy looked at Tang Mao with some dissatisfaction, and pouted and said, I can deal with her. Yeah, I know. Tang Mao nodded. How could he not understand why this little snake girl was dissatisfied? He then explained, the reason why I took action is that, if I kill them, I can get something to improve your strength. Apathy paused, hesitated for a moment and said, aren't you going to the Sahara? Do you want it now? Tang Mao felt that he was somewhat misunderstood. He was talking seriously. What is this little snake girl thinking about? Question mark? How can you be so crazy? She accused Apathy with dissatisfaction and pinched her again. Apathy snorted and said, then look at you. Still saying that he is dirty? This damn big pig's hoof. Just when Apathy was about to obey Tang Mao, two spirits suddenly appeared in his hand. That's right. Two spirits. One is Kisina's, and the other is Uriel's. Although their bodies were destroyed, their mental powers were retained by Tang Mao. Moreover, they were completely controlled in his hands. Let me go, little sister, let me go. As long as you can let me go, I will respect you as the king in the future. Izina spoke first. Me too. They both dared not imagine that after their bodies were destroyed, their souls were captured by Tang Mao. They were not even given the chance to disperse. The capture of their souls meant that they were really finished. There was no future and no afterlife. How could they not be afraid? Appa stared blankly at the two sisters in front of her and then looked at Tang Mao. Obviously, she was also puzzled. Their mental powers are both good, and they are the spirits of the pseudo-emperor realm. In addition, you are both Medusa. If you refine them, I think you should be able to reach a realm that your queen mother has not reached. Tang Mao continued. It was the first time that Apis heard such a practice operation. However, it seemed that what Tang Mao said made sense. After all, she had absorbed a lot of spirits since she was contracted. The reason why her strength increased so quickly was not only because of Tang Mao's training, but also had a lot to do with the spiritual energy she received. Just like this time, her strength was able to increase so much. Wasn't it because the power of those spiritual energy was absorbed by it? Moreover, the spiritual energy that Tang Mao used was almost the purest energy, without any side effects. Although those demons also wanted to resist, they had no ability to resist at all under Tang Mao's restraint. Thank you. After understanding Tang Mao's intentions, Apis rarely said two words that she had never said before. What are you thanking me for? I'll be fine after a good sleep. Chapter 852. Back to the Sahara. Helping Apis solve her two sisters seemed to solve the worry for her. As for what Tang Mao said about sleeping, Apis ignored it directly. Anyway, it has happened so many times. Why care about one more or one less? Anyway, she will not suffer any loss. After Tang Mao gave her the two spirits, he smiled and said, now your two sisters are dead. I think it should not be difficult for you to cross this limit by getting their spirits. The demons in the whole of Africa and even Europe need a new Medusa. How about it? Are you tempted? Tempted? Of course she was. Apis was born as an emperor. But she also knew that, if she wanted this empire, then it was time to separate. If it was before, Apis would definitely leave without hesitation. She could even beg and pay, but Tang Mao got on the bus to buy a ticket, and without Tang Mao, how could she have the strength she has today? The most important thing is that she has fallen in love with this servant. Apis really felt reluctant to let her leave. You only have 100 years left. I feel sorry for you. After 100 years, the whole of Africa will still be my territory, Apis said arrogantly. Even though she was reluctant, she just wanted to show that she pity you. Why, you can't bear to leave daddy? What he just said was actually half true and half false. It was mainly because he had a hold on the little snake girl and knew that she would not leave him. After all, once you choose to leave, the taste will change. Huh? Who can't bear to leave you? You can't bear to leave me. I just feel sorry for you. Apis continued to be stubborn. However, after she finished speaking, she ran back to the contract space. It seemed that she didn't want to continue this topic. Apis, don't rush to practice. We still have to go to the Sahara Desert. Seeing Apis running back, Tang Mao said hurriedly, if this little hoof goes back to practice, he might not be able to get out of the outer fog, right? HMPH, now you know how important I am. I know. Thank you queen for not abandoning me. Now Apis is the queen, so she must be coaxed. After persuading Apis, he sat on Fairy Lion's body again. In fact, Tang Mao was also quite curious. Fairy Lion was hiding his power, so how could he be discovered? Unfortunately, Apis, who could give him an explanation, was struggling at this moment. Her unintentional words made her think of some terrible things. Although she liked this interesting man, he only lived for 100 years. 100 years for Apis was just a long sleep. More or less, Apis was a little reluctant. Tang Mao didn't know that Apis had already thought about decades later. He was too lazy to think about Apis' sisters, and sat on Fairy Lion to continue rushing towards the Sahara Desert. Along the way, snakes and scorpions could be seen everywhere, and there were also descendants of Urieli and their subordinates in the sky. But these little demons did not realize their abilities. In the future, there will be demons from the Sahara. As expected, Apis' two sisters defected to the other side and became the frontline cannon fodder for the Sahara Empire's invasion of Africa. The hard bones still have to be gnawed by local demons. The battles in various places are endless, but the demons are spread all over Africa. The scene of a destroyed city is a river of blood. In the past, demons besieged the city, and there was another city to hide and survive when a city was destroyed. But now, it seems that all demons in Africa have been dispatched. Whenever a city is broken, no grass is left. However, it is also because of this that the mages in each city are holding on to their cities with the idea of fighting to the death. But everyone knows that there may be no problem for 1 or 2 years, but if it takes longer, even if they can defend the city, what will happen? Without sufficient resources, their future can be said to be worse than the previous generation. Fortunately, demons also need water, so there is no need to worry about them doing anything to the water source. Otherwise, just cutting off the water source is enough to make the people in the city despair. But even so, every city has a poison mage who is responsible for detecting this kind of water source problem. I came to the edge again. The endless golden gravel rushed from the front to the end of the sky. This area is very calm, there is no wind, and there is no dust in the sky. There are no monsters everywhere, and even the monsters seem to be non-existent. Seeing the desert in front of him begin to turn red, Tang Mao understood that this should be the desert maze. Although I have been here once, I still don't understand this ghost place at all. I really don't know how some people can remember a place just by going there once. Tang Mao didn't think about tearing the space to go there directly, but the movement in that space is too loud. Once it is discovered, the consequences are unimaginable. He has not forgotten that the Sahara Demon Emperor is unhappy with him. Since the other party is the roofline, it is definitely not something Tang Mao can deal with now. Even if he can escape, it will be a very embarrassing result. So, if possible, He would rather go quietly and return quietly. Otherwise, why would you have to take advantage of this time to come to such a place? Apis, we are in the maze. Come out and lead the way. After arriving here, Tangmao called softly. Hearing Tangmao's call, Apis came out of the contract space again. After the arrogant snake came out, he looked around and then led the way. Tangmao followed behind. The two of them were very fast, and they didn't encounter any monsters blocking the way along the way, so they could be considered to be out of the maze easily. Coming to this desert again, I feel a little emotional. I still remember that when I first came here, Apis was still thinking about rebelling against me. Of course, it was also because they experienced life and death together here that this little snake girl completely surrendered to him. In addition, Tangmao convinced her with a convincing talk, and she was completely at peace. Where are we going? After stepping into the desert, Apis turned around and asked. Let's go to Fengji's lair first. I think since it was born there, the barrier it broke through should also be there. Tangmao thought for a while and said. Apis shook her head and immediately opened the contract space without going through Tangmao. Little Fengji, who has a royal sister's figure, came out. Since crossing the monarch level, it has become the same size as a human. If it weren't for the breeze floating around her body, if it was just because there were some marks on her body, she would actually be no different from a human. The special style is completely different from that of Zunv and Yanji. A pleasant voice came out of her mouth, as if asking Apis why she woke her up. Although they are all contracted beasts, whether it is Zunv, Yanji or Fengji, they all listen to Apis very much. I don't know what this snake woman did in the contract space. Little Fengji, can you sense it? Is there a place suitable for you to advance? Apis touched the little head of Zio Fengji and said softly. It is worth mentioning that she is no longer the petite look she had at the beginning. Now she also has the figure of a queen, and her height is not smaller than Fengji. Tangmao is 1.9 meters tall, so she must be about 1.8 meters tall. It can be said that she matches him perfectly. After getting the instructions, Zio Fengji began to sense it. If she was asked if she knew where the inheritance land was, she certainly didn't know. But when Apis asked where was the place suitable for her to practice, she could still sense it. Why didn't I think of this? Tangmao was embarrassed for a while. Thinking silently in his heart, Apis seemed to see Tangmao's thoughts and said contemptuously, you don't have a brain. Don't care too much. Apis, you are getting less and less lovely now. It's fine if you just guess my thoughts, but you still look down on me? Tangmao said dissatisfiedly. Apis laughed when she heard it. I have known you for so long, but I have never seen you use your brain. Well, this is a fact. With powerful strength, do you still have to waste brain cells? This does not exist. In Tangmao's view, there is nothing that can't be solved by a thunderbolt. If thunder and fire don't work, he still has space, shadow, ice, and wind. In short, no matter how strong the system is, just be reckless. Seeing that Tangmao did not refute, Apis looked at Zio Fengji again. Just waiting quietly, time began to pass quickly without knowing it. Until dusk, Fengji was still exploring. Tangmao looked at the Sahara in front of him and thought in his heart, the desert is lonely and the smoke is straight, and the long river is setting, and the sun is round. The Sahara under the sunset has another flavor, red and charming, red and intoxicating, like a glass of 1,000-year-old red wine, which can't be tasted or tasted thoroughly. Maybe this is the shy look of Sahara. The breeze gradually passed, and the red glow spread. In this vast yellow sand, there was a woman singing and dancing, as if she was praising this land. During this period, when he was helpless, Tangmao also pulled Apis to enjoy the beautiful scenery, while trying the operation of the unity of man and nature. Because of his special physique, he didn't care about the temperature here. However, he still built a small tent at night, and prepared to take a rest. ZHA. But just when the two of them were about to take a break, they suddenly heard the cry of feather demons. They looked up. Wow, I don't know when, 40 or 50 feather demons appeared in the sky. Moreover, these feather demons are not unfamiliar to the two of them. Isn't it the Nubian bastard that they provoked in the Sahara Desert? However, the opponent is too weak, so weak that Tangmao's perception is not alert at all. These Nubian bastards seem to have sensed that Tang Mao has a murder case belonging to their kind. That's why they are attracted. Glancing at these stupid birds who don't know how to live or die, Tang Mao looked at Apis and said, "Kill them, it's really troublesome. Aren't you afraid of attracting the siege of the Nubian bastard feather demon tribe?" Apis said, looking at those annoying miscellaneous birds. "What a joke. I wasn't afraid at the beginning, let alone now. I can easily crush that Nubian bastard monarch." Tang Mao said indifferently. Apis's golden pink eyes just glared. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Nubian bastards in the sky were petrified and fell from the sky. Pa. Pa. And the moment they landed, they were smashed to pieces. Normally, this kind of yellow sand is soft, and this shouldn't happen. But Apis is also a big boss who controls the Earth system, so this scene happened at the moment they crashed. Hiss so cruel, obviously these Nubian bastards are already dead, but Apis still smashed them to pieces, which is a bit tormenting. Apis was dissatisfied when he heard it. When you kill your opponent in seconds, you don't even leave the corpse for the opponent, right? Question mark? This is cruel. Question mark? Humph. If you don't mash them, they will immediately attract a lot of feather monsters. Do you want to test the strength of the Sahara Demon Emperor, or to help your daughter advance? Apis asked back. Ahem. Of course, I came here to help Fengji improve her strength. Besides, I know I can't win, but I still fight with them. Do I have nothing to do? That's why I will completely crush them. It's okay. Even if you are cruel and vicious, I don't dislike you. Tang Mao continued. When Apis heard this, her chest shook with anger. I will bite you to death. As she said this, she leaped and was about to use her sharp little tiger teeth to release poison. Anyway, in the mind of this dog man, she is just a vicious snake woman. In this case, of course she has to satisfy him. Tang Mao looked at Apis, who pounced on her like a little puppy, and quickly captured her. As for the poisonous teeth and sweet tongue, it was naturally no exception. Biting this master and servant can be said to be hurting each other all the time. Look, Apis didn't have time to release the poison, but was bitten by Tang Mao instead. Just when the two were fighting, and couldn't tell each other apart, little Fengji woke up. Yee. Just when he was about to tell his father and Apis, who claimed to be greedy for him, he saw the two of them wrestling somewhere. The most primitive battle is often like this, right? Hearing Xiao Fengji's doubtful hum, the two of them stopped immediately. Little baby, did you find it? Tang Mao asked. Yay, Xiao Fengji responded. There are many places here that are suitable for it to practice, and it has been searching for a long time, and finally found the place where it feels the most powerful energy. Many places. What the hell is this? Apis and Tang Mao were stunned at the same time. There are so many places in this demon empire, and it is already very risky to go to one place. There are quite a lot of places. This is a bit of a headache. Moreover, the place where Yanji broke through her own limitations is not just one place. Tang Mao looked at Apis, and Apis opened the channel of the contract space again, and called out the sleeping little Yanji. Seeing his second daughter being woken up, Tang Mao felt that Apis had to accept the baptism of waking up in a bad mood. But what he didn't expect was that Xiao Yanji threw herself into Apis' arms as soon as she came out, and acted like a spoiled child. She didn't look unhappy at all when she was woken up by him when she was sleeping. It was so outrageous. He even doubted that this was still his cute and obedient little daughter? Question mark? Okay, don't be annoying. Apis was tickled by the rubbing and stopped her softly. Ling, after being annoying with Apis for a while, Xiao Yanji seemed to find that her father was depressed. She wanted to run to Tang Mao again, but was stopped by Apis. Ling, Xiao Yanji, after you broke through the barrier, do you know about the breakthrough methods of other elemental pets? Apis asked. Ling, although Xiao Yanji has grown up, her stupid personality has not changed at all. Shaking his head, he said, I don't know, don't ask me. Seeing this, Apis was a little helpless, and had to say, it seems that we can only explore the place where Fengji said first. Tang Mao also knew that business was important, so he didn't care about these things. Lead the way. Fengji and Yanji shrank to their initial childhood state at the same time. They climbed on Tang Mao's shoulders, one on each side. After breaking through the monarch level, they can shrink their bodies. But when the power is not in full state, it will be restricted a lot. Looking at Yanji rubbing his face, Tang Mao pinched her little body with 2 fingers, flicked her little pages and said, "Don't act like a spoiled child. Next time dad calls you, throw a tantrum and roll around for me, and see how I will deal with you." Little Yanji said that she was very aggrieved. If this happens, I'm afraid she won't have a good sleep in the future. Apis also lay on Tang Mao's back at this time. Very soft, very soft. Then, with Fengji's guidance, Tang Mao disappeared in an instant. Although it was late at night, for someone like him who was short of time, whether it was day or night, it was important to seize the time, to find the inheritance place, and help Fengji break through, and leave for home. After all, no one knew how long Zioa could hold on. If their country fell completely, China would inevitably be invaded by the Pacific Sirens again. Chapter 853 The Attack of the Demonic Wolf Tribe. After walking for several hours, Tang Mao finally realized the hugeness of the Sahara Desert. Although the speed was not fast enough, because of the suppressed breath, his current speed was comparable to that of a superclass wind mage. However, after so long, he had not yet reached the first destination. Until the sky was slowly getting brighter, they finally arrived at the place Fengji said. Looking around, he saw a clear stream with gurgling water, winding westward along the desert. On both sides of the stream, willows and poplars were tall and green, with intertwined roots, like a coiled dragon. Very beautiful. But because of the feeling of this place, it was too strong, so it didn't know where it was. In the end, it searched here for a long time. Until the ruthless sun spewed onto the earth like a flame without any cover, the vast desert was baked like a steamer. It was not until dusk that it finally reached the place where Fengji felt most adapted. The place that can adapt to it is naturally the place suitable for it to absorb the power of nature. This place is actually out of the oasis, so they were just attracted and misled by it before. This yellow sand place is the most suitable for it. Hoo. As Fengji began to absorb the natural power here, gusts of wind gathered here. The sandstorm rolled violently in this area, and the natives living in the oasis seemed a little dissatisfied. However, he really didn't care about a few monarch creatures. He just released them to Apis, and they fled here in shock. Even if Apis didn't burst out his powerful demonic energy, the pair of Emperor's eyes had a full deterrent power. After scaring away several monarch creatures here, they continued to accompany Fengji to overcome the tribulation safely. But this fierce wind didn't recognize relatives, which gave Tang Mao a headache. While resisting the damage caused by the strong wind, he also needed to be alert everywhere, to prevent any unknown demons from disturbing Zio Fengji. The most important thing is, this Sahara Demon Emperor, who knows if he will find them? If the other party comes, it will be a big trouble. Don't be so nervous. There is not only one demon empire in the Sahara Desert. There is more than one demon emperor in the Sahara. This place is obviously not the same place as where we were last time. So, as long as we don't conflict with the big demons here, we are safe. After listening to what Apis said, Tang Mao also felt that it made sense. If there is only one demon empire in the Sahara, then the Sahara Demon Emperor would have launched an attack on humans long ago, right? There must be more than one empire here, but the strongest one here must be the one Tang Mao had seen before. As for the other party's name, he didn't know. Anyway, the world only knows that he is the Sahara Demon Emperor. Woo. A day passed, and when Tang Mao and Apis were resting, a wolf howl suddenly came out. Moreover, this was obviously not just one wolf. Tang Mao came out of the space protection tent and jumped up to the sky. Then he saw that tens of miles away, thousands of wolves were running wildly, driving a huge dust fog to fill the sky. I don't know where they are going to have a tribal war. They are rushing towards this side in such a reckless manner. Wait, they are rushing towards here? Question mark? After looking at where they were, and the direction where the Shaku demon wolf was rushing, Tang Mao hurried to the ground. Damn, a group of Shaku demon wolves are rushing here. Judging from their number, there must be at least a small tribe. Back on the ground, Tang Mao looked at Apis and said, Little Fengji seems to be at a critical moment. She must not be disturbed. You go and stop them. Apis glanced at Fengji, then looked at Tang Mao and said, Stop them? 10,000 wolves are running wildly. The Shadow Evil Lord is still training now. How can the thin body of the Dark Legion stop them? Without exposing all his strength, this is really not an easy task. Are you a pig? Your summoning system is already high level. Can't you summon a bunch of huge meat shields? Apis rolled his eyes at Tangmao and continued. He really didn't expect that his summoning system could be played like this, of course. In fact, Tangmao was thinking that Apis would use her little eyes to stare at them and petrify them all at once. You don't have to think about it. My emperors, I can't deal with so many demon wolves. Moreover, this is not the periphery. Do you think that I have used the power beyond the ordinary spirit, and the demon emperors in this area can really ignore it? Apis seemed to see what Tangmao was thinking, and poured cold water on him. Every demon realm and demon empire has their own territorial consciousness. A demon with the same strength broke into his territory. No matter whether you have bad intentions or not, you will definitely be attacked. Moreover, because there are only demons here, Tangmao's elemental magic power will also cause trouble. There is always a difference between demon magic and magic. Even if he does not need to depict anything when releasing magic with thunder and fire, the Star Palace and Star Universe that should appear will still appear. High level summoning. Although he has not used the summoning system yet, it is still easy to open a door. After selecting the summoning plane for a while, he finally chose the arrival of the Golden Elephant Clan. Even if it was the first time to use it, even if it was the first time to summon, he summoned more than 150 at once. Moreover, among these golden elephants, there are also silver giant elephants and elephant kings. Dark Legion. After summoning them, Tangmao immediately summoned the Shadow Evil Legion. With these giant elephants, it is not difficult to stop the charge of the wolves. And the combat effectiveness of the Shadow Evil Legion will definitely not be weaker than that of these wolf cubs, mainly because they are charging. With this impact, even if the Shadow Evil Legion can resist, the loss will definitely be huge. Awoo, awoo, awoo. The wolves were very fast and arrived in front of Tangmao and the others in the blink of an eye. At this time, the golden-haired giant elephants had already formed a huge circle outside the storm under the order of the Elephant King. The Shadow Evil army was behind the elephants, so it can be said that they had made sufficient defenses. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The magic wolves were obviously not coming for them, but since this was the place where Fengji needed to absorb energy, it was also their bad luck. Under the resistance of the giant elephant's huge meat shield, these magic wolves were pushed out one by one. Of course, there were also commander-level magic wolves, tearing the giant elephants, and continuing to charge to the back. Although this was not their goal, since they were blocking the way, they had to die. But after dealing with the golden-haired giant elephant, it was the mighty Shadow Evil Dark Army. Their number was not less than that of the magic wolves, and their combat effectiveness was definitely stronger. Awoo. The battle started instantly. Although Tangmao could not use destructive elemental magic, he was not inferior to an invincible monarch even in hand-to-hand combat. After all, his dimensional magic was just as strong. The suppression of the power of space made thousands of magic wolves unable to move, and at this moment, the Dark Army showed its power. Awoo. Just when the Shaki magic wolf was about to be overwhelmed, a silver magic wolf hidden in the fog came out. Its size was not smaller than that of an elephant monarch, and its strength had reached the level of a medium monarch. This was completely incomparable to the elephant monarch. The silver magic wolf appeared, and the wolves that had just been killed had red eyes, as if they had regained their fighting spirit and counterattacked crazily. The Wolf King appeared, and these little wolf cubs seemed to have increased their combat effectiveness. Seeing this, Tangmao killed towards the place where the Wolf King was. The fog was rolling. No one knew how many demon wolves were behind. If he didn't kill or repel the Wolf King, the battle would continue. Once there were too many deaths, it would also attract the attention of other demons nearby. Taking advantage of others has never been a privilege of humans. Tangmao was as light as a swallow and very fast. He dodged left and right and kept approaching easily. Although there were also Shaku demon wolves who wanted to stop him, how could they, who were at the level of war generals, stop him? Bang! Almost everyone who approached Tangmao was easily blown away. Some were punched, and some were kicked. But whether it was a punch or a kick, it almost contained a powerful spatial force. The Wolf King looked at Tangmao's provocation and didn't avoid the battle. Instead, he rushed towards him. In fact, Tangmao was quite puzzled. A demon wolf of a medium monarch saw his power, but didn't retreat, but continued to charge. It was a bit arrogant. This demon in the Sahara was really hot-tempered. It's a pity that he didn't have much brains. Telekinesis. At the moment, when the silver wolf flew over, Tangmao controlled its huge body in midair with one hand. Chaos blade. Puff puff puff. At the moment, when the flying blade was thrown, the Shaku demon wolves blocked it one by one without caring about their lives. Tangmao was stunned because the demon wolf did not yell for help. These warlord level demon wolves completely took on the responsibility by themselves. However, no matter how many flies there were, how could they resist such a sharp dimensional blade? There was only one fate for them. Awoo. Just when the chaos blade was about to scrape the silver wolf king, a sound wave suddenly came, and then the space around it was shattered. The silver space suppression shattered, and the wolf king immediately broke through this layer of shackles. Looking at the dead body in front of him, he roared again and again. Hoo 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 hoo. At the same time, the creature that had just roared appeared above the sky. It was also covered in silver, but the strength of this wolf king was many times stronger than the one on the ground. Moreover, the opponent actually had a pair of giant dragon wings. Tangmao really couldn't imagine. What kind of hybrid is this TM? Awoo. The flying wolf in the sky howled, and then a sound wave hit it. Magic sound. Seeing that the opponent mastered the magic of the sound system, it also hit the sound wave. Tangmao also used the sound wave to fight back. The sound system belongs to the dimension, and it is naturally not easy to resist. Using the sound system to resist the sound system is the best choice. Boom. The two sound waves collided in the air, and then they were offset in the air. Except for a slight fluctuation in the space, the magic wolves, giant elephants, and shadow evil legions fighting below were not affected much. Tangmao looked at the wolf king with giant dragon wings in the sky, and was a little surprised. You know, his mental power is above the top of humans. With the added strength of his spiritual power, the magic sound only managed to tie with the wolf king. This is a cheat, isn't it? Bang. With a force on his feet, it was like an explosion. The next moment, Tangmao rushed up into the sky. He punched the wolf king in the face above the sky. Sure. Bang. Although his speed was fast enough, the wolf king was not a pushover. A pair of giant dragon wings closed instantly. He punched the dragon wings, but his spatial force couldn't shake the opponent at all. Just as his attack ended, the huge wings sure opened up. Bang. The fist as big as a hill just blasted over. Tangmao hurriedly used the bull demon suit and was hit hard, but, except for a slight shock, there was almost nothing wrong. Awoo. Seeing that Tangmao was hit by his punch, but nothing happened, and the opponent even looked at him provocatively, the Wolf King was so angry that he blasted out another sound wave. This time Tangmao didn't have time to resist, so he could only dodge. Boom. When he dodged, the wolves and the dark army below suffered. Although it was a dimensional sound wave, this Wolf King had the realm of the Supreme Monarch, and this breath seemed to have the power of the dragon here. This wave of bombing, at least thousands of demon wolves and dark army were shattered. The Wolf King seemed to realize this, but he didn't care. There are more than tens of thousands of demon wolves under his command. What's the death of a few thousand? Awoo. He raised his wolf head again, ready to accumulate power, as if he wanted to have another wave of bombing. Although Tangmao's dark army can also be owned by anyone with spirit, it will be wasted like cannon fodder. When can he own an empire? Ice Phoenix and Fire Phoenix. If he doesn't want to lose his men in vain, the best way is to beat this stupid wolf and make him flee. And the power of the dimension obviously doesn't hurt it. As a last resort, Tangmao finally chose to go all out. There was no way, because the bombing of the giant dragon-winged Wolf King had already torn a hole. The demon wolves were breaking through the defense line in a big way and rushing to the place where Fengji was. In this case, what else could he keep? Even if it would cause greater trouble, he had to solve the trouble in front of him. When the Ice Phoenix appeared, the sound waves of the demon wolf were also completely gathered. At the moment when its sound waves hit, the Ice Phoenix also flew towards it. Sonic boom. He didn't pay attention to the impact of the Ice Phoenix, because he had absolute confidence in this attack. Even without the bonus of the Snow Girl and the Flame Girl, his current strength was not comparable to that of a Supreme Monarch. Dark Demon Bond. After destroying the sound waves, Tangmao instantly opened the Dark Domain. The Dark Army, which was under some pressure before, instantly increased its combat power with the bonus of Tangmao's Dark Domain. The most important thing is that at the moment, when this Dark Domain was opened, the power of thunder and fire was continuously injected into it. The Shadow Demon Dark Army, which originally only had the power of darkness, unlocked new power with the arrival of thunder and fire at this moment. The Fire Shadow Demon Army, the Thunder Shadow Demon Army, and of course the Dark Shadow Demon Army. The overall combat power of the 3-power Dark Army has increased several times. This is without the Shadow Demon Lord to lead. Otherwise, in the Dark Realm, within the same level, they can fight 10 people at one. The Demon Wolves, who were originally fighting desperately, are like stray dogs at this moment. Apart from running around madly, they have almost no resistance. Chapter 854, The Werewolf Demon Emperor. The Shaku Demon Wolves suffered a brutal counterattack, and the Wolf King who was hit by the Ice Loon Fire Phoenix was not much better. At this moment, its giant dragon wings were baptized by flames on one side. On the other side, it was invaded by cold air, and it seemed to have lost its previous majesty. It wailed in pain. The other Wolf King who appeared first was now rushing towards Apis and the others at full speed. Regardless of whether it was coming for them or not, so many demon wolves had died, and they had been fighting for so long, and there was definitely no hope of ending the matter hastily. But Tangmao also meant this. He ignored the Silver Wolf King. With Apis and Yanji protecting him, if a Wolf King weaker than them could succeed, then the two of them could stay in the contract space forever. Swish. He had already opened fire, and saw that the Dragon King with giant dragon wings wanted to escape. How could Tangmao allow it? He wanted to leave after provoking him. Wasn't that just a daydream? Is he the kind of person who spoils demons? Thunderbolt. Many demon wolves saw Tangmao running towards the Wolf King in the sky, and they wanted to jump up to resist. Although they have good jumping ability, it is obviously a bit unrealistic to want to hit Tangmao. But since the other party is looking for death, and there are only demon wolf troops below, why should he be polite? Boom boom, thunder fell from the sky, like rain, and kept falling, and the demon wolves in this area instantly turned into charred corpses, fell to the ground, motionless. When the Wolf King saw that Tangmao was chasing him, he did not forget to kill his men, and the anger in his heart almost reached a limit. But he never meant to turn back. There is no way. This human is too fierce. Bull Demon Shock. The continuous explosion of thunder gave the Wolf King time to escape. But since he has already let himself attack with all his strength, how can he allow it to run away? The bull-headed sea demon is pure power, and its domain is also suppressive power. After Tangmao used the shock, even though it was in the sky, it still felt the pressure coming from the sky. Under the pressure of the huge force, the Wolf King crashed directly. It fell into the dust and fog raised by the wolves, and for a while, the sky was full of yellow sand. Wings of wind. This kind of misty yellow sand and dust blocked him, and even he couldn't find the trace of the Wolf King. Under the strong wind of the wind wings, the dust and fog began to disperse continuously. At the moment, when the dust and fog were blown away, Tangmao was also stunned. There are still hundreds of thousands of these densely packed sandwolf wolves. Even if the fight in front is hard to distinguish, there are only 20,000 or 30,000. Soon, Tangmao found the location of the Wolf King. But this Wolf King is obviously not the real master of this wolf pack. I saw a werewolf stepping on the head of the Wolf King. Although the other party is about the same size as a human, but the aura is obviously to surpass the Wolf King who was just abused by him. Emperor, that's right. This is another Emperor Wolf Demon. Moreover, it is not a fake emperor, but an orthodox emperor. Awoo. Because it was completely exposed to the field of vision, it was originally prepared to sneak attack, and there was definitely no chance to kill. So, it ordered the little wolf cubs to start retreating. When Tangmao and the Wolf King were fighting just now, it felt Tangmao's strength. Originally, it wanted to kill the other party with one blow when he was not resting. But it didn't expect that the Wolf King was so weak. It was defeated so quickly that it didn't even have a chance to sneak attack. The Wolf King roared, and those who were fighting in front, and baptized by thunder, as long as they were still breathing, began to retreat. Damn, there are really big guys? The Wolf King jumped up when the little demon wolves under his command retreated, ready to do it himself. It was a little different from the other emperors. It didn't choose to let his men consume Tang Mao's magic energy. Instead, it chose to kill it by itself. Awoo. Awoo. The random wolf jumped up, and the wolves on the yellow sand howled at the same time, as if they were cheering for their emperor. The wolf roars were almost deafening, but the wolf demon emperor was not distracted at all, but became more brave. The wolf claws tore down from the sky above Tang Mao, and the grab that shattered the space tore directly in front of him. Sizzle. Sizzle, this claw went down, and some sparks appeared. However, Tang Mao himself was not damaged at all. Bang. After resisting the opponent's claws with the bull demon suit, Tang Mao punched out. This time, there was no magic light on the fist, but a simple equipment effect. The bull demon soul has been conquered. Its brute force was also completely requisitioned by Tang Mao with the help of this suit. A punch hit the wolf demon emperor's head directly, and it was bleeding in an instant. Seeing that the wolf demon emperor was beaten to a bloody mess after a contact with a human, and was also beaten away, many demon wolves were shocked. They really couldn't believe this incredible thing. I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful existence among humans. It was my carelessness. The Wolf King spoke in African language, and looked at Tang Mao with more murderous intent in his eyes. Unfortunately, Tang Mao didn't understand the language he spoke. Skinny wolf, what are you talking about? Do you want to fight or not? If not, get out of here. I won't kill you. Because he didn't understand what the other party said, Tang Mao also spoke directly in Mandarin. The Wolf Demon Emperor naturally didn't understand what this meant. But the communication barrier didn't affect its output. The figure disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the speed of the Wolf Demon Emperor became several times faster. When it appeared, it was already behind Tang Mao. The Wolf Emperor punched Tang Mao's back with a punch. Although Tang Mao didn't know when this happened, and ran behind him, he could still defend himself. The same figure disappeared on the spot. But just as the space fluctuated, when he just appeared, he saw the punch from behind hit his stomach. With a loud bang, Tang Mao fell like a meteorite. Boom. The place where he fell, a huge wave of sand and dust was instantly raised. Bang. With the bull demon suit, the injury from the previous blow was not very big. After breaking out of the sand, looking at the extremely fast human wolf demon emperor, he was somewhat irritated. Originally, his speed was already top notch, but he didn't expect that there was a big demon that was not inferior to him in speed, and even crushed him. Fire Feather Skyblade. Seeing that the human wolf demon emperor dodged everywhere, he could only choose to bombard a large area. The Firestar Palace flickered, densely covering the entire sky. The surroundings were also slowly connected. After the stars were fully revealed, countless fire feather blades began to bombard randomly. The magic power seemed to be free. Boom. Boom. The Wolf Demon Emperor was indeed very fast, but no matter how fast it was, it couldn't avoid such dense fire feathers. And the moment it was bombed out, the Thunder Spear came at a high speed. Because the opponent was too fast, Tang Mao even gave up the fusion. Seeing the opponent appear, he pinched his fingers and shot a thunder of destruction. Boom. A violent thunder caused turbulence all around, but the Wolf Demon Emperor still managed to dodge it. Rough. Seeing that the opponent was bombed everywhere but could not cause any actual damage, Tang Mao completed the fusion of space and thunder and fire while entangled. What he had to do was to completely control the Wolf Demon Emperor in his own domain. Once the space was locked, no matter how fast it was, what could it do? Awoo. The Wolf Demon Emperor seemed to have sensed the changes in space and noticed Tang Mao's intention. Immediately, he roared, and the wolf pack that had been staying outside suddenly began to move. The generals, commanders, and even monarch-level Shaku demon wolves actually began to attack Tang Mao's Zingai without regard for their lives. Even though they were killed on the edge like moths to a flame, they still continued to fall one after another. When the corpses of thousands of demon wolves were piled up, the Wolf Demon Emperor knocked their corpses away with one blow, and escaped safely from the place where Tang Mao performed his domain. Seeing this situation, although Tang Mao was unwilling, he had no choice. Among the demons, the high-level rulers can indeed make the low-level ones fall one after another to die, and these little demons have no right to refuse the order from the boss. After all, it is blood suppression, and his strategy to control the opponent obviously failed. The Wolf Demon Emperor who escaped from Tang Mao's restricted area did not approach, but the demon power floated on his pair of wolf claws. The yellow sand of the desert began to gather continuously. Although it is not as large as the average emperor, it is only because it did not choose a bulky body. However, in terms of demon power, it is absolutely the same as an orthodox emperor. This is a territory it chose, so it is naturally a place suitable for it to perform magic. The yellow sand in the sky gathered into a huge wolf claw. After the wolf claw was formed, it took the power of destroying the domain and slapped it towards the place where Tang Mao was. The power of this claw of destruction is not weaker than the previous claw outside the magic city. Even compared to that claw, the power of this claw is unknown. If he had not turned into a demon, he would definitely not be able to resist this sudden claw. But, this is the Sahara. The demon is a life-saving trump card. How can he use it at will? Teleport. Helplessly, he could only give up the fusion of domain power. Turn around and dodge and leave here. Boom. At the same time, the giant claw pressed down like the five-finger mountain. Where it pressed on the yellow sand, a huge 100-meter deep pit appeared in the yellow sand. Under this deep pit is rolling Magma Snow Girl, Flame Princess. Tang Mao knew that it would definitely not work to deal with the Orthodox Emperor relying only on the power of magic tools. Therefore, he allowed Yanjian Zunu to merge into his body. Ice and Fire Luan Feng Sword. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The power of ice and fire continued to gather in Tang Mao's hands. Finally, a giant sword of dozens of meters appeared. This can really be called a 40-meter big sword. Holding the ice and fire sword high, Tang Mao slashed at the place where the Wolf King was. Reciprocity. The other party actually gave him a claw. If he didn't respond with a sword, how could he justify it? Moreover, if it dodges this sword, these demon wolves will probably die and injure thousands or even tens of thousands. After all, the power of this sword is not something that even the emperor can bear, let alone a group of little demons. Woo. The Wolf King also saw that the other party was asking him to take it head on. But how could it, a dignified emperor, hurt itself because of these low-blooded wolves? With a swoosh, the Wolf King left the spot. Seeing this, Tang Mao also felt that he was a little stupid. Monarch level creatures would not sacrifice themselves for the little demons. Moreover, the emperor level creatures, how could they care about these little demons? Boom. With a sword slashing down, no matter whether it was the leader of the demon wolf or the wolf monarch, there was no resistance at all. Almost instantly turned into ice sculptures and burned into charcoal. And the sword of deterrence made the ground burst out with pillars of fire and cold air. For a time, that huge area was simply a world of ice and fire. Boom. Another wave of giant sand waves was exploded, and more than 10,000 wolf demons were instantly transformed into spirits and residual spirits, and absorbed into the Killing Jade. Speaking of which, he hasn't absorbed spirits and residual spirits for a long time. And there are still hundreds of thousands of demon wolves below. Swish. But he obviously didn't have the opportunity to attack the wolves, and the giant claws attacked again. Tang Mao waved the giant sword again, and the giant sword directly chopped at the giant claws. Boom. The sword claws collided with each other in an instant. The impact force directly knocked Tang Mao and the Wolf Demon Emperor back. With the protection of the Bull Demon suit, Tang Mao did not suffer any serious injuries. However, after continuously resisting the attacks of the Wolf Demon Emperor, his Bull Demon suit also had cracks. Sure enough, even the extremely strong defensive scales were still not his own. It was just a magic tool, and the defensive power was obviously very different from that of the Bull Demon. But it was already very good to be able to resist so many attacks from the Emperor. Ouch. The Wolf Emperor was getting braver and braver, and he attacked again. As for the scars on his body, he seemed to be completely unconcerned. The Wolf Emperor did not have any scales, but his body was unusually strong. The fact that it had a few scars was enough to prove Tang Mao's strength. Thunderous. Boom boom. Seeing the other party approaching quickly again, Tang Mao could only choose to let the thunder spread everywhere. There was no way. The opponent's speed was too fast. If he gets close, his magic tools will be damaged sooner or later. Without the protection of magic tools, he will be in danger. Moreover, the opponent's little wolf emperor will not waste his demonic power. Tang Mao can only choose to wait now, waiting for Fengji to complete the comprehension and fusion. Speaking of it, Fengji is accepting its inheritance comprehension. If it is demonized, it may have a bad impact on it. Tang Mao actually wanted to call Larry to help, but thinking of what Apis said, he decided to endure it first. If Eri comes out, who knows if there will be more powerful emperors in the Sahara. Once it is not the natural enemy of the human wolf demon emperor, then he will face siege again. So, he can only choose to delay now. This 10,000 thunder seems to consume a lot of magic energy, but under the effect of the thunder domain alone, it can still save a lot of magic energy. In a single domain, Tang Mao naturally does not need any time to accumulate power, and almost absorbs it by force. As soon as the human wolf demon emperor approached, he was forced back by the thunder of destruction like drizzle. The wolf demon emperor was helpless at this time. The defensive power of the magic tool on Tang Mao was too strong. If he didn't get close to smash it, how long would this battle last? In the end, he might let Tang Mao slip away. He lost tens of thousands of subordinates and let this human escape from his sight. The wolf demon emperor didn't want to save face. Oh woo. The wolf emperor retreated, and then another wolf howl came out. The wolf pack that had been bombed before heard the call of the wolf emperor and became restless again. One by one, they ran at full speed and rushed to where Tang Mao was. Even if there was a thunderous destruction thunder field in front of them, they still charged fearlessly. Boom. 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 Thunder had no emotions at all and did not show any mercy to these magic wolves because of their fearlessness. Under the paving of the wolf pack, the demon wolf emperor also rushed straight to where Tang Mao was. Sizzle. Sizzle. Because Tang Mao was controlling the thunder and didn't notice the approach of the wolf emperor, the wolf claws directly tore into Tang Mao's bull demon suit. While sparks flew, the wolf emperor punched the crack again. Bang. With a punch, Tang Mao was blown away. The moment Tang Mao flew out, the thunder domain instantly dissipated. In the blink of an eye, it became calm and the sun was scorching. Tang Mao crawled out of the yellow sand, with a little pain on his body, but it was not a big deal. But the bull demon suit on his body was more or less damaged. I'm afraid that, if it hits again, he will have to wait for it to be remade. Apis. This situation is disadvantageous to Tang Mao. The most important thing is that this dog thing is too fast. Chapter 855. Fight back. Tang Mao had to connect with Apis mentally. Apart from her, he really had no other choice at the moment. The fighting power of the werewolf king was not very good, but the opponent was too fast. If he lost the protection of the bull demon suit, he would be in a very bad situation again. This was not the result Tang Mao wanted. It's too fast. I can't do anything about it. However, the little think tank who was usually very capable of handling things looked helpless today. You can only delay it, and with it here, at least it won't cause other troubles. Apis continued. Rough. Although he was unhappy, Tang Mao knew that this was the only way. At this time, the werewolf king had launched another attack. It moved towards here at full speed, so fast that even Tang Mao could only see a shadow. This seemed to have surpassed the speed of his fusion with Fengji several times. Thunderbolt. Boom. Boom. Tang Mao jumped up, and dense thunder instantly filled his surroundings. The werewolf demon king still chose the same method, letting its little wolf cubs continue to die one after another. Create the most suitable output opportunity for it. Boom. Boom. Thunders continued to explode, and the spirits and residual spirits of the wolf cubs continued to flow into the kiln. The werewolf demon emperor seized the opportunity and flashed closer. Tang Mao would naturally not be passive all the time. The ice and fire giant sword in his hand reappeared. With that little bit of phantom, with judgment, the giant sword was raised high in the sky and slashed to the left. And this wave of prediction, how to say, it was still very accurate. As expected, the werewolf demon emperor did attack from the left. However, Tang Mao's sword was too sudden. It was so sudden that it had no time to dodge. Bang. A sword directly chopped it down to the ground. After seeing that he had predicted the opponent's trace and shot it down, the power of thunder instantly gathered in the deep pit. Boom. The fused pillar of thunder was like a huge stick, and it just smashed down. Oh woo, but at the moment, when the lightning column fell, the demon wolves, that had been cannon fodder before and failed, went to the lightning column to die. To be honest, seeing them so fearless and fearless, it really gave Tang Mao a headache. With so many demon wolves, even if the magic energy was exhausted, he might not be able to kill the demon wolf emperor. Obviously, not all emperors like to be alone. Having such a large number of cannon fodder is really a great help in the battle. In comparison, his own dark army is not good enough. Although there are not many of them, if they are attacked like this, I'm afraid that they will all be destroyed at once. Boom. Thunder exploded, and almost all the demon wolves, whether monarchs or generals, rushed over. That is, when they used their bodies to resist the thunder, the human wolf demon emperor successfully escaped from that area. Oh woo. The human wolf demon emperor was obviously furious about this situation. However, it was puzzled. How did Tang Mao find it? The sword just now really caused some damage to it. Although it was not fatal, it also made the man-wolf demon emperor feel the pain that he had not felt for a long time. Tang Mao's eyes were fixed on the man-wolf demon emperor. At this time, the sky had gradually darkened. They had been fighting for a whole day without knowing it, and this desert was completely dyed red with blood. The once rare and powerful monarch creatures are now almost like slave demons here, with an outrageous mortality rate. Moreover, there are at least more than 20 monarchs in this group of demon wolves, right? Even if more than 10 had died, you can still see the huge giant wolves. When he was just a beginner mage, how could he dare to imagine that the creature that once stood at the top of the pyramid in the eyes of humans was actually just an ant? The man-wolf demon emperor kept roaring, but it never moved. Instead, the wolves launched a new round of charge. Their target this time was not Tang Mao. It was the place guarded by the Dark Legion and the elephants summoned by the Dimension Plane. This wolf demon emperor was cunning enough. Under such a large-scale charge, he certainly couldn't continue to focus on the wolf. If Xiao Fengji was disturbed, wouldn't it be a waste of time for him to come here? This was not the result Tang Mao wanted. Thunder and fire. The fusion of the purple sky divine thunder and the fire of Nirvana, the large-scale elemental destruction beyond the forbidden spell. At the moment Tang Mao completed it, the demon wolves in the middle area were almost all reduced to ashes. In front of the absolutely domineering power, they are really like ants, weak and vulnerable. Boom. At the same time that Tang Mao destroyed tens of thousands of demon wolves in the front row, the wolf demon emperor also slapped the defense on the left with one claw. Whether it was the shadow general or the shadow commander, they were almost shattered in an instant. After it chiseled a hole, it rushed straight to where Fengji was. Seeing this, Tang Mao immediately began to gather blood-red magic energy. He was angry. Really angry. Why did he risk coming here? Now that the demon wolf emperor is determined to die, it's no wonder he's doing that. Don't be angry, I'll hold it back. Apathy seemed to have sensed Tang Mao's irritability and telepathically said to him. After hearing Apathy's voice, Tang Mao suppressed his anger. Tang Mao then quickly rushed to the place where the hole was cut. At this time, Apathy stood in front of the storm. Her golden pink eyes flickered, and walls were instantly built here. After the walls condensed and appeared, there was a feeling of being indestructible. Apathy stood at the highest point, looking at the human wolf demon emperor below. Oh woo. Feeling Apathy's breath and the shadow of the giant snake behind her graceful body, the human wolf demon emperor had to stop. Medusa? Then, the human wolf demon emperor muttered. Living in Africa, Apathy naturally understood the language here. I'm the Queen Medusa of Africa. The wolf demon emperor said disdainfully. The dignified Medusa actually became a dog of humans, not worthy of being a demon. Leave, or I will kill all your wolf cubs. Apis did not care about what the wolf demon emperor said, but said coldly and threateningly. She naturally did not have the ability to petrify tens of thousands of demons with one glance, but was just pretending. Although the wolf demon emperor lived in the Sahara, he also had some understanding of Medusa. The one in front of him was just a mortal spirit, and he actually wanted to threaten it? Oh woo. A wolf howl was heard, and the little wolf cubs continued to charge. The wolf demon emperor even jumped straight at Apis. Medusa's eye. Apis obviously did not expect that this thing was so strong. It was somewhat underestimated. With a glare, the petrifying power burst out of the golden pink eyes and instantly shone on the limbs of the wolf demon emperor. Squeak. Squeak. In the blink of an eye, the limbs of the wolf demon emperor began to petrify. Bang, bang, bang. However, this petrification ability was not long lasting. In just a moment, the wolf demon emperor broke the effect of this petrification. Apis did not expect that this was obviously a speed type demon emperor, but he still had such a powerful force. It turned out that Tangmao's power was beyond imagination, so she underestimated him. Seeing the wolf demon emperor tearing over with one claw, the giant snake soul behind Apis rushed out directly. Buzz buzz buzz. At the same time, Tangmao, who rushed over, raised the sky giant sword. He slashed at the wolf demon emperor with one sword. He had just rushed over here to prevent Apis from being unable to stop him. Now the timing is just right. The moment the wolf demon emperor was petrified, Tangmao completed the charging of the giant sword. Bang! A sword chopped directly on the head of the wolf demon emperor. Although it failed to split it in two, the destruction of this blow did cause a wave of serious damage to the wolf demon emperor. You know, this sword chopped on the head. The giant sword chopped down, and another extremely deep pit appeared, and the wolf demon emperor was chopped in it. The demon wolves here have the Dark Shadow Legion to resist, and there is also Apis to resist. How could Tangmao miss this opportunity to make it unable to climb up? Thunder Punishment 5 Thunders. Ice Luin Fire Phoenix. Black Void Blade. The three destructive forces were completed one after another and released. Almost all of the three energies rushed to the deep pit just now. Although the demon wolves rushed here frantically, this time, because their emperor rushed too far ahead, naturally they could not be given a chance to rescue. Even the monarch level wolf king had no chance. After all, Apis was not a vegetarian. Boom. The three energies slammed into it, and an energy storm instantly rose to the sky. However, the moment this energy storm rushed up into the sky, it was completely absorbed by Fengji behind Tangmao. Looking at this scene, Tangmao was also stunned. Hoo hoo. For a while, the wind blew violently, and a tornado rolled up a lot of yellow sand. This storm has a feeling of not distinguishing between friend and foe. It rolled up the wolf demon and the dark shadow evil army. Seeing this, Tangmao hurriedly took back the surviving dark army. It seems that Xiao Fengji has completed its transformation. Moreover, it has become even stronger. It's this problem of not distinguishing between friend and foe that is a bit of a headache. Bang. At the same time, the wolf demon emperor who was hit by Tangmao's sword and bombarded suddenly jumped out. Although it was covered with wounds and its hair was dyed bloody, it still did not look like a beaten demon wolf king. Instead, it gave Tangmao a feeling that its strength had increased. Be careful. The more seriously injured this wolf is, the stronger it is. Apis also felt that something was wrong with the other party and hurriedly reminded him. At present, the wolf demon king seemed to be no longer a medium level orthodox emperor. His strength seemed to have reached a higher level. There was even a feeling that he was about to surpass this realm. This unique talent was somewhat abnormal, wasn't it? A woo. A wolf howled, and the next moment, the wolf demon king appeared in front of Tangmao. Fast. It was almost indescribable except for fast. Bang. Pa. This time, the wolf demon king finally knocked off the bull demon suit. Moreover, it also hurt Tangmao. Its strength and speed almost exploded. When Tangmao was about to hit the wind wall, a gentle force suddenly caught Tangmao. At the same time, the wolf demon king chased him again. It seemed to want to end the battle quickly. Tangmao, who had merged with Fengji after breaking through the limit, just happened to catch the trace of the wolf demon emperor. HMPH, bastard. Once his speed is no longer invisible, this type of demon, let alone the emperor, even if it exceeds the emperor, Tangmao is not afraid. After all, it is far behind in terms of explosive power. Boom. Boom. The lightning lava pillars burst up from the ground, just blocking all the ways out and retreat of the wolf demon emperor. Thunder punishment. Chaos thunder. With the fusion of chaotic power, this thunder becomes nothingness, but more full of destruction. No matter how fast the Wolf Demon Emperor is, there is no way to avoid the thunder that will be displayed. The most important thing is that these lava lightning pillars have greatly reduced its range of activities. The Wolf Demon Emperor suddenly felt that Tang Mao was not really unable to keep up with his speed, and it might not be a coincidence. Boom. Thunder suddenly appeared, and almost instantly hit the body of the Wolf Demon Emperor. Boom boom. Other destruction from the inside of the body made the Wolf Demon Emperor scream in pain. Bang. But even with such destruction, the Wolf Demon Emperor still did not end his life. Instead, his strength increased again at the moment he rushed out. However, the power from Xiao Fengji increased Tang Mao's speed by many times. Without the advantage of speed, what would happen if its power was enhanced? Firestorm. Because Xiao Fengji crossed over to the level of the Supreme Monarch, Tang Mao wanted to experience it. How powerful is this magic that has the fusion of wind and earth, combined with the fusion of fire? Whoosh. The scorching hot magma storm swept in all directions at the moment it blew. The violent wind swept the wandering demon wolves into the sky one by one. This time, the storm was not a wind blade, but more like a purgatory wrapped in a wind. The fiery heat made the demon wolves below the commander level disappear one by one. The Wolf Demon Emperor felt Tang Mao's bursts of destruction, and he was a little scared. Although his strength was greatly enhanced due to the heavy damage, he was not sure to take down this human. In this case, continuing to fight was not his style. Awoo. The Wolf Demon Emperor roared repeatedly, and the demon wolves that were still charging seemed to have received some information. Then they turned their heads and began to go back in the opposite direction. Originally, the Wolf Emperor took his people to find food, but now, not only did he have no food, but he was also severely injured. Whether it was his wolf cubs or him, it could be said that he suffered heavy casualties. After this battle, the Shaku demon wolves would probably need to stay in their own territory for a long time, and not come out to roam. The moment the Wolf Demon Emperor left, he looked at Tang Mao deeply. It seemed that he wanted to remember this human forever. The hatred between them was really too great. Chapter 856. Defend the territory. Fight until the last moment. Tang Mao watched the other party leave, but he had no intention of chasing him. Although the Wolf Demon Emperor had been severely injured, it was not an easy task to kill him. He even had to pay. This was the territory of demons. How could he not be in peak condition? So, he chose to let him go. Moreover, he had gained a lot from the battle that lasted for nearly a day and a night. Why should he still compete with the other party at this time? There must be at least 40,000 or 50,000 Shaku demon wolves that died here. At least the spirit and residual spirit he got were enough to restore Era's strength once. It is conceivable that the spirit that can restore the energy of a medium-sized emperor is a huge income. After the other party evacuated, Fengji disintegrated from Tang Mao's body. Similarly, Yanji also floated out. Yai as soon as she came out, little Fengji danced happily. I don't know what it was expressing, but in the contract space, the eldest daughter expressed her dissatisfaction. The third child has surpassed it. It is still stuck at the middle monarch level. Is that reasonable? Question mark. What can Tang Mao do? Of course, he has to appease the eldest daughter first. The eldest daughter's temper comes and goes quickly. After Tang Mao promised that the next stop would be to rush to Antarctica, she calmed down. While he was communicating with the snow girl, Apis also finished communicating with Fengji. Little Fengji said that it feels that it is no longer restricted by anything. However, there are two places nearby where the wind attribute energy is particularly pure. I want to ask if you want to absorb it. Apis was like a translator. After Fengji reported to her, she told Tang Mao, go. Of course. When Tang Mao heard that there was energy that he could absorb, could he refuse? Of course not. If this trip can allow the wind system to break through the super level barrier and reach the forbidden spell, he will be a man who can possess the 4 series forbidden spell. Just the realm of the 4 series forbidden spell is enough to be called the first person in the ages, right? Yai Xiao Fengji continued to express that Tang Mao was just communicating with Zunu, so he didn't pay attention to what Xiao Fengji said, not because he didn't understand. How could the daughter he raised not understand? Even if she couldn't speak human language, Tang Mao could still understand what she meant. The contract ability is so powerful. Xiao Fengji said that, although the two places with strong energy have pure wind attribute energy, they also have their own protection. It is not an easy thing to get them. Tang Mao was not surprised about this. If there is no protection, it would be surprising. Go and see first. If you can't afford to provoke, turn around and leave. If it's not very strong, then rob it openly. The strong prey on the weak, and the fittest survive. There is no mercy on the road to becoming strong. However, he didn't rush there. Instead, he took them away from here first, and rested in the desert oasis in front. The natives here felt Tang Mao's arrival and obviously rioted, because they thought that Tang Mao and his summoned beasts might come to grab the territory. But, when they thought of Apis beside Tang Mao, they were so cowardly. They only dared to make some unpleasant noises in the distance, and did not dare to let any natives approach. Fortunately, Tang Mao did not linger here. After 3 days of rest, he left here. At this time, it was more like a purgatory on Earth than the last time. This should have been the territory of humans, but now it was completely occupied by the sea monsters. They were defeated after all. Fortunately, 1/5 of the ordinary people had been escorted away. Although there were still ordinary people who did not have time to escape and survived in this country, and there were also magicians who resisted the sea monsters before, neither the Asian Magic Association nor the Holy City was prepared to rescue them. Now this place has become a country of demons. It is obviously not a wise move to lose a large number of magician core because of these people. The most important thing is that there are only a few forbidden spells left in the Forbidden Spell Society, and none of them were spared. They all fought to the last moment. But with millions or even tens of millions of sea monsters marching in, the ones they killed seemed to be nothing at all. Isn't it the fear of such a result that humans have to fight to the death and hold on? Once a city falls, it is almost impossible to recover this city unless the monsters retreat. After all, if one cannot be detected, it will be a tragic bloodbath. After the fall of the Queen of the Undead hiding in the sea finally appeared. As soon as it appeared, the whole sea was filled with a dead air that made people feel extremely uncomfortable. It stands to reason that, although the undead are also monsters, they should not be compatible with sea monsters. But what people didn't expect was that the armies of both sides not only did not fight, but also united together. In the imperial capital, Old Jiang, is there any news about Tang Mao? Hua Zhenhang has been staying on the coastline since the battle on Hawaii Island. Now that has fallen, the Queen of the Undead under the sea has also appeared, and the temperature is starting to drop again. Even the fire realm that Tang Mao had left behind couldn't resist. If there was a problem with the food, they would be finished. Therefore, several bigwigs have been eager to find him recently. No. Jiang Shianyuan shook his head and continued. In the Holy City, Archangel Gabriel said that he might have gone to the Sahara Desert. Sahara? Hua Zhenhang paused, then asked in confusion, what is he doing in the Sahara at this time? Jiang Shianyuan shrugged. How could he know? Leo Hua, this is actually a good thing, isn't it? Hua Zhenhang paused, thinking that if there was a problem with the food, then everything would be over for him. Good thing. Do you think that, even if we have enough food reserves, we can really win this war? Jiang Shianyuan knew that Hua Zhenhang didn't understand what he meant, so he asked again. To be honest, I don't have confidence. Hua Zhenhang sighed. He has a heart that is not afraid of war, but he also has self-knowledge. In this war, even if he only faces the sea monsters, he doesn't have much confidence. What's more, now there is the help of the Undead Empire under the sea. The Queen of the Sea is a powerful emperor under the roof. Not only is she powerful, but there are so many underwater undead. How many military mages have lost their lives in vain because of a sea king skeleton? Even if it weren't for Tang Mao, there might be a loss of several top mages. Top mages. The strongest existence that cannot cross the forbidden spell. When there was no forbidden spell, the strongest mage had the top combat power. Of course, even now, the top mages are extremely powerful. After all, according to the number of mages in the world, there are really not enough forbidden spells. It can even be said that there are too few. There are so few forbidden spells in a population of 100 million that there are no more than 10 forbidden spells. Of course, this is counted by the Forbidden Spell Association, and there are some who rely on unique methods to cross the forbidden spell, and are not counted. And there are not many emperors known to humans. But with the large-scale invasion of demons in Asia, Africa, and America, and the emperors and monarchs who appeared, humans have a new understanding of demons. When demons from all over the world all rioted and launched attacks, they knew that the truly powerful demons were just recuperating. Fortunately, Liu Feng did not die. Fortunately, the fusion magic also gave human mages the opportunity to enhance their strength. Although they are still incomparable with the emperor creatures, the same level of generals, commanders, mid-level mages and high-level mages are also capable of fighting. And because of Feng Zhaolang's invention, the Europeans and Africans who were arrogant day by day also understood that the ancient country of Huaxia in Asia is not without celebrities. It's just that the Chinese are humble and low-key. But if you want this glory to continue, the first and most important thing is naturally to survive. If you can't survive, what's the use of glory? You are right. If this kid cannot participate in this war, it may not be a bad thing. Hua Zhenhang nodded and said he firmly believed that if Tang Mao was given a few more years, with totems awakened one by one, the Chinese would definitely survive. Then should we first transfer ordinary people away from the coastline? Hua Zhenhang asked. This time I called you back because of this matter. Time may not be much. After the fall of Japan, H country also suffered a large-scale invasion of sea monsters. I think that with H country, it can't resist for long. I'm afraid it will be our turn next. Jiang Xianyuan told the latest news. H country has already begun to transfer people. Japan's combat power is stronger than theirs, but they can't resist it, let alone H country. Although the Asian Magic Association has sent support, everyone knows that this support is not very useful. The country itself is not strong enough, so how can it resist the powerful sea monster army and the undead army that unites the sea monsters? Nowadays, food is in short supply. If we migrate now, who will harvest the crops here? Hua Zhenhang rejected Jiang Xianyuan's suggestion. Although migration will be difficult, food is the most important thing at this time. If ordinary people are forced to migrate away, what will they eat? The West alone cannot support so many people. After all, many people have migrated to the West after the sea level rose. There are already scarce resources and food there. Sending a group of people who still have no harvest will also cause unrest. We can't wait until they come. By then, everything will be too late. Jiang Xianyuan knew the truth. But he had no choice. At that time, he had to protect ordinary people and fight against the sea monsters. He was even more busy. The most important thing was that the Eye of Tide and the Eye of the Sea owned by the Cold Moon Night Demon God were not only terrible in their magic, but also ignored the defense of the dam. It was too much of a trick. If it weren't for the help of these two powerful eyes, Japan would not be able to resist for a while. Do you think we have a chance to carry out the killing plan? Hua Zhenhang suddenly said. No, it's impossible. Jiang Xianyuan shook his head. Although we have mastered the fusion magic and our strength has increased a lot, not to mention the strength of the Cold Moon Night Demon God itself, even the Demon Emperor and Demon King around it are an insurmountable obstacle. I know, but what if we destroy the two eyes, or get one of the eyes, and give it to another sea monster emperor in the Pacific Ocean? Hua Zhenhang continued. This idea, just hearing it, you know it's crazy. But, it's not impossible. Although, it seems to give another demon a chance to strengthen. The internal fight will not last too long. By then, I'm afraid that, if a powerful sea monster that wins the Cold Moon Night Demon God appears, it will be a disaster. But have you ever thought about it? Once you fail, the loss of power will make it impossible for us to resist the next time the sea monster attacks. Hua Zhenhang was somewhat powerless. Then what do you think we should do? Fight to the last moment. What can we do? Just as the two were talking, AI Junhua strode in. The voice came before the person. The two men paused when they saw AI Junhua rushing over with AI Jiang too. We should decide on state affairs, but we are soldiers after all. The duty of a soldier is to defend the territory. As for political affairs, leave it to Xiao Zheng. Xiao Zheng's status is actually not lower than the 5 people, and in some ways, everyone is on an equal footing. The reason why Xiao Zheng did not achieve the forbidden spell is not because of other reasons, but because he is selfless. After getting the core of the earth, his first thought was to build a new city. As for the forbidden spell, he has never considered it. When Ai Junhua said this, the two men thought so too. Their responsibility is to defend the territory and fight to the last moment. As for other things, that is not something they should exceed their authority. Old AI, why are you not in your defense zone? Hua Zhenhang said to Ai Junhua, who suddenly appeared. The situation on the coastline is so serious, how can I sit still? My defense line is handed over to my subordinates. Once the coastline is lost, even if I'm fine, what can I do? Ai Junhua responded truthfully. The two men thought so too. However, Hua Zhenhang felt that his future wasted when he saw Ai Jiangdu coming with him. Ai Junhua seemed to see through Hua Zhenhang's thoughts and immediately said, "Old Hua, do you think I shouldn't bring my son with me?" Seeing Ai Junhua's direct question, Hua Zhenhang nodded. He really felt that Ai Jiangdu would not be weaker than them in the future. At this time, it was not good to let Ai Jiangdu participate in this war that did not belong to him. I know what you think, but you have to understand one thing. The greed of the sea monsters is no less than that of the land monsters. Once the coastline is lost, will they stop attacking obediently? I believe you have seen the magic of the cold moon-eyed monster god. It will choose to flood this piece of land and continue to let its army advance. Since it will be faced sooner or later, why run away? Ai Junhua did not think that once the sea monster empire broke through the defense line, it would give humans a chance to rest and develop. At that time, what should we do? Asia is under attack from all sides. At this time, what's the point of retaining strength? What's the point of being young or old? All of them should participate. If they win, they can continue to watch tomorrow's sun. If they lose, it will be the result of the demons dismembering their bodies. This is not the first time Hua Zhenhang has heard this. Although the words are different, the meaning is the same. He is naive. Judging from the results of the original, it can be confirmed that Leng Yuma is really interested in this ancient Chinese land, so running is useless. Fighting for the last time, is the real thing. In the Sahara Desert in recent days, he also got a new portion of pure energy, which was completely absorbed by the Killing Jade. Although Feng Ji also got a lot of benefits, there is still a clear gap between what Tang Mao got. As for the Guardian here, it is just an invincible monarch, several monarch level creatures and a large number of commanding creatures. These demons are indeed very powerful for Feng Ji. Otherwise, why didn't old Feng Ji come here to advance? It's not that it doesn't want to, but its strength doesn't allow it. Tang Mao is obviously the kind of person who is allowed. After easily getting the energy from the second place and absorbing it, Tang Mao took Feng Ji and Yan Ji to the next place. As for Rapus, she had had enough of the yellow sand outside and returned to the contract space. When they arrived at the periphery of the new coordinate, they found that the energy of this new place was obviously not so easy to absorb. There are 4 or 5 invincible monarchs here, and there is also a small demon from a large tribe on the periphery, dormant here. With so many small demons, who knows if there are any big guys? If he was in the past, he would never think that there are more powerful existences here. After all, the emperor is not a cabbage. But now, he doesn't have such an idea. He thinks that there are no emperors in this world, just like when he was in the middle and higher levels. He thought that the superclass magician was the same reason. It's just that he hasn't touched that level, not that there are no truly powerful and terrifying existences here. Buzz however, Tang Mao wanted to leave, and the Killing Jade suddenly vibrated. It seemed to be unusually interested in the energy here. It was like Tang Mao usually felt when he saw a peerless beauty or a rare treasure. Rough, is it so attractive? Feeling the fluctuations of Killing, Tang Mao was moved. The energy that can make Killing you so excited must be extremely powerful. How can Tang Mao not be moved by such energy? As for what powerful existence is here, as the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food. Besides, he may not really die. Since he has met him, he naturally cannot be missed. Being timid has never been Tang Mao's character. Although this month has always been one chapter, it is definitely more than the previous 2 chapters of 4,000 words. Moreover, are you unhappy to read it like this? Chapter 857, The Core of the Earth. Fengji looked at Tang Mao, indicating that the energy here was sufficient. Even if it could not be absorbed, practicing here would be of great help to the demons and mages with wind attributes. Apis, use your brain. It is impossible to use your brain in this life. At this time, it is natural to call your little advisor to come out and give some suggestions. What Apis seemed to be resting in the contract space. Hearing Tang Mao's call, he asked with dissatisfaction. I came to a place with the purest energy. The energy here should be able to help me cross the barrier of the Windstar Sea. Come out quickly, Tang Mao explained, and finally forced it out. After Apis came out, he glared at Tang Mao. This damn man is simply forcibly requisitioned. A set of contract imprints, and there is no free time. Think of a way, get the energy here and we'll leave. Looking at the reluctant Apis, Tang Mao pointed to the place with the most concentrated energy. Apis looked in the direction Tang Mao pointed, and her golden pink eyes flashed. Are you sure you can absorb the energy there? After all, there is no physical thing. It's just that area. Tang Mao paused. He really hadn't thought about this. Buzz and the Killin also trembled again. It seemed to indicate that it could. Can you absorb it? Buzz. While Tang Mao was communicating with the Killin, Apis also connected with it. How long will it take? Buzz. After understanding it, Apis said, Killin said that the reason why there is such a strong wind attribute energy here is because there is a core of the earth in that vein. Core of the earth? Question mark? Upon hearing this, Tang Mao was even more excited. No wonder the Killin trembled. It turned out to be such a treasure. If he got it, wouldn't the wind system be a forbidden spell? Even if it happened to be a wind system, he didn't need the Killin to absorb it and then convert the energy to himself. Combined with the energy absorbed before, he and Zio Fengji can both cross a realm, right? What are you waiting for? Go and grab it, Tang Mao said, and was about to start. Apis held him back. You idiot, if you are entangled by these guys, do you think you still have a chance to seize this earth core? She was also convinced. Tang Mao's reckless temper really doesn't know how to change at all, especially after this guy broke through the forbidden spell and fought the Dark King. He simply looked down on everyone. But then again, seeing such a thing, no matter whether it is a human or a demon who can hold back their temper, the earth core is a divine object given by nature. Even the emperor level demons can accelerate their own cultivation by relying on it with the same attributes. Just rely on these bastards. Just kill them. At this time, Tang Mao didn't care whether there were any emperors here. He had to grab it. Just run away. After grabbing the things, Apis thought about it for a while, and it seemed that what Tang Mao said made sense. The restriction on the improvement of the wind system has been lifted. Isn't it time to plunder resources now? Run after plundering. No problem. Tang Mao has already merged Fengji, Yanji, and Zuno into his body. His figure flashed and appeared thousands of meters away, rushing straight towards a dense group of monsters. Apis looked at it and felt helpless, but he still stepped on the ground and followed. As Tang Mao approached, the natives here naturally rioted. Those flying in the sky and running on the ground rushed towards Tang Mao almost at the same time. Hoo 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 hoo. Hoo 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 hoo. The sandstorm blew violently in an instant, and the obstruction of these little monsters could be said to be meaningless. The monarch creatures surrounding that area also flashed their wings and took off. Wind Wing Kanglang? That's right. Some of the monarchs staying here are actually sky killers at the sub-dragon level. Moreover, almost all of these wind-winged blue dragons have the strength of an invincible monarch. There is even one that seems to have reached the realm of a pseudo-emperor. When it spread its wings and took off, those monarchs were almost completely covered by it. Looking at this situation, it seems that this thing is about to cross the threshold of the emperor, right? There are a total of 5 monarchs and 1 pseudo-emperor. When I saw it from a distance before, I really didn't realize that there were such guys surrounding here. Boom. However, let alone the pseudo-emperor, even the emperor can't stop his pace. Today's Fengji is no longer a decoration. It can actually provide Tang Mao with powerful power. The speed alone has surpassed that of the human wave demon emperor. As Tang Mao flew over, storms and thunder bombarded their huge bodies one after another, but they couldn't react at all. Under a burst of wind and thunder, these sub-dragons could only passively take the beating. Just when Tang Mao was madly abusing several sub-dragons, a powerful breath suddenly rushed over. The speed was so fast that Tang Mao didn't have time to react. Bang! Hoo-la-la, the opponent punched him directly, but fortunately his ice system had automatic defense. A layer of ice that had accumulated for thousands of years appeared in front of him, blocking the opponent's attack. At the moment the ice broke, Tang Mao immediately moved several miles away in an instant. The guy who attacked him just now was too fast, and this sense of oppression was simply, if it weren't for the automatic defense of the ice system, he would have been beaten half to death by a punch just now, just because he had no magic tools. The ice mist dissipated, and an elemental creature emerged. That's right, it is an elemental creature, because his body is completely composed of various elemental forces. Human, I didn't go to find you, but I didn't expect you to come to my door yourself. After a fruitless attack, the elemental creature suddenly spoke human words. His voice was very ethereal, as if it had its own echo, and from the tone of the other party, it seemed that he still knew himself. Sahara Demon Emperor. Thinking of this place and knowing him, Tang Mao suddenly had a guess in his mind, and he said it directly. The important thing is that it just appeared too fast, so fast that Tang Mao didn't have time to react. And the one who has such strength and knows him is not the Demon Emperor of Sahara. Ahem. I went the wrong way, how about I leave now? Facing the roof. He didn't have any confidence. So, what is the core of the earth? It's more important to save his life. With the soul fire on his body, he won't be beaten to death. But facing the Emperor of the roof, the top of this world, who knows what kind of means it has? He doesn't want to fight with the other party. At least not now. Hand over the elemental holy spirit in you, and this emperor can let you go. The moment the Sahara Demon Emperor saw Tang Mao, he was almost excited. That's right, it is an elemental holy spirit itself. Moreover, it is a holy spirit that has survived for who knows how many years. His strength, since reaching the top, can no longer be improved. But decades ago, it found a way to keep it going. That is to absorb the vitality of the pure elemental holy spirit. Of course, it must be the pure one. The polluted one like Liao Fengji is of no benefit to him. Otherwise, the other party would not be able to exist in the Sahara Demon Empire for so long. And just when he was about to wake up, he happened to notice Tang Mao. Well, to be precise, it was the breath of the elemental holy spirit on him. This made him extremely excited, too. The elemental holy spirits of ice and fire, and they were also the elemental holy spirits that raised pure energy. So he paid attention to Tang Mao. Otherwise, the Sahara Demon Emperor would not have the mind to suddenly attack humans. Oh, now there are three. It can be said that this is completely worthy of the Sahara Demon Emperor to launch an attack on humans. Who do you think you are, the master of this world? If I don't fight you, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Don't say that this is the daughter he raised. Even if it was just a contract, if he gave it to the other party, could he run away? You ignorant human, you are looking for death. The Sahara Demon Emperor's whirlwind eyes glared. But Tang Mao was too lazy to talk nonsense. A strong man of the opponent's level would have to use his strongest power to save his life. The devil's light soared into the sky. His momentum also increased in an instant. That power that surpassed the Orthodox Emperor and the Middle Emperor was even stronger than the high level. There was only a gap between him and the roof ridge. However, as a human being able to burst out such power also shocked the Sahara Demon Emperor. If you want something from me, Tang Mao, you have to have strength. After fully displaying his power, Tang Mao said lightly. At this time, he had summoned a killing jade and handed it to Fei Lion in the totem vessel. It would be best if the core of the earth could be obtained. If not, just find a way to escape. But running right away is impossible. The Roofridge Emperor. In fact, in his heart, he also wanted to see the power of the Roofridge Emperor. Chapter 858 Sahara Demon Emperor. Interesting human. The Sahara Demon Emperor looked at Tang Mao in front of him. Although the Sahara was not his kingdom alone, no creature had dared to provoke him for many years. And Tang Mao? He actually dared to choose to fight him. Even the orthodox emperors who had surpassed the ordinary spirits probably didn't have the courage. So much nonsense. Knowing the opponent's strength, it must be more than just a difference in realm. Tang Mao's figure flashed, and he took the initiative to attack. Facing a monster of this level, he did not dare to relax at all. Flame God Fire Pillar. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. As soon as he made a move, it was destruction. Facing such an opponent, any so-called temptation would seem ridiculous. How could Tang Mao do such a stupid thing? The sky-high pillar of fire instantly turned the surrounding little demons into ashes, but the Sahara Demon Emperor at the center was unmoved. When the flames were about to burn it, it moved. One arm was raised, and then it was waved casually. A violent annihilating wind destroyed Tang Mao's pillar of fire. This was the first time since he got the divine fire. His fire system was so vulnerable and was defeated. Thunder punishment. 5 thunders hit the top of the head. Boom boom. In an instant, a large piece of dark clouds covered the entire sky, and thunder continued to gather in the sky. However, the Sahara Demon Emperor seemed indifferent to Tang Mao's attack. There was no intention to interrupt at all. This feeling of being looked down upon really made people extremely angry. I'll let you go crazy, and I'll kill you. Because the opponent gave in, the thunder gathered into a ball. The next moment, the high altitude thunder descended. It rushed straight to the opponent. Space suppression. Magic sound. Along with the explosion of thunder, Tang Mao also used space magic and sound magic. 1 suppression, 1 disturbance. The Sahara Demon Emperor was restricted in his movements, and his mind was in disarray. He was rarely serious. Boom. Thunder light also burst out from its body. It even shattered Tang Mao's dimensional suppression. Moreover, in this violent thunder, it broke through the suppression of the sound system. The lightning went straight into the sky. Before Tang Mao's lightning column had time to fall, it was directly destroyed by the lightning of the Sahara Demon Emperor. In an instant, the dark clouds dispersed, and the sky returned to its previous clearness. Ice sealed thousands of miles. Crackling, the thunder had just been dispelled, and the cold invaded. Boom. But the moment the cold approached, the Sahara Demon Emperor erupted in a violent wind again. The cold was blown away again. Ice Phoenix. Storm Thunder Blade. Chaos Shadow Sword. 3 in 1. 6 system magic. 6 different magics rushed towards the Sahara Demon Emperor in 3 directions. This time, its face, which was floating in the breeze, was rarely serious. The wind was blowing hard. Boom boom boom. Thunder was everywhere. Swish swish swish. Fusion was not something that only humans could master. As an elemental holy spirit, it had devoured elemental creatures, and also used 3 powerful elemental magics. Wind, thunder, and earth. The 3 elements were also fused together under its chanting. This speed was many times faster than Tang Mao's. The 3 elemental powers were transformed into a huge elemental blade under the fusion of its magic. The energy blade was like Ezreal's ultimate move in League of Legends, and it just cut over like that. At that moment, the space began to collapse. Boom. 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 The elemental blade that cut everything destroyed Tang Mao's 3 fusions in an instant, and the elemental blade went straight to Tang Mao. Bang. Tang Mao had no way to avoid it, and he grabbed the elemental blade with both hands. Zzzzzz. Zzzzzz. But even so, it still did not stop the impact of the elemental blade. If it weren't for the power of the devil that made its physique indestructible, this energy blade might have been gone the moment it was grabbed, right? Sparks kept coming out, but Tang Mao didn't let go. Swish. At this moment, a long dragon formed by a tornado rushed over. With a bang, it hit Tang Mao's body, and he flew out in an instant. And the elemental blade hit the center of his body directly. Fortunately, it didn't cut it in half at once. It was a blessing in disguise. But Tang Mao still had a crack in his belly. The blood of the devil kept spilling out. Just a one-time fight could make him in the demon form look like this? I have to say that I still underestimated the power of the roof. Swish. Bang. The flames on his hands ignited and smeared on the cracks in his belly, and soon the wound was sutured. Reborn from the ashes, it is not a problem to heal the wound with the flame. However, this feeling is also extremely painful. It is not much easier than the moment when the tornado hit just now. Human. Take the initiative and let your contracted creature cancel the contract with you. The Satura Demon Emperor still has such a high attitude. It seems that Tang Mao is an ant that he can easily crush to death. If there is a difference between him and an ant, it should be that Tang Mao, the ant, is a little bigger than those small ants. Apart from that, there is not much difference. Ruthless is the absolute top level of this world. Even other planes are just like this. Even the powerful Dark King, hasn't he crossed the roof line yet? The Emperor is a huge threshold, and the roof is also a huge threshold. The Orthodox Emperor can be called immortal, and the roof, on the basis of immortality, adds stronger destruction. Of course, there is no such thing as immortality in this world. It's just that killing an emperor is a huge cost. Tang Mao spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at the Satura Demon Emperor. That's it? You just gave me a heads up. You don't think you want to scare me with just this little power? Boom. 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 After Tang Mao finished speaking, the surroundings were filled with thunder again. Crackle. At the same time, the flames also burned. The power of thunder and fire opened the domain, and the domains began to merge. The Satura Demon Emperor looked at Tang Mao, who was merging the domain, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Because it clearly saw the power of 2 domains, but it gave him a feeling of 3-level domain fusion. Soon, it understood. It turned out that there was another layer of domain, which was Dark Attribute. The Satura Demon Emperor was somewhat surprised by Tang Mao's fusion of 3 domains. However, it seemed that there was no big surprise. After all, although the elemental creatures were in his body, they could still help him control an element. But soon, the Satura Demon Emperor found something wrong. Tang Mao's domain fusion did not have the help of any elemental creatures. Even the fire system was under his control. The first reaction of the Satura Demon Emperor was that this human had not brought out the true power of the elemental creatures. And the second reaction was that this kind of human who could complete the triple realm alone must die. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 859. Suppression of the Roof. Such human beings are alive, which is definitely a sharp sword to their demon race. If he is given a few years, it will be a terrible situation. Boom. The thunder rolled up the storm, and in an instant it rushed straight to where Tang Mao was. The space that had just been restored was broken again. Compared with the Emperor, the power of the Roof Emperor is the real existence that makes the world tremble. Although Tang Mao is accumulating power, it does not mean that he is really standing there and passively taking a beating. Gate of space. Chaos vortex. Melt. A huge dimensional wormhole emerged. The destruction of the Satura Demon Emperor poured directly into it. This destructive force that destroys everything makes the space collapse from time to time, but even so, it still does not break through the door of the combination of space and chaos. And the destination of this energy did not disappear in the dimension, and Tang Mao could not digest such a terrible destruction at all. Of course, he could not bounce back. However, he opened this door at the other end of the Satura Desert. Boom. The place where the door opened happened to be where the Wolf Demon Emperor and his wolf cubs were. The sudden thunderstorm almost stirred up tens of thousands of wolf cubs and even gave them a chance to resist. Awoo. Tang Mao found a random place to move its destruction, but he didn't expect that at the moment when the fusion of the space chaos dissipated, tens of thousands of fireflies flew into the killing jade. However, the consumption of such a transfer was also ridiculous. He could no longer use such a fusion for the second time. The Satura Demon Emperor was a little dumbfounded. Its attack was actually resolved by the opponent. That was a blow from him, the master of the desert. It was also because of this that it further stimulated the killing heart of the Satura Demon Emperor. Boom. Boom. The anger of the Satura Demon Emperor was the real color of the world. The roar of thunder, and even the magma under the desert began to riot. Fortunately, Tang Mao's domain has been opened. The fusion of the 3 domains allowed him to withstand the anger from the Satura Demon Emperor. Boom. Just the friction between the domains. The dust was flying, the sky was falling, and the earth was cracking. However, neither the Satura Demon Emperor nor Tang Mao had made a move. One of them was charging magic. The other was chanting magic. When the wind and thunder occupied this large desert, it was like the starting point of the disaster. Dark assassination thunder flame sky blade. Darkness covered the sky, thunder and fire were boiling in the sky. Doomsday was coming, the world was broken, and the space collapsed. This kind of change in the world was not the worst. The Satura Demon Emperor also gathered his energy into a blade with both hands. Although it was not so fancy, the yellow sand had begun to blow all over the sky. Everything was dark, and at this moment, the visibility dropped by several meters. The little demons who were here before, those who survived, have completely retreated from this range. The demons above the war general level are all brains. As long as the supreme ruler does not let them die, they are still willing to live. Tang Mao wielded the giant sword covering the triple domain superposition, and slashed from the sky. The giant sword slashed down, but the Lord of Satura turned into a gust of wind and dispersed. It did not choose to take the sword head on. Boom. A sword fell on the yellow sand, and a huge pit appeared instantly. This sword directly chopped out a 100-meter deep pit. The bottom was no longer yellow sand, but boiling magma. Tang Mao chopped a lonely sword, and the Satura Demon Emperor suddenly appeared in the air, and the double-edged blades went straight to Tang Mao's shoulders. Although it wanted to kill Tang Mao, it was obviously not now. After all, once Tang Mao died, wouldn't its dream of going further be shattered? There are too few elemental creatures, and even fewer can reach the level of the Holy Spirit. It doesn't want to miss it. The desert will cover the entire world in the next few hundred years. At that time, all parts of the world will surrender to its feet. But the premise is that it needs enough power to crush the whole world. Eyes of Medusa. At the moment when the Satura Demon Emperor stabbed over, Tang Mao's eyes turned golden pink. This petrified eye, under the power of the devil, truly exerted its original power. However, the petrified Satura Demon Emperor shattered this layer of petrification in just an instant. And this delay was enough for Tang Mao. The giant sword once again hung high in the sky, and the power of darkness continued to blend into it. Bang! When the dark energy burst, Tang Mao's sword fell on the double blades of the Satura Demon Emperor. Rumble crash. The space began to shatter like glass. However, neither of them cared, but instead accelerated their speed and collided in the sky. The giant sword was also reduced to a size that was just right for use. Although it was not that huge, the energy blade chopped out by each sword made the entire western Satura shake. There were more and more places where the space was broken, and even many demons were absorbed into it and fell into the dimensional rift because they were eating melons. Whether you are a monarch or a commander, as long as you can't master the power of space, you will die. The domineering dimensional power destroyed the demon's body, not to mention the soul. Tang Mao didn't even have the chance to absorb the essence. But it was already like this. Even if he didn't want to continue to damage the space, he couldn't. Bang bang bang. Fighting with the Roof Emperor, and fighting for 2 hours. The sword in Tang Mao's hand has been constantly broken, the scars on his body are increasing, and the blood is constantly pouring out. On the contrary, the Satura Demon Emperor has fought for so long, but only a few wounds have been cut. The speed of the magic energy loss is getting faster and faster, and Tang Mao's vision is a little blurred. The two of them fought from the west to the central area. The western and central areas of the Satura Desert are almost destroyed and dilapidated, but Tang Mao is like an indestructible cockroach. Even though he is scarred, he still has no intention of being scared, and is still launching attacks. The Satura Demon Emperor was still chanting magic in the battle, but no matter what kind of magic, he couldn't use his full strength. Once Tang Mao was killed, wouldn't it be in vain? It was because the Satura Demon Emperor played himself that Tang Mao had the opportunity to hurt him. Otherwise, it's not easy to give the Satura Demon Emperor a scratch. The elemental forces were occupied and competed with each other at the beginning, but now they have merged together. In the field, whoever has the strongest explosive power will have the dominance of this field. Originally, the power of the Satura Demon Emperor was absolutely better than Tang Mao, but the relationship of not being able to kill him gave Tang Mao opportunities again and again. If it weren't for the fact that they had been fighting for so long, and felt that Tang Mao was already at the end of his strength, he would definitely kill him. The shock Tang Mao brought to it was really terrible. Even if it was super class magic, it was still not something it could easily resist under his fusion. Originally, super class magic was like a bug bite to the Satyra Demon Emperor. But now, with the help of fusion, it was simply super class magic, and it still made him feel the pain that he had not felt for many years. Boom. Another collision and separation. Tang Mao already felt that he was at his limit. Fortunately, there was magma below. Tang Mao endured another blow from the Satyra Demon Emperor, and then fell directly into the magma. The Satyra Demon Emperor thought Tang Mao wanted to escape. But how could he give it this opportunity? Boom. Boom. The world-destroying Thunder Sword was completed under its magic. The moment Tang Mao plunged into the magma, the power of thunder instantly soared into the sky. However, the Thunder Sword retreated. How dare Tang Mao do that? Tang Mao, who was under the magma, absorbed the power here in big mouthfuls. Rebirth from the fire, not necessarily to die. Just as he thought, even if it was not a soul seed, the burning degree reached a level that could still give him a chance to recover quickly. Hooah! At this time, the Satyra Demon Emperor also rushed down directly. The magma here can already fuse real gold, and even the top grade magic tools may not be able to withstand it. But Tang Mao and the Satyra Demon Emperor did not feel anything. When he saw Tang Mao recovering, the Satyra Demon Emperor instantly understood that Tang Mao hid in the magma not to run away, but because he had a special talent to help him recover his strength. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. But after discovering this situation, how could the Satyra Demon Emperor give him this opportunity? With its help, the magma boiled up, and Tang Mao's figure flew into the air in an instant. The Satyra Demon Emperor even exploded directly, and chased after him. Puff. Finally, the Satyra Demon Emperor cut off one of Tang Mao's arms with a hand blade. Puff. But it didn't end there. Then, his other arm was also cut off. In the end, his legs were also cut off. The Satyra Demon Emperor looked at Tang Mao, who had lost his limbs, and sneered. Humans who don't know what's good for them, go against this emperor, and ask for trouble. Tap 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 tap. Looking at Tang Mao, who was lying dead on the ground without limbs in front of him, the Satyra Demon Emperor took his heavy steps and approached him. He was very excited. As long as he extracted the Holy Spirit soul of the contracted beast in Tang Mao's body, he, the Satyra Demon Emperor, would have the power to crush the world. Any orthodox demon emperor, any middle emperor, dominant emperor, higher, and even those who were as famous as him would surrender to him, the Satyra Demon Emperor. However, as the Satyra Demon Emperor approached, he suddenly found that Tang Mao was still laughing. He was not afraid of his death at all? The Satyra Demon Emperor was somewhat confused. Is this still the human he knew? Shouldn't he kneel down and serve at this time? Dark Demon Pond. Just as it was thinking, Tang Mao suddenly turned into a ball of black mist, and then the black energy completely wrapped the Satyra Demon Emperor. The dark tentacles kept floating out of it and tied to the body of the Satyra Demon Emperor. At this moment, the Satyra Demon Emperor still didn't understand that he was being fooled. Tang Mao just now was not the real Tang Mao at all. Cunning human, this emperor wants you to die. The Satyra Demon Emperor was really angry, and he burst out with even more powerful power, and began to dispel the darkness. When it suddenly discovered that he seemed to have underestimated the power of this dark field. Even if it was inside, it couldn't easily destroy this dark energy. Damn it. Despicable. Shameless. Although there were all kinds of complaints in his heart, the Satyra Demon Emperor was still constantly attacking the darkness. If Tang Mao was given enough time, wouldn't the previous battle be in vain? At this time, under the magma, Tang Mao was absorbing the power of the flame. He didn't have to die to recover from his injuries in the magma. Even if he is not dead, he can still absorb the energy in it. Hoo-hoo. When Tang Mao absorbed a lot of flame energy to restore his own strength, a violent wind was heard outside. Although the control just now was indeed very weak, he really didn't expect that it would be broken in just 1 minute. Cunning ants, come out to this emperor. The Satyra Demon Emperor was extremely angry, and a straight line of thunder struck down. Although Tang Mao didn't want to pay attention, although he wanted to use the gift to absorb the energy in the magma, it was obviously impossible. Things like clone puppets are okay to use once, but if you want to do it again, there is definitely no chance. Moreover, based on the opponent's cracking speed, even if it is used once, what can it do? It's just a waste of magic energy. Boom. The thunder struck, and the magma was boiling and erupting. Fortunately, Tang Mao reacted quickly enough. At the moment, when the thunder landed, he moved in an instant, and appeared in the sky. That is, the moment he left, the magma suffered extremely horrible destruction. Of course, the magma cannot be destroyed, but the energy in it erupted everywhere. A nearby desert, except for the place with the wind attributed earth core, was almost completely affected. Tang Mao determined the location of the earth core, and saw that there was no demon army nearby. He moved in an instant, and appeared in the magma below, and then released Fei Lion and Killin. He did not stop, and returned to the sky again. All this was just a moment, and he moved again in an instant several times, just to distract the attention of the Sahara Demon Emperor. The Sahara Demon Emperor really did not realize that Tang Mao had an idea about the wind attributed earth core he found. I just think, what kind of formation did he want to use to make these arrangements? After all, humans can defeat powerful demons by relying on the power of the formation. If it were not for the formation, how could humans fight against demons that are stronger and stronger than them? But for the Sahara Demon Emperor, this is just a waste of magic power. It has encountered all kinds of battles. If a mere formation can hurt it, is it still powerful? After moving several times in an instant, Tang Mao jumped out of the yellow sand to make sure that the Sahara Demon Emperor did not notice it. Thunder Fire Sky Blade. Gather. Densely packed thunder and fire blades appeared in the sky and condensed in Tang Mao's hands. A giant blade that was more powerful than before emerged. At the moment, when the Sahara Demon Emperor came to kill, Tang Mao did not face him head on, but turned around and ran. Seeing Tang Mao's fierce operation, he turned around and ran. Question mark? It was somewhat confusing, but how could the Sahara Demon Emperor give Tang Mao a chance to escape? In just a moment, the wind was surging, and he stood in front of Tang Mao. Cut. Tang Mao looked at the Sahara Demon Emperor who appeared in front of him, without the slightest hesitation. The thunder fire blade chopped down directly. The Sahara Demon Emperor also condensed an energy shield with the wind, and resisted it abruptly. Boom 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 boom. Boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom. The collision of magic and demon magic caused the magma and gravel that had just calmed down to riot again. In the center, there was a flash of fiery red and blue light, and this area seemed to be the territory of a kind of sand scorpion. They also experienced the feeling of a fight between gods and mortals. Under the collision of two such destructive energies, they could be said to have almost no resistance, and were constantly killed in this residual power. Those outside Tang Mao and Sahara Demon Emperor also hurriedly showed their heads, and began to escape. Even if their companions were killed at the doorstep, they had no temper in front of this destructive elemental force. While the Sahara Demon Emperor was resisting Tang Mao's thunder and flames with the strong wind, the sky thunder also struck directly. Space barrier. Tang Mao was bombing with all his strength, and he didn't even have the opportunity to retract his strength. So at the moment when the sky thunder struck, he could only choose to use space and light magic to complete the energy shield to resist. Unfortunately, his defense was not strong enough, and he was directly blasted with a hole by the thunder. The thunder bombarded Tang Mao in an instant. The sea embraces all rivers. Fortunately, it was the power of thunder attribute. With the help of Tang Mao's domain, most of the thunder power was absorbed by him. Thunder punishment 5 thunders. Boom. Boom. The thunder column appeared again, and then fell down with deafening thunder. Boom. Unfortunately, Tang Mao couldn't hold on first. Before the thunder column could fall, it instantly disappeared. The thunder of the Sahara Demon Emperor in his body had a terrifying destructive power. So terrifying that even he could only prevent himself from being torn apart from the inside. After the thunder bombardment, the wind blade tornado was also unscrupulous in every part of his body, leaving scars one after another. In the blink of an eye, there was not a single piece of good flesh left on his tiny body, and his blood began to flow out again. Fortunately, his thunder and fire sky blade offset most of the power of the strong wind, otherwise, he would have to rely on the soul fire nirvana to be reborn again. Chapter 860. Dimensional Destruction. Black Hole. Being suppressed. He was constantly suppressed, and his injuries were increasing. However, even now, he still did not cause any actual damage to the Satyra Demon Emperor. Who? After taking a slight breath, Tang Mao released the soul shadow that belonged to the fusion of demons. That is, the soul shadow fused by Apis and others. This soul shadow has the strongest Eri, medium, Yingxia, just orthodox, Apis, fake, Zunv, medium monarch, Yanji, invincible, Fengji, supreme, Zhuohui, medium. The power of the 6 soul shadows fused by them is not weaker than Tang Mao, who is a demon. Tang Mao can use the power of demons and naturally give them enough power to assist himself. This is because his spiritual realm has reached the middle level of the divine realm. Otherwise this operation cannot be completed. The soul shadow rushed to the Satyra Demon Emperor, and Tang Mao rushed straight to the sand. He still needed to restore his magic power and strength, otherwise the Satyra Demon Emperor would have no chance of defeating him. Seeing Tang Mao rushing into the magma again, how could the Satyra Demon Emperor give him this opportunity? In fact, what puzzled it even more was how a human could have such power. But before it could stop, the soul shadow blocked it. The 9 tails of the fox whipped down like giant whips. At the same time, a pair of Emperor's eyes continued to attack its spirit. The black shadow evil also continued to attack its soul. Even the 3 elemental pets were unwilling to lag behind and burst out their elemental power. As for Zhuohui, it was just a filler. But for their attacks, the Satyra Demon Emperor easily resolved them one by one. You are all extraordinary beings among mortal spirits, but you are inferior to humans. Don't you feel ashamed? The Satyra Demon Emperor realized that there were 2 emperors in this soul shadow, and even possessed Medusa, and said in disbelief. It's a pity that the soul shadow is just a soul shadow, and it can't restore any of its abilities. Moreover, if Tang Mao lives, they live, and if Tang Mao dies, they die. At this time, no one would pay attention to it, even if it could speak. From the moment the contract began, they were on the same boat with Tang Mao. It can be said that there was no point in saying more. Hoo. Boom. However, no matter what kind of attack they made, in front of the opponent's wind and thunder, they were almost either destroyed or exhausted. The soul shadows also gradually began to weaken, but it felt like a long battle. But in fact, only a few minutes had passed. Tang Mao felt that they were defeated, so he called them back directly. Fortunately, there were a large number of spirits before, and they gave them the life force all at once, which relieved them. However, this time the spirits were consumed again. Boom. Boom. At the same time, the Satyra Demon Emperor also shattered the yellow sand and rushed in. In the Magna world, Tang Mao was really not afraid of it. Fighting here was like a siren in the water. He was invincible. No matter how the Satyra Demon Emperor destroyed him, Tang Mao continued to launch a counterattack. After enduring the opponent's attack, the Magna was so huge that no one knew where it ended. In this case, the Satyra Demon Emperor really felt that his mentality was bursting. After fighting for a long time, Tang Mao was not only not stepped on, but was replenishing a lot of magic energy. Even the original scars were completely dissipated, and he restored his original appearance. The Satyra Demon Emperor felt that he was about to explode. If he was really reborn from the ashes, he really had no way to deal with Tang Mao. It can be said that except for Antarctica, it really couldn't think of a place where Tang Mao could be completely killed. After all, only in the icy and snowy places like Antarctica, there was no flame at all. And Tang Mao was all kinds of destruction, and he released it to the Satyra Demon Emperor without money. However, the Satyra Demon Emperor was not restricted by the magma. It was easy to resolve Tang Mao's destruction. Outside the yellow sand, the hot magma boiled from under the sand and rushed straight to the sky, just like a volcanic eruption. However, the man and the demon under the yellow sand didn't care about these things at all and continued to fight. The repair of space rupture has been repeated over and over again. Such continuous destruction makes the demons and the entire Satyra seem to experience the power of nature. At this moment, the demons have all hidden back in their nests, and even those demons in the clan war have chosen to stop fighting. There is no way It was originally just a corner, but as our outbreak continued, the destructive force made half of the Sahara Desert fall into elemental destruction. Many demons died tragically in this wanton eruption of magma. This is the power of nature and man-made power, but where the gods fight, mortal spirits will inevitably suffer. Tang Mao used the magma to restore enough magic power, and then he used the triple domain again. But in this magma, it is definitely not possible. So, he rushed straight into the sky from it. Seeing that Tang Mao had finally left the magma, the Sahara Demon Emperor also chased after him. Moreover, the moment he went out again, the gravel was completely controlled by his magic, and filled the magma. It did this, of course, not for those tragic little demons. It just didn't want to give Tang Mao another chance to absorb the energy of the fire element. Tang Mao directly ignored what the Sahara Demon Emperor did, and the thunder and fire had covered the sky and the earth. This was the magic skill that he had used to kill the colorful Demon Emperor on the Hawaiian island. Similarly, it can also be called the thunder and fire of nature. And this time, it's not just thunder and fire, but also darkness that keeps blending into it. The three realms merged into one, plus the destructive explosion of the God Seed. Bang bang bang. Boom boom, the thunder in the sky, the fire on the ground, and the dark power that eroded everything around, all rushed towards the Sahara Demon Emperor in an instant. After the Sahara Demon Emperor sensed the explosive power in it, he still had the mind to control the ground. Such a terrible explosion almost can kill the Emperor, right? Question mark? The destruction that can kill the Emperor, even the roof can't be underestimated. Thick earth element, wind element and thunder element gathered around it. Boom boom boom. The three magic skills began to impact, and the desert was almost destroyed one after another, and the nearby space had even begun to shatter on a large scale. Under their reckless destruction and resistance, the barrier of that dimension seemed to finally be unable to bear it. Then, the void began to become distorted. This time, there was no chance to repair it. And this still did not stop Tang Mao and the Sahara Demon Emperor from destroying each other. Tang Mao finally broke through the defense of the Sahara Demon Emperor. How could he stop there? The Sahara Demon Emperor would naturally not give up resistance. After all, if he took this wave of destruction, even he would be severely injured. In fact, Tang Mao had never heard of the space being shattered, otherwise he would still output desperately at this time. Ugh. The most important thing is that his attack was not ineffective, especially after hearing the painful howl from the Sahara Demon Emperor. He continued to destroy it with all his strength. And at this time, the twisted space began to rotate. In the end, it turned into a black hole. A black hole with the power of devouring! Exclamation mark. When Tang Mao thought he could kill the Sahara Demon Emperor, a huge suction force suddenly came from the surroundings. This suction force made Tang Mao unable to resist. Moo. At this time, Fei Lan's voice came from a distance. It seemed that it had already obtained the core of the earth with Killin. Under the suction of this space black hole, it instantly floated to Tang Mao, and then floated to the back! Exclamation mark. Fortunately, Tang Mao was quick-witted, and used the totem vessel to take it back. But, because he saved them, he could no longer stop, and was absorbed into it. Tick. Tick. In a green and lush grassland, a figure was lying in it. Dewdrops were dripping from time to time on the 1-meter long grass. Tang Mao slowly opened his eyes and looked around. It was green and green. Although grass is a plant, he really doesn't like it. He slowly climbed up. His whole body was numb, and he felt like he couldn't use any strength. After standing up, Tang Mao looked around. Several giant butterflies flew from afar, dancing and landing on a huge flower, sucking the sweet pollen carefully. Fluffy dandelions flew up and scattered the seeds they carried with them into the distance. Crickets were hiding in the grass and singing loudly, singing the beauty of the grassland, and praising the vastness of the grassland, and the sound spread far and wide. In the blue sky, the bird that originally planned to fly quickly flew slowly, probably wanting to appreciate the beautiful scenery of the grassland along the way. But when the bird rushed towards him, Tang Mao realized the seriousness of the matter. The other party was not appreciating the beauty of the grassland, but was very interested in his body. Thunder originally, Tang Mao could have killed this kind of bad with a thunderbolt. But unfortunately, he couldn't use any thunder power at all. Just when it was about to pounce, a huge black magic tiger suddenly emerged from behind Tang Mao. And that bird? It was swallowed into its stomach in one gulp. Gotcha gotcha. Gotcha gotcha. The black tiger was really not polite to the delicious food that was suddenly put into its mouth. It just chewed it raw. This scene was a bit creepy. But, this black guy? Isn't it Ziohei? Damn, Ziohei, why are you not right here? Where am I? Tang Mao asked Ziohei, who was enjoying the food. Roar, Ziohei explained after hearing Tang Mao's question. The place where they are now belongs to the summoning plane. What? Tang Mao almost fell to the ground again after hearing what Ziohei said. How did he run to the summoning plane? Question mark? Wasn't he destroying the Satara Demon Emperor? Soon, Tang Mao reacted. It seemed that, because the destructive force of the explosion was too strong, the space could not bear it, and finally it was distorted and turned into a space black hole. He was directly absorbed by the black hole and came here. Ziohei also explained, telling Tang Mao that this was a grassland near the place where they had met before. Because this was its world, it did not faint with Tang Mao like Apis and the others. Worried about Tang Mao's comfort, it followed Tang Mao's breath all the way here. Good boy, thank goodness you still know to come to find daddy. Tang Mao stretched out his hand, and Ziohei put his head under him and stroked him. Roar, you mean, I can't use magic now, because of the previous space turbulence? Roar. Ziohei nodded. This feeling of being a weak chicken is really annoying. Is there a place where the fire element is dense, so that dad can recover? Tang Mao asked again. Because the magic energy cannot be used, the fire soul seed in the space bracelet cannot be taken out. If you want to recover quickly, you can only go to a place where the fire element is dense. Roar. Ziohei roared a few times, and then motioned Tang Mao to come to him. For Ziohei, he naturally would not doubt anything. Although he did not call it much, it was still his good boy. Besides, isn't this giving it a chance to show off? Ziohei, if Fenny Lion and the others don't faint, I have nothing to do with them. Standing on Ziohei's head, it ran wildly with all four legs facing the ground. Ziohei was very fast, and this was its world, so it was not difficult for it to find a place with dense fire element. After a period of running wildly for about an hour, when they arrived at a crater, Ziohei growled a few times. You mean, there is a fire dragon demon king here? Roar. Okay, then you hold it first, and when dad recovers, he will come out to help you. Ziohei said that he would lure out the fire dragon demon king here, but the opponent's strength was stronger than it, so Tang Mao still needed to be faster. After placing Tang Mao at the foot of the mountain, Ziohei roared loudly. Hearing Ziohei's roar, a completely fiery red giant dragon flew out of the crater. The fire dragon seemed to have been disturbed from its hibernation, and rushed towards Ziohei as soon as it came out. When Tang Mao saw that the other party's body was not much smaller than the black snake, he immediately shouted in his heart, fuck. This special code is not just a little stronger. The other party must be at the level of the supreme monarch. However, although Ziohei's realm is not as good as the other party, it is now a black tiger with high bloodline. A fire dragon, not a fire dragon, does not mean that it is destined to be killed in a few moves. In Tang Mao's plane, because Tang Mao's contracted beasts are stronger than each other, it is a younger brother. But this plane is different. It is now a big monster that Tang Mao can use. The number one combat power. After Ziohei and the fire dragon entangled, Tang Mao ran towards the mountain at full speed. At this time, the Changming bird in the heart area began to beat non-stop. Obviously, it also knows Tang Mao's needs, and it seems that the flames here are more special. It made it excited. Although Tang Mao could not use his magic power, his body was still very strong. He climbed up the mountain very quickly. In just a few minutes, he had climbed halfway up the mountain. The fire dragon was still fighting with Ziohei. Seeing Ziohei fighting so hard, even though he knew he was no match for him, Tang Mao was very pleased. Good boy, hold on. Dad will kill it for you as a snack later. Tang Mao muttered to himself, and continued to climb. Chapter 861 Summoning Plane. Finally, it took him half an hour to reach the crater. The crater was extremely huge, like a huge football field. And inside the mountain was a huge empty shell. If it weren't for the fiery red light, Tangmyo would have thought that he had come to the wrong place. But Ziohei said that this was a place where the fire element was dense and there was a constant beating of the Changming bird, so it was obviously here. Gritting his teeth, Tangmyo jumped directly into it. When he fell, a huge resistance made him sore all over. But even if he wanted to go back at this time, there was no chance. To be honest, as a human being, he jumped into the volcano so recklessly. This kind of courage is really not something that ordinary people can have. But there was no way. If he wanted to restore the blocked magic energy, he had to accept the baptism of fire. Otherwise, it was unknown how long it would take to recover. Finally, after falling for more than 20 minutes, he saw the boiling magma. The magma was bubbling and boiling. If it wasn't for the harmony between itself and the flames, such a place, let alone jumping in, just standing around, I'm afraid it would turn into ashes in an instant, right? Gudang. Falling into the sea of fire, although the sound was loud, there was no big movement above the fire wave. There was no way, this place was too big. It was like a huge magma sea. After entering the fiery red magma sea, the heart beat again. At the same time, the blocked magic energy began to clear, and the scars on the body before began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the long-lost Suzaku soul slowly condensed out. Clang clang then, a pleasant cry came out. After the Suzaku appeared, the fire element power here was absorbed into Tangmyo's body. Crack, crack. As the power of the fire element was absorbed, his tibia made waves of sound. It was like a rebirth. This process was naturally very painful, but after the pain, there was a kind of comfort. In fact, he felt that he had never felt so good before. Then the magic energy began to fill the stars and the sea of stars. After helping Tangmyo reshape his body, the Suzaku soul disappeared. After 2 hours, Tangmyo felt that Ziohei seemed to be unable to hold on, so he stopped absorbing the magic energy. At the moment he jumped up, a pair of fire wings appeared behind him. This was the gift given by Suzaku before. It was a pair of wings condensed completely by the power of fire. The fire wings moved slightly, and Tangmyo felt 1,000 meters in an instant. Compared with falling, he rushed out of the crater in almost a few seconds. Boom. The wings behind him burned with raging fire, and it seemed that, because of the wings, after locking the fire dragon, the originally fierce fire dragon suddenly felt the suppression. Moreover, its mobilization of the fire element has become much lower. Ziohei also felt the change of the fire dragon, and pounced on it again. Tangmyo looked at Ziohei, and saw that he had the aura of his master, so he did not attack, but opened the dark domain for him. Ziohei's main attribute is now dark. In the dark domain, its power is not inferior to that of the fire dragon. What's more, it is just a big bug, because its fire element is suppressed. Roar. A tiger roar came from the dark domain, and the battle was over. The fire dragon that just suppressed Ziohei was killed in an instant. And all this was because of Tangmyo's suppression and the increase of Ziohei by the dark domain. How could it be an opponent? Ziohei looked at Tangmyo with excitement. It could feel that its master seemed to have become stronger again. It was naturally a good thing for it that its master became stronger. The most important point was that Tangmyo could appear in its world. This was simply too wonderful for Ziohei. In the future, if that blind person makes things difficult for it, it can't afford to offend him, so it will call for help. Come over to Tangmyo. No matter what kind of cattle or horses you are, you all have to kneel. Ziohei excitedly roared again. Tangmyo ignored the idiot tiger, but gave it the magic medicine of Parthenon, and then said, "Enjoy your food. Dad has not fully recovered yet. He is now fully charged with the energy of the fire system. But the other magic systems are still waiting to be charged. Moreover, the summoning system requires a lot of energy. Although there is only the fire element here, Tangmyo's fire element energy is like an energy channel, because of the Changming bird. Even the energy of the fire element can be absorbed and converted to fill enough magic energy for other magic systems. Of course, this is only possible for the fire element. As for other magic energies, it is not possible. After the transformation just now, Tangmyo can feel that his control over the flame is becoming more and more terrifying. Just like the previous fire dragon, in front of him, the magic of the fire attribute was completely suppressed by him, and even the fire attribute energy could not be mobilized. The fire wings that Suzaku gave him were the power of domination over the fire element. This power of domination was not only for fire attributed mages, but also for fire attributed demons. It can be said that almost all fire attributed ones would be suppressed in his domain. Even if he was dealing with an emperor, he could not ban the opponent's firepower, but he could still cause extremely terrifying suppression. Perhaps 100% of the power could not be exerted to 50%. Moreover, Tang Mao's defense against the power of fire attribute in the domain was also greatly improved. In short, as long as it was a fire element, it would be trampled in front of him. As the magic energy recovered, Eri and the others gradually woke up. Especially the little Yanji, who seemed to have sensed something, and flew out directly. It did not belong to this world, but because of Tang Mao's presence here, it could also appear. After Yanji appeared, she started to snatch the energy here from her father. Damn. As expected of my daughter, she knew how to snatch energy. As soon as she woke up, Tang Mao's mouth twitched. Xiao Yanji immediately responded to Tang Mao's complaints. It seemed that there was energy here that could further improve it. Knowing this, Tang Mao stopped. Let Xiao Yanji absorb it here. In fact, think about it, although it is a different plane. But since this is where the real demons live, it means that this place is the most important help for their improvement. Xiao Yanji absorbed a lot of energy, while Tang Mao chose to meditate. Xiao Hei was outside, enjoying its food to his heart's content, although it could not absorb the other party's energy. But, the body of this supreme monarch is also the essence. Where are we? Eri came out of the contract space. Because the heat here made her uncomfortable, she floated out directly. At the same time, Apis also used Eri's big tail to follow her out of the magma sea. A fox and a snake came outside like this. When they saw Xiao Hei enjoying the food, they floated over. Arriving in front of Xiao Hei, Eri said dissatisfiedly, "Stupid snake, let go." "Humph, who wants to hold you?" Apathy let go of her hand, and didn't forget to complain. Eri didn't quarrel with her, but looked at Xiao Hei who was enjoying the food. "Black cat, where is this?" Hearing the fox's question, Xiao Hei stopped enjoying the food, raised his head, and growled a few times in response. There was no way, it was the weakest, and had the least demon power. Eri was also shocked when he heard that this was actually the summoning plane. The same was true for Apathy next to him. They never thought that they would come here. Maybe it was because the energy generated during the battle with the Sahara Demon Emperor was too strong, so it was sucked here by the space-time black hole? Apathy said after thinking for a while. This stupid man is the same as you. Doesn't he know to open up a battlefield first when he fights? Eri complained dissatisfiedly. In response, Apathy nodded in agreement. The battle between emperors is more destructive than the battle between forbidden spells. Generally, when the two sides fight, they will open up a battlefield. This is to avoid causing damage to the world. Because this is a world where humans and demons live together, even demons will know how to protect it. But it just happened that when it came to Tang Mao, he just went up and did it without caring about anything. Tang Mao, who was recovering from meditation, suddenly sneezed. However, he just felt that someone was thinking about him. He didn't know whether it was Eri and Apathy who were despising him. Even if he knew, he would still pretend not to know. No one told him about opening up a battlefield. Okay. When Bijiang challenged the emperor for the first time, didn't he leave the battlefield and fight directly? After 3 full days, Tang Mao's magic power was almost restored, but he found that Yanji was still absorbing the energy here, and its energy was also skyrocketing. It even seemed that it was going to surpass Apathy, but this barrier was obviously not so easy to break through. In addition, there was no point in staying here, so Tang Mao left here. After leaving the crater, I saw Xiao Hei still eating, and Eri and Apis were practicing here. Seeing how serious they were, when Tang Mao was about to go over, the snow girl suddenly ran out. Well, it seems that except for Xiao Hei who couldn't appear on his own, each of his contracted beasts has independent abilities. The cold and arrogant girl grabbed the corner of Tang Mao's clothes as soon as she came out, as if she had discovered something incredible. You mean, this world has energy that can help you break through the boundaries? Looking at the eager look of the girl, Tang Mao was a little helpless. This world must have it, but who knows where it is? If you go to look for it, you don't know how long it will take. He was also anxious to return to his own plane. After all, the siren will not wait for him to go back. When invading China, the Snow Girl said that Yanji can have a place to absorb energy, so there must be a place suitable for it here. It has been pent up for a long time, and it can't wait to break through this barrier. It also wants to become stronger. Snow Girl has been aloof since she was young. It was definitely the first time Tang Mao had seen her meow like this. To be honest, it was hard for him to refuse for a while. Moreover, Xiao Fengji had broken through the barrier. Only she was still at the level of a middle monarch. If she stayed any longer, would this girl run away from home? Question mark. Okay, Tang Mao sighed in his heart, and then said, let's go ask your brother Hei. Meow. When Snow Girl heard Tang Mao's agreement, she excitedly threw herself into his arms and rubbed against him. This has always been what Yanji would do, and Xiao Fengji also learned it in a very good way. But as a lofty girl, she has always disdained such behavior. Being able to act like a spoiled child shows that she is eager to increase her strength. He brought Snow Girl to Xiao Hei and the others, and Xiao Hei, who was enjoying the food, stopped. After learning about the Snow Girl's request, Xiao Hei began to think carefully. Well, as the overlord of this world, it really knows where the Snow Girl needs to be. However, the glacier territory is almost occupied by big guys. It is not easy to find a suitable place for breakthrough. Since Xiao Hei knew, Tang Mao simply agreed. The Snow Girl can improve her strength, which is also a good thing for him. However, he did not rush to set off, but took out the wind attribute earth core obtained by Fei Lan and Qilin Yu, called Xiao Fengji out, and absorbed the energy together. Breaking through the wind forbidden spell, the energy here is enough to use, and it is okay to give Xiao Fengji a little treatment. When she heard that Fengji could be improved again, the Snow Girl pouted her little mouth, and her face was full of dissatisfaction. After all, it is the first baby! Exclamation mark. How can it be promoted to the last one? Question mark. Because it was snatched halfway, wasn't it raised from infancy? Although he didn't know what the eldest girl was thinking, Tang Mao still explained it. Strengthening his and Fengji's strength will only benefit it, and not harm it, in grabbing a place for cultivation. Fengji was satisfied. It was not the first time for him to absorb the energy of the core of the earth. Moreover, it was not the first time for him to break through the forbidden spell. It only took one day for Tang Mao to successfully complete the refining, and he broke through the wind system to the level of forbidden spells in one breath. 4 forbidden spells. Another new step of improvement. He absorbed energy faster, but Xiao Fengji was different. It absorbed it slower. In addition, Zunu was anxious, so he had to let Apis and Ali guard here. As for him, he let Xiao Hei lead the way, and rushed to the glacier boundary of the summoning plane with Zunu. This summoning plane is not small. It is divided into 5 large areas, and the southern part is almost all glacier land. The eastern part is the territory of the 1000 Clan Spirit Tower. The western part is the territory of the 10,000 Dragon Valley. The central area is the territory of the ancient beasts of the Fallen Beast Tomb. And where they are now is the north. That is, this group of low blood summoned beasts that humans can summon at will when they are in the initial stage of the summoning system are in this area. The weakest demons in the summoning plane are in this area. If they want to go to the southern region, it is not an easy thing. If they don't want to provoke the ancient beasts in the tomb of the fallen beasts, they can only choose to take a detour. But is there anyone in Tang Mao who would choose a shortcut and take a long detour? He is still anxious to return to his own plane to defend his country. As for the ancient beasts in the tomb of the fallen beasts, they may be very powerful, even much stronger than the demons in the area where Xiao Hei lives in the north. But it is only because they are powerful as a group, not because emperors are everywhere and there are as many as dogs who surpass the emperors. Moreover, he is just passing by. If the other party is looking for trouble to block the way, he doesn't mind conquering a few. That's right, after conquering them, arrange your own mark on them, so that it will be very convenient to call them out, to fight in the future. If the dimensional gate was opened before, it was to ask them to come out to participate in the war. Then now, he can definitely beat them to submission, leave his mark, and call them out later. What if they don't give him face? Haha, then they'd better look forward to it. This is the last time they appear in this world. They can't come in this life, otherwise, that's the beginning of their tragedy. As for going back, it's not difficult for Tang Mao. He can't do it alone now, but with the power of all the contracted beasts, it's not difficult to open the dimensional door to his own world. And since he can go back, he can naturally come again. Chapter 862, Monarch Beasttide. On the way forward, Tang Mao suddenly thought of something. Since he could choose the demons to leave the contract mark of this world, why not get more monarch level creatures? Question mark. When summoning the Beasttide, it was not a bunch of rhinos, nor a bunch of elephants, but more than 100 monarchs. What a spectacular sight. Question mark. If I remember correctly, there should be a rare summoning system of the Earth core in the country. Pang Lai is old, but he is in his youth. It doesn't seem to be a difficult thing to discuss with a few old men, right? In this way, he is equivalent to another forbidden spell. TSK, the fifth system of forbidden spells has been settled unconsciously. He is a person who does what he thinks, and it happens that in a valley on the road, it is the territory of a group of feather demons, and there is a huge eagle in it. It seems to be a flame ancient eagle. Judging from its size and wings, it must be at least a feather demon of the middle monarch level. Tang Mao let Zhao Hei and Zunu go ahead, and he went down to talk to the feather demon about surrender. After a burst of fire, Tang Mao returned to Zhao Hei's back. It was too easy to negotiate cooperation with the monarch level demons. As long as his kingly aura was slightly revealed, the other party would surrender in seconds. Although this kind of contract was not as powerful as Zhao Hei's, but as long as Tang Mao could continue to be strong, the other party would follow him willingly. In Yangu Dao, there were Bear King, Wolf King, and Leopard King. In this short one-day trip, he used his unique charm to gather nearly 30 demon kings. Among them, there was also a supreme monarch level. On the second day, they came to the central area of the beast tomb of the lost country. There were not all ancient beasts here, and ancient beasts were still relatively rare. But the ruling creatures here were ancient beasts, and among them, there were countless emperor-level ancient beasts. When Zhao Hei arrived here, he said that they would pass by in a low-key manner, to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Tang Mao did not refuse, because he was in a hurry. Although the power of the fire system has increased a lot, although the power of the demon system made him fearless. However, they had just consumed a wave of energy not long ago, and even Eri and the others had not yet fully recovered their vitality. It would take the power of the devil to leave here later, and he felt that it was not bad to keep a low profile occasionally. After all, this has been a traditional virtue of China for many years. Because he did not want to provoke the ancient beasts here, it took more than 20 days to pass through the central region. This was because Zhao Hei's speed was fast enough after suppressing it. Otherwise, it might take longer. After passing through the territory of the ancient beasts, there was a desert, and after the desert, there was a sea area, which was the glacier area. The summoning plane seemed to be larger than the plane where humans lived. Of course, in fact, this place is not larger than their plane, but the sea area of this world is not that large. Real plain demon city base city. Although the fusion magic does not bring great effects to humans, it cannot be said to be useless. Now, several countries around have fallen one after another. Although most of their people have evacuated, almost 70% of the mages have been wiped out. I think it is our country that needs to face these sea monsters next. Huazhen Han looked at everyone and said earnestly. Han Wu, the president of the Chinese Forbidden Spell Association, also stood up and said, the cold moon night demon god has the eye of the sea and the eye of the tide. He can ignore our damn defense and let the monsters fall from the sky. I suggest that the people be relocated to the east first, so that we can have a war without worries. Jiang Xianyuan shook his head and said, we have thought about this before. However, once the people evacuate, there will be no one to harvest the food. We only need to wait for more than 10 days before we can harvest it. If we get this food, even if we evacuate to the west, we can at least let the people have food to resist for 3 years. Almost all of the coastline is planted with the help of the fire array left by Tang Mao. If we evacuate at this time, won't all these efforts be in vain? But we can't let these ordinary people wait here to die, Hong Wu said somewhat helplessly. By the way, at such a critical moment, where did Tang go? A mind forbidden spell master suddenly asked. This mind forbidden spell was naturally Basil, who had met Tang Mao once in the Palace Magic Association. At such a critical moment, how could a super combat force like Tang Mao not be there? As a wrinkle, this is a time to take responsibility. I got the news before that he went to the Sahara Desert. There has been no news so far. Jiang Xianyuan responded. The several forbidden spell masters present naturally knew Tang Mao. Not only in China, but even the youngest forbidden spell master in the world. How could he not know him? Go to the Sahara Desert? The few people who didn't know were all stunned. What's the point of going to the Sahara Desert at this time? Moreover, in that kind of place, even a forbidden spell master might fall. Forbidden places for humans, the Sahara Desert, the Antarctic glaciers, and the Kunlun demon vein that everyone later learned about. That's right, after confirming some demon emperors in the center of the Kunlun demon vein, Kunlun Mountain was redefined. China can be said to be near the most dangerous demon country. Unfortunately, the demons in the Kunlun demon country have no intention of invading China. Otherwise, the sea monster crisis may really not be a big deal. Moreover, since the news came out, some superclass mages have relied on their strength to explore Kunlun, but after that, let alone the outer areas, no one even set foot on the edge. This kid is young and energetic, but even if he wants to be wild, he doesn't pick the time. Alas, the chief of the Eastern Mages also sighed. No one refuted what the chief of the Eastern Mages said. In their opinion, Tang Mao might have gone to the Sahara just because he was brave and skilled. Among the several forbidden spells present, only the 3 towns, Hongwu, Basil, Dean Zhao, and the chief oriental mage could perform forbidden spell magic alone. The other 5, although they have crossed the level of forbidden spells, some of them release them very slowly, and some cannot make forbidden spells fall. It can be said that they are only stronger than the top mage. Let's not talk about this kid. Again, although we know it is a disaster, the people must not be transferred at present. Half of the mages are responsible for protecting the people. Jiang Xianyuan insisted on the strategy of focusing on food. After all, without food, even if the war ends, it will still lead to the destruction of mankind. But as long as enough food is collected, it is worth it, even if there are casualties. Food is too important nowadays. With global cooling, the 5 continents have all suffered a full-scale attack by demons, and now even Europe is not spared. These demons started to launch a general attack on humans, as if they had made an appointment. The number of demons has surpassed that of humans by many times, and among humans, ordinary people are the majority, and magicians are only a minority. In this case, if it weren't for Feng Xiaolang's fusion magic, it would not only be some small countries that would be wiped out. There would be no chance for the people to move. In this case, it can only be done this way, Han Wu sighed. Although in this way, once the army of sea monsters arrives, there will definitely be great casualties. However, from the overall perspective, this is the most correct decision. Only in this way can they survive this dark period that belongs to their human beings. Perhaps their generation will pay, but at least the next generation will have a chance to survive. Summoning plane at this time, Tang Mao has arrived in the glacier area. On the 3rd day, after arriving in the glacier area, he finally found a place suitable for the snow girl to break through the barrier. The demons in this glacier area are also low-level demons in this world. However, they are not like the place where Zhao and others live, where they will be captured by humans to do hard labor. The number of demons living here is obviously much more than the number of demons in the area where Zhao lives, at least dozens of times. It was also here that he captured more than 90 members of the summoning gate, including the area where Zhao lived. In the glacier area, there are really many commanders, and monarchs are everywhere. He even encountered a 1000-year-old ice silkworm, which was an emperor-level creature. Although it was not big, even he almost got caught by the other party. The terrifying cold poison was afraid that, even if his demonic system was contaminated, it would cause great confusion. Although the other party was suppressed by Tang Mao in the end, it was a pity that it was still difficult to brand the emperor. However, he did not brand the 1000-year-old ice silkworm, but he did capture a 1000-year-old ice silkworm. It was obviously only the size of a thumb, but the other party was a supreme monarch. Of course, its own system is not only that big, but this kind of ice silkworm is extremely intelligent, and the other party can hide. This kind of thing is simply the most powerful hidden weapon. Even if the attention is not focused, even the emperor level creatures may be tricked in front of such an inconspicuous guy. With his current strength, the number of demons that can be summoned by opening the beast-tide summoning gate should be maintained at more than 150 in 7 or 8 days, plus the ones captured there before. Tang Mao has gathered more than 140 in total. He only needs to find more than 10 demons above the monarch level and leave a mark. Then his summoning power will definitely not lose to any other system in the future. And because the surrounding monarch level creatures were captured by him, Tang Mao let these demon kings guard the snow girl. He himself chose to step into the depths. Although the fire system was suppressed here, this suppression can still be ignored in front of his flames. However, it is difficult to open the field. After all, there is nothing but ice here. It can be said that element other than ice and wind attributes are completely expelled. But for some reason, when he arrived here before, there were commanders everywhere, and monarchs were as numerous as dogs, but in the past few days, he could only see some general level ice attributed monsters. He couldn't meet any commanders. In the end, Tang Mao had to give up. If he kept looking, he would find it. But in this world of ice crystals, who knows how long it will take? After returning without success, according to Zhao, those monarch creatures may have noticed something wrong, so they hid in their own nests. Think about it, it's not good to be your own overlord here. Why do you have to be a younger brother to humans? Any demon king has tens of thousands of younger brothers. It can be said that the general level monsters seen everywhere should be the field of vision. As for these newly branded ones, their sense of belonging is not very strong, and even if they are branded, they are not necessarily completely submissive. At most, they go out to help Tang Mao fight a battle when they are helpless. Of course, not all monarch creatures are hidden, but because of the existence of natural enemies, Tang Mao cannot leave a brand. Because if the two start to tear each other apart, it will not be good for him. After returning to the place where the snow girl was, while she was practicing, Tang Mao simply practiced because he was bored. Although this place still belongs to the outer territory, the strong ice attribute power seems to be a great help to his ice system improvement. But this Starsea barrier is too hard. After 7 days, he couldn't break through the control of the Starsea. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. Tang Mao failed to cross the level of the ice forbidden spell, but the practicing snow girl gave him a surprise. I don't know if it's because of the long-term precipitation or the backlog of energy. It not only broke through the barrier, but also reached the realm of pseudo-emperor in one go. The moment he sensed the breath of the snow girl, Zhao shed tears of envy. In the past, it felt that, as long as it could be a monarch creature and dominate one side, it would be enough. But because of following Tang Mao for a long time, Zhao found that monarch. It seems that he is not even a pseudo-emperor. Oh no. Becoming a real emperor is its dream. But its own bloodline is not enough. Even after the bloodline has been refined and integrated with new bloodlines, it is still a little bit lacking. Compared with ordinary mortal spirits, it is indeed a big monster with powerful bloodline, but compared with those real descendants of gods, its bloodline is still not enough. Tang Mao couldn't see what his eldest son was thinking, so he could only comfort him, and said that, if he met a tiger monster other than a totem in his lifetime, he would definitely kill it as a sacrifice. After the snow girl's breakthrough, Tang Mao called Zhao, opened the space door and left. When we came here, we didn't know the way, but when we go back, we naturally don't need to make a long journey. Chapter 863, The sky is full of sea monsters. Using the space gates to return, the speed is naturally many times faster. The original maximum speed would take 7 or 8 days, but using the space gate, it only took 2 hours, and they returned to where Yanji and the others were. Yanji, no, now should be called the Queen of Yanji. Although she has not reached the peak, Emperor level, she is almost there. And Fengji, after absorbing the power of the core of the earth, has also reached the same level. Although the Snow Girl has not surpassed the Emperor, her current changes have also become a relicensed Snow Girl. During this time, Apis also merged the power of her 2 sisters and became the real Queen Medusa. It may be just a little distance away from the Emperor level. Eri, the lazy fox, has not changed at all. Although the Shadow Evil Lord has not surpassed the Emperor level, it is still a more powerful existence compared to Apis and the others. As for Ziohei, it is just like that. And Tangmao has 4 forbidden spells of thunder, fire, shadow, and wind. Especially the fire system, it has almost reached the realm of domination. Control any fire element. The rest are all at the top level. His strength is growing at a speed like a rocket. It has been more than a month since he came to this summoning plane. Now, it is really time to go back. The blood red magic light flickered, and then they merged into Tangmao's body one by one, and then the magic universe and the sea of stars merged. But what surprised Tangmao was that the huge universe of the fire system did not merge into it like other magic systems. And the power of the devil also broke out completely. Compared with before, it did not become weaker, but it did not become stronger. It is still under the roof. What the hell is this? Tangmao was somewhat confused about his own situation. In so many years, it was the first time that someone refused to merge into the demon family after demonization. Although he could also use the power of fire, it was not integration, and there was still a big difference. After studying for a while, Tangmao did not figure it out. Maybe it was because the universe of the fire system had exceeded the realm that a mage should have. In this regard, he could only guess like this space gate. He was also careless and did not waste time on why the fire system did not enter the big family. Instead, they chose to open the door of space. The magic city. The skyscrapers that stood in the sky were constantly flowing with white electric light. The protective barrier of the magic city was opened again, and the 2 sides of the Huangpu River were separated by a huge barrier of light. In the barrier, there were many Chinese magicians. This time, here, there were not only military magicians. Even the hunting magicians, the Magic Association, and the Family Alliance. Almost all of them were guarding in this barrier. Whether it was those selfish magicians or those ambitious magicians, almost all of them gathered here. There was no invasion of demons, and everyone was doing what was most beneficial to themselves. It was common for major forces to fight openly and secretly. But, on the map of the random world, one country after another was wiped out, and these people all united together. This is a war between races. No matter what kind of person, at this time, they must choose to gather together for warmth. Outside the sea area of the magic city, a group of sea monsters were staring covetously. On a huge throne, the cold moon-eyed demon god locked the city in front of him. Although other base cities also have sea monster armies attacking, only the magic city is the battlefield that truly determines victory or defeat. Because all the strong men that China can mobilize gather here. Similarly, all the sea monsters gather here. This war has never ended. Although I don't understand why the sea monsters suddenly launched attacks on neighboring countries after their previous unsuccessful invasion of China, this war is always inevitable. The cold moon-eyed demon god ignored the barrier and laughed strangely. Its laughter was full of meaning. That is to say, stupid human, how can a small barrier resist my army? Maybe the damn barrier in other places is useful, but in front of the cold moon-eyed demon god, this kind of thing is useless. As its laughter ended, huge holes appeared in the sky above the city, like tattered cloth. In some places, a large piece was completely missing. The sound of like a waterfall covered all the noise. Countless seawater irrigated down from those gaps in the sky, pouring heavily on several districts of the magic city. The seawater turned into a flood, sweeping wildly through the streets of the entire magic city. The pale waterfalls surged like a white dragon of destruction, ruthlessly destroying. Both those who fled and those magicians who tried to remedy the situation seemed insignificant. All this happened too fast. The sudden appearance of the cold moon-eyed demon god caught the big guys who had just collected food and were preparing to relocate the people off guard. The gaps in the sky not only had a lot of seawater rushing into the city, but also a lot of sea monsters were washed down. They had hard scales, sharp fangs, huge demon tails, and strong bodies. Groups of sea monsters continued to enter the magic city. Although the mages who were not killed by the seawater had already started fighting and making up for it, they still seemed extremely powerless under the continuous attack of the sea monsters. In the Angie places in various parts of the magic city, tens of thousands of ordinary people looked at the large number of sea monsters falling from the sky, and they were all scared to death. Although the defense of the magic city's Angie was very strong, what was it in front of the emperor creature? The huge Shark King had already entered the city in person. Even in the Angie, they could see its huge body. At this moment, I don't know how many people felt desperate. These barriers did nothing, but instead made them a turtle in a jar. Dean Zyro, the only forbidden spell of water, expelled a lot of sea monsters with his power. Unfortunately, what effect did it have? The sea monsters he expelled were far less than 1,000th and 1/10,000th of those that infiltrated. The entire demon city seemed to be not a human territory at all. Woo. The belated warning sounded, and after a few seconds, the warning light rushed into the sky. When it reached the top, it slowly sprinkled on the entire demon city. It was a shocking black. The black alert does not symbolize any crisis, but it has failed before it even started. This is a warning to those who can escape here, that they must evacuate the demon city immediately without any hesitation. At the same time, all the cities along the entire coastline issued warnings. Of course, compared to the magic city, other places still have a slight chance of alert. Boom boom boom. Just as the sirens entered the city and killed wantonly, a loud noise that shocked all the mages came from the direction of the seawall. Approaching, a group of shells were pure white, with thick shells comparable to armed tanks, and the outer shells were covered with extremely hard teeth. When they stretched out their bodies, they were like evil maggots, but when they curled up, they completely turned into a powerful gear tank and rushed in. This is a white cloud disaster, a large number of salamanders and shell monsters. Although these two kinds of monsters have appeared long ago, they have never appeared in the attack on the ruined our country or the surrounding countries. Unexpectedly, today, they appeared. Perhaps, in the eyes of the siren leader Leng Yumao Yaoshan, only the land of China is the place where they really need to attack with all their strength. White Cloud Disaster, the pioneer of the siren. They ignored the power of elemental magic, and even with the fusion magic, a wave of bombing could not kill too many. After them, there were countless dense armies of sea monsters, such as sharks, fishmen, octopuses, sawtooth crocodiles, hunters, and redling monsters. Obviously, the number of airdropped monster soldiers was limited, and these were the real main force. The three major races, sharks, manta rays, and alien hooked swordfish, all had flying creatures. As long as there were a few ripples around their bodies, they could swim freely in the air. It can be said that in the blink of an eye, the sky and the ground were full of sea monsters. Hongwu looked at the overwhelming sea monsters who were killing and destroying wantonly, and the extremely powerful magic aura on their bodies was constantly rioting. At first, he didn't want to take action. It's not that he didn't want to, but he couldn't, because those emperor creatures still needed him to fight. But now, seeing that the military magician, the trial, the magic association, the family alliance, and the hunting magician were all in a passive battle, under passive suppression, he couldn't stand idly by. As soon as he made a move, thousands of sirens died instantly. But even so, for the sirens' army, this was not even the tip of the iceberg. Before he could kill many demons, strands of white ghost silk suddenly flew out and woven into a giant white tentacle in the air. Then the giant hand slapped Hongwu, the president of the Forbidden Spell Association. The white tentacle was so big that it seemed to be able to sweep away an entire city, and it contained endless evil power. At this moment, Hongwu was under the white tentacle. He was careless. He only saw the Shark King, but he didn't expect that there was another emperor here. He was not unfamiliar with this emperor, but he didn't expect that the other party would actually hide and assassinate him. Void Dark Flame. At the critical moment, a man in a military coat suddenly appeared in front of him. In the twisted space, a wave of fire that burned everything broke out. This wave of fire directly destroyed the white tentacle. President Hong, the more times like this, the more we need to stay calm. The one who rescued Hong Wu was naturally Huazhen Hong, head of state. Hong Wu felt guilty, but Huazhen Hong interrupted him directly, saying, if this war is over, you can say some sentimental words. Now, cheer up and fight. Don't forget that there are still tens of millions of people in the entire demon city who are not safe, and there is still food for the people that has not been transferred. As a military magician, at this time, he doesn't like to complain so much. After all, this is a battlefield. It is a decisive battle between humans and monsters. The sea monsters have invaded the city recklessly. If you don't fight with all your strength, you are still sentimental? You are right. Hong Wu nodded, and then he also completed his fusion. Sorrowful Soulstorm. The fusion of sound and wine swept the whole city in an instant. The hidden demon ruins White Spider Emperor had to show up after being frightened by the sound waves. Boom boom boom, its huge body stood upright in the city, like a huge spider. Its legs were quite slender, and the ghost silk sack on its back was as big as a whale's belly. The ghost silk sprayed out of it could turn a city into a terrifying white nest. Another emperor appeared, and the mages fell into despair again. After all, the Shark King there was fighting 5 forbidden spell mages alone. The rest of the forbidden spells, as well as the hidden forbidden spells in this city, were also dealing with the pseudo-emperor and the invincible monarch. At this moment, the only 2 people who could fight the demon ruins White Spider Emperor were Huazhen Hong and Hong Wu. But even if there were only 2 forbidden spells, they still didn't show any fear in the face of the ruins White Spider Emperor. Huazhen Hong burst out with white flames all over his body, rushed out, and kept cutting the white silk strips of the ruins White Spider Emperor. After all, under these silk strips, there are human mages captured by it, and it is absorbing the power and vitality of these mages. The White Spider Emperor of Ruins noticed Huazhen Hong's intention, so how could he let him do what he wanted? The extremely sticky white silk began to wrap around Huazhen Hong. It not only wanted to stop him, but also wanted to put Huazhen Hong into its power bank. Although Huazhen Hong's flames were also extremely fierce, these countless white silks seemed to be endless. That is Huazhen Hong, who has not been wrapped up yet. If it were another forbidden spell, I'm afraid that he would have been caught by the other party. Space and flames, constantly alternating and merging, white silks broke one by one, and appeared one by one, as if endless. Shua shua shua, wind forbidden rainbow light. Just when Huazhen Hong was a little exhausted from dealing with it, a loud noise suddenly came out. Then, it was seen that the 2 stars merged together. The forbidden spell of light and wind merged. Boom. The light wave storm shot straight at the ruins White Spider Emperor. Boom. Although the ruins White Spider Emperor resisted and dodged, its huge body was still hit. In an instant, the ghost silk sack on its back burst open, and white blood continued to overflow from it like a stream. Chi-chi-chi-chi. The intense pain made the ruins White Spider Emperor roar in anger. It seemed that the pain made it crazy. The previous white silk disappeared, and then huge white tentacles appeared one after another. The target was naturally Huazhen Hong and Hong Wu. Although it was injured, it did not mean that it was powerless to fight. On the contrary, pain would only increase its fighting power. Huazhen Hong and Hong Wu did not expect that the other party would be fine after suffering such a blow that even caused the void to tremble and crack. On the contrary, this white tentacle was full of destruction, full of oppression. There were 4 tentacles in total, and they completely wrapped Hong Wu and Huazhen Hong. Even the suppression of the 4 tentacles made the space extremely unstable. Although the 2 of them used the destruction magic to bombard, the tentacles this time were obviously different from the previous ones. All they could do was just delay the time for it to smash them. Chapter 864, National Morale. Huazhen Hong. But everyone knows that this struggle is in vain. Leo Hua and the others are in danger. But, although Jiang Sha and Yuan wanted to rescue them, they couldn't save themselves. Boom. At this moment, there was a sudden vibration in the place where Huazhen Hong and Hong Wu were. The extremely powerful flame power contained a strong thunder, and the tentacles in the sky were almost destroyed in an instant under this extreme destruction. Thunder and fire, a familiar scene. The ruin's white spider emperor was shocked and didn't even know how to continue to make up for it. After all, this scene was too shocking for it. On the island of Hawaii, it was the same power that killed the colorful demon king alive. But soon, the ruin's white spider emperor noticed something was wrong. The power of this thunder and fire seemed to be very different from what he felt on the island of Hawaii. It didn't seem to be so destructive. It didn't seem to be as terrifying as before. After the thunder and fire dispersed, only Huazhenhang and Han Wu were still there. The familiar figure was not seen. At this moment, the white spider emperor of the ruins knew that he had been fooled. However, the man in the military coat actually had such power, which really surprised him. Huazhenhang consumed a lot of magic energy, but he was not dead after all. Void White Flame. After being rescued, Huazhenhang did not mean to escape, but took the initiative to attack again. He had nowhere to escape, only to fight. There were tens of millions of people behind this, and the battle in the Magic City was related to the life and death of the entire coastal city. The moment he became the guardian of this country, he had already prepared for today. It seemed that Huazhenhang's magic power had reached an extreme. Under the fusion, he actually managed to repeatedly injure the white spider emperor of the ruins. One person. Without any external force, nor any forbidden techniques, just the magic way of human hard work. Fighting the emperor alone. Moreover, this is a real emperor. But, at this moment, it can't take advantage of it at all. Suppressed. The situation here can be seen in the streets and alleys of the entire Magic City. After all emperors are huge. Although Huazhenhang is small, the brilliance of magic keeps flickering, and the white spider emperor of the ruins is retreating step by step, which makes those mages who were already somewhat desperate regain their spirits. In Bay Ocean District, the mages of the Magic Association, from being suppressed at the beginning, are now in high spirits. They began to fight back against the countless sirens. At Hankyo Airport, the hunting mages also showed their power, and the brilliance of magic continued to shine in every corner. In Changning District, the powerful sirens of the shark people also showed their disadvantages. Pudong area Lujiazhu. For a time, the sirens in various parts of the Magic City were retreating step by step. Element Fusion, Black Magic Fusion, Dimensional Magic Fusion. The Intermediate Mage Group, the High-Level Mage Group and even the Super-Level Mage Group have all shown the power that magicians should have. Although the buildings of the entire Magic City were constantly being destroyed, who would care about these at this time? The bad news brought by several surrounding countries made everyone understand that if the sea monsters could not be repelled today, then there would be only one way to go: death. Although the sea monsters' offensive this time was more fierce, because of the relationship of dividing the 20,000-mile coastline, their number did not seem to be endless. The initial despair was just because these emperor creatures were too terrifying. But the suppression given by the country guarding boss gave them inexplicable power. Although the cold moon-eyed demon god did not make any moves, it always paid attention to the battlefield. After suddenly discovering that these weak humans were not really that easy to defeat, it finally stopped watching the battle indifferently, and with its loud cry, it immediately caused a wave of responses. Near the cold moon-eyed demon god on the demon god throne, hundreds of demon kings above the supreme level suddenly appeared. That's right, demon kings who are not supreme levels seem to be unworthy of standing beside it. In addition to the 6 demon emperors known to humans, namely, the Salamander Demon Emperor, the Extreme Shell Demon Lord, the Shark Man King, the Ruins White Spider Emperor, the Lan Evil Dragon, and the Black Chapter Demon. Suddenly, there was an explosion in the sea, and a whale shark demon emperor that looked like a whale and a shark exploded. Following the whale shark demon emperor, giant whales emerged from the sea one after another. Above the giant whale, the dense army of sea monsters began to shout in a show of force. The whale shark demon emperor was the same ocean overlord demon emperor as the shark man king. It also had a country's demon king and demon soldiers. Roar. After it appeared, a dragon no smaller than the Lan Evil Dragon appeared in the sky. The sudden appearance of the 2 demon emperors and the fresh forces they brought made the people, who had originally had a little morale, become depressed again. There were too many. There were too many. The number of demon emperors alone was not enough for the forbidden spellmaster to contain. And how should these pseudo-emperors, invincible monarchs, and supreme monarchs deal with it? In the city, A team of judges, led by the government tutor Fengli, had just cleared a clearing when a dense army of sea monsters attacked. Among these sea monsters, there was also a fisherman chieftain. The battle was about to break out again, but the magic power of the magician was limited, and the consumption of fusion magic was even greater. In the previous battle, the magic power of the intermediate mages was almost exhausted. At this time, with the addition of a new force, they were desperate. In an academy, a wind queen had just killed a large number of sea cow monsters, but the sawtooth crocodiles that came again made her feel powerless. System U, let's go. The students have already fled here. Beside her, a big rabbit rushed away all the sea monsters that tried to rush up. Where can we go? In the end, it's all the same ending. For the first time in her life, Mu Nijio was so desperate. She had never thought that demons could be so powerful. During that training, the female academic master in the imperial capital seemed to have said that if all the demons in the world invaded humans, there would be only one outcome for humans. At that time, she didn't take it seriously, but she didn't expect that from the moment the demons invaded crazily, humans seemed really powerless. Even though human magic has become more powerful, they are still the vulnerable group at this ratio. AI Tutor looked at the desperate Munijiro. In fact, she was also desperate. Just yesterday, she was still enjoying life, shopping, eating, and drinking. But unexpectedly, today she was participating in this life and death battle. Unlike others, Hua Zhenhang's fighting spirit was not reduced by the sudden appearance of the whale shark demon emperor and the Menglang. Instead, he became more and more courageous. The injuries on his body were also increasing, but at this moment, he seemed to have a body of steel, and he beat the ruins white spider emperor so hard that he kept wailing. Roar. As if they had sensed the influence brought by Hua Zhenhang, the whale shark demon emperor and the dragon tyrant rushed towards Hua Zhenhang at the same time at the signal of the Lengai-wide demon god. 3 demon emperors besieged a human being, which was absolutely unprecedented. After all, since ancient times, it was humans who besieged demon kings and demon emperors. Although Tangmao had been besieged, it was a pity that there were no spectators. But today was different. The strongest guardian of the land of China, the country guardian, he was not only extremely strategic, but his combat power was still comparable to that of a god. Fusion in his hands also showed more and more integration. Although the 3 demon emperors kept leaving him with new wounds, Hua Zhenhang still fought again. Boom. But will is not the root of magic after all. Under the entanglement of the whale shark demon emperor and the ruins white spider emperor, the dragon tyrant completed its magic. The lightning struck his body like a python. This strike was solid. This strike had enough energy to destroy a small city. Hua Zhenhang was also knocked down by this fierce demon thunder. All the mages wanted to rescue him, but they had no chance to get close to this flat area. After all, this was the battlefield of the 3 demon emperors. Even Hongwu, the recent president of the Forbidden Spell Association, was seriously injured and unable to move. He could only watch Hua Zhenhang being shot down. Swish, swish, swish. The ruins white spider emperor suddenly stretched out countless tentacles, as if he wanted to squeeze him dry before killing him. At this moment, a pair of huge fire dragon wings blocked Hua Zhenhang's body. Swish, those white silks instantly turned into ashes. Hua Zhenhang felt that he was caught by someone and forced himself to open his eyelids, which weighed thousands of pounds. He wanted to see if this was the person he wanted to see, but his injuries were too severe. He couldn't even open his eyes and fainted. The wings of the fire dragon spread out, and a man who looked like a wolf dragged Hua Zhenhang to the ground. Emo-fan, is Hua Zhengo okay? Zhao Manan asked Emo-fan as he landed. I fed him some Parthenon medicine, which should save his life. The wolf-like man was naturally Emo-fan. Although Phenio City was also attacked by the sea monsters, the Linut there was like the difference between a mouse and an elephant compared to this place. So he and Zhao Manan came to help. But he didn't expect that, as soon as he arrived here, he would witness a world-shaking battle. To be honest, Emo-fan was convinced from the bottom of his heart. This man, knowing that he would lose, fought to the death. Just to give hope to the hundreds of thousands of mages behind him. A hope to continue fighting. He was also a person who cherished his life. But for some reason, seeing Hua Zhenhang fighting so hard, He felt that he should also fight, although retreating to the west is the wisest choice. But people, there will always be impulsive times, and the right thing must be right. As for what the consequences will be, that is not what he should think about. Zaoman, take him away. After handing Huazinhang over to Zaoman, Emofan's twin dragon wings moved, and lightning and fire gathered around him. He came to the place where Huazinhang was before. He understood fusion magic as well as Huazinhang. Although he didn't have forbidden spells yet, the power of the devil gave him a great improvement. 3 emperors. Once upon a time, just one emperor made him want to stay away from him. But he never thought that one day he would face 3 of them. Seeing Huazinhang defeated, and watching Emofan, who was covered in lightning and fire, soar into the sky, many people were dumbfounded. The strongest guardian of the country was defeated, and at this time, someone actually took action. What is he doing? Calabash brothers save grandpa? Question mark. Swish. The white spider emperor of ruins looked at Emofan, who had ruined its plan, roared, and rushed towards him. It had a huge body, but it had an extremely fast speed. In an instant, it came in front of Emofan. The mountain-sized tentacles just slapped down fiercely. Boom. But this time, the tentacles were burned in an instant. At the same time, Emofan also appeared in front of the white spider emperor of ruins. Burning with flames all over his body, emitting chaotic light, he directly impacted and crashed into its body. Bang. A sound was heard, and a hole immediately burst in the chest of the white spider emperor of ruins. Hoola la! In an instant, its blood began to flow out like a waterfall. Swish. The white spider emperor of ruins was already severely injured by Huazinhang, and its sac was even more destroyed. Now it didn't even have a chance to repair itself. In this case, another hole was opened, and its life source was hit. After Emofan succeeded in his attack, the dragon and the whale shark came separately. The whale shark's huge tail fan came, but Emofan not only did not run, but also took the opportunity to catch it. His small body burst out with power that humans could not predict. He swung the whale shark demon emperor, and he actually knocked the dragon out with him. Shadow Wolf destroy. After a roar, Emofan continued to rush towards the ruins white spider emperor. His idea was simple. Kill one, there will be one less. A woo. The wolf soul rushed out and bit the ruins white spider emperor's neck. A shadow force began to spread immediately. The ruins white spider emperor naturally sensed the horror of this thing and tried desperately to destroy it. But it had no chance at all, because Emofan was constantly attacking. After shaking off the other 2 demon emperors, this guy who looked like a demon and a human kept attacking him. The ruins white spider emperor roared again and again, but the loss of life still did not stop. The cold moon eye standing on the demon god throne saw that the ruins white spider emperor was so suppressed that his life was in danger, and suddenly took action. The powerful spiritual light shone directly in front of the demon Emofan. The sudden mental control made Emofan stunned. The white spider emperor of ruins also took this opportunity to head towards the sea. It is now in urgent need of nutrition. And these sea monsters are naturally its best nutrients. No demons resisted the brutal behavior of the white spider emperor of ruins. Due to the suppression of bloodline, they can only pray that they will not become nutrients. Chapter 865 Arrival. At the moment, when Emofan was controlled by the cold moon night demon god, the dragon and the whale shark demon emperor rushed to his side again. They seemed to want to split Emofan in 2. After all, under the siege of 3 emperors, the cold moon night demon god actually took action himself. This is simply an insult. An insult to the emperors. Emofan. Seeing this scene, Zaoman wanted to go back and give him a shield. But he might be able to block it with just 1 emperor, but 2 emperors. This is really beyond the limit of what Zaoman can do. He really can't do it. He can't block the combined power of these 2 emperors. Moreover, at this moment, he still has the mission of taking Huazinhang to treat him. He naturally knows the importance of Huazinhang. The guardian of the country must not be lost here. One is a brother who will accompany him through life and death, and the other is the hope of the country. Zaoman had no choice but to shout at this moment. Buzz 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 at this moment. The third good. The space in the area where Emofan was located, there was a violent vibration. Then, a void space door opened. This space door has been seen by all the magicians in the entire Magic City. When Zaomanan saw this door, his nervous heart unconsciously relaxed. Boom boom. Facing this sudden appearance of the space door, the whale shark demon emperor and the dragon still did not stop at all. They still wanted to take advantage of the demon's mental dilemma to kill him. But suddenly, near the void, thunder fell from the sky. The dense thunder instantly paralyzed the huge bodies of the two demon emperors. And in the void space, Tang Mao stepped into the air and walked out. The moment he came out, the void space dissipated, and then, thunder clouds rolled in from the crack in the sky. The dark clouds with thunder and lightning completely blocked the crack in the sky. Boom. At the same time, waves of fire emanated from around Tang Mao. The city that was originally submerged by tons of seawater began to evaporate continuously at the moment when the sky was filled with fire. Sizzle sizzle. The waves of fire evaporated the seawater, and thunder fell from time to time in various corners of the Magic City. Even the army of salamanders and shell monsters that were resistant to elemental magic turned into corpses in front of this thunder. The originally damp and cold Magic City seemed to have restored its former glory at this moment, but the broken buildings and corpses everywhere made it clear that this was the place where a fierce battle had just taken place. Tang Mao alone could not reverse the war situation of a country, but since the Ocean Demon Emperor was almost in the Magic City, he could still reverse the war situation of a city. The army of sea monsters began to retreat as they were constantly destroyed. The moment the cold moon-eyed demon god saw Tang Mao, he also let out strange cries. The cold moon-eyed demon god had too deep a memory of this human. As it roared, a group of emperors and demon kings began to gather towards the bund where it was. Tang Mao looked at the two emperors who had inexplicably appeared, and his heart was filled with a burst of MMP. Once, he thought that the number of monarchs in this world would not be too many. Later, he thought that the number of emperors in this world would not exceed 10 or so. But now, he only hoped that there would not be a large number of emperors in the roof realm. Otherwise, humans really had no power to fight against them. As the group of monsters gathered, Fan, who was trapped in the illusion, also broke free. Looking at Tang Mao in front of him, he was a little dazed. Tang Mao? Am I still in the illusion? Fan asked subconsciously. You broke free so quickly. It seems that your spiritual realm has improved a lot. Tang Mao responded, and then rushed to the bund. To be honest, he did not expect the other party to launch a general attack on the 20,000-mile coastline. Fortunately, all the emperors have gathered in the Magic City. Otherwise, I don't know how many mages will be killed in this battle. Seeing Tang Mao rushing to the place where many demon emperors are, all the leaders hesitated for a while and followed him. As for the remaining sea monster army in the city, it was handed over to the middle-level mages in the city to deal with. After all, the battlefield outside the city, the role of high-level mages may not be very large. Moreover, the magic power of the middle-level mages is not sufficient, so they can only stay in the city and rely on the terrain to fight. Fortunately, the river water in the city is gone, and this is land. The strength of the sea monsters on land has been greatly reduced, but they are suitable for fighting on land. In the midst of this decline, one leader after another rushed to the front line. How can they not be in high spirits? Even if you come now, how can you resist the steps of my demon kings and demon lords by yourself? The demon god with cold moon eyes looked at Tang Mao, who appeared in front of the demons and was unmoved, and spoke in a language that humans could understand. Who told you that I'm alone? Tang Mao asked back. The demon god with cold moon eyes glanced at the mages who came from behind and sneered. Although this group of humans has some strength, it takes dozens of them to resist a demon king, and they had a battle before. The magic power of these people can't hold up, right? Beast tide summoning. Tang Mao naturally understood why the demon god with cold moon eyes was disdainful. But he was not talking about the people behind him. As the beast tide summoned, one after another huge demon kings walked out. There were hundreds of them. Seeing the demon kings summoned one by the dimension, the demon god with cold moon eyes had no reaction, but the people who came from behind were all shocked. The appearance of a bunch of commanders in the summoned beast tide was enough to shock people. A bunch of monarchs appeared. Damn, Tang Mao is abnormal again. Is this really a dimensional summon? Is this guy really a human? Questions came out one after another, not only from the leaders, but also from the magicians. Sure. Then, Tang Mao released the power of the demon. Eri, Apathy, Shadow Evil Lord, Ice Snow Girl, Queen Yanji, and Fengji also floated in front of this group of dimensional demon kings. Of course, there is also Hege. Although Hege's strength may not be as good as any demon king in the beast side, but he is Tang Mao's eldest son anyway. How could he not be there at this time? After the summoned beasts and contracted beasts appeared, the holy totem Fairy Lion also broke through the air. The descendants of the holy totem White Tiger came from Xianshan. Then the totem Baksha, the totem Black Snake, the totem Moon Moth Phoenix, and the totem Haydon gathered from all directions. Buzz. This is not over yet. When these totems are completely gathered here, the Killing Jade in Tang Mao's body floats out and becomes a huge soul shadow. Even if it is just the soul shadow of Killing, the moment it appears, those sea monsters who were just showing off their power and arrogance tremble one by one. The cold moon-eyed demon god made its strange cry again. This cry seemed to tell those timid demon kings that this is a dead holy beast and there is no need to be afraid. As its voice came out, those demon kings seemed to be resurrected and stood up again. For a while, demon roars came out one after another. With the encouragement of the cold moon eyes, it seemed that these demon kings stood up one by one. Although Tang Mao has lifted the demon system, his current strength is actually enough to match the Middle Emperor. And the biggest difference is that the power beyond the level of the other systems cannot be used. Yanji. With Tang Mao's shout, Yanji floated over, and the moment she merged with Tang Mao, she instantly turned into the Master of Fire. At this moment, Tang Mao could mobilize the flames everywhere at will. Although the sea monsters are not fire creatures, they can't suppress much. But in front of the flames, that can evaporate seawater, how can the sea monsters withstand it? Roar. The dragon and the whale shark demon emperor had never fought with Tang Mao, and they didn't know how terrible he was. So when Tang Mao's flames were all over his body, these two young fools rushed out instantly. Purgatory fire array. Boom. The speed of the two of them was very fast, but just when they were about to get close to Tang Mao, a thick fire suddenly burned around them. This fire seemed to melt the two demon emperors. Boom. In this fire array, the two demon emperors could only be beaten. 5 thunders hit the top. The flames were still burning, and thunder also fell from the sky at this moment. The thunder like a giant python bombarded the two demon emperors, and their scales were broken in a large area. Seeing that Tang Mao did not use that strange magic, he also burst out such a terrifying power. The cold moon-eyed demon god roared, and asked all the demon kings and demon emperors to attack. At this time, the forbidden spell mages guarding the magic city had all arrived here. With the help of Tang Mao's dimensional demon king, the two sides fought on the bund. For a time, the magic and demon magic made the entire bund of the magic city feel like it was collapsing. Although the soul shadow of the unicorn shocked the demon kings and put a lot of pressure on them, the soul shadow was only a soul shadow after all, not a physical holy beast. After confirming that there was no crisis, the demon kings rushed up one by one. Because there was no holy totem of the 4 sacred beasts, the old ancient seal of the totem could not be stimulated at all, so Baksha and Zuansh only reached the level of invincible monarchs. They definitely have no chance against the emperor, so they can only fight against these ocean demon kings. The cold moon-eyed demon god knew very well that as a human belief, the previous Hua Zhenhang and the later Mo Fan were both humans who must be killed. But compared with them, the one in front of him was the one who needed to be killed the most. Therefore, the cold moon-eyed demon god, together with the Shark Man King, the Black Chapter Demon King, and the Lion Evil Dragon, came to kill Tang Mao. Mo Fan was stopped by the Salamander Demon Emperor and the Extreme Shell Demon Lord, and the Ruins White Spider Emperor recovered his strength to stop the Forbidden Spell Mage. But when the cold moon-eyed demon god was about to approach Tang Mao, he was stopped by the Nine-Tailed Fox. Eri did not choose to fight with those demon kings, but took the initiative to stop the leader of the ocean gods. The cold moon-eyed demon god who was stopped by Eri was a little shocked because this fox seemed to be from the Kunlun Demon Kingdom, right? When did the Kunlun Fox Emperor become a dog of these low-level humans? The cold moon-eyed demon god asked with a little sarcasm. This emperor simply cannot stand you. After Eri responded, the huge foxtail swung towards the cold moon-eyed demon god. With Eri's help, Tangmao was naturally much more relaxed, and there were several forbidden spells that suppressed the black-chapted demon emperor. Tangmao now had to deal with the whale shark demon emperor and the dragon, as well as the shark man king and the lion evil dragon, who were struck by his thunder and burned by fire for a while. The three realms of thunder, fire and wind were opened with the help of Yanji, and the energy of the three element was almost fully released at once. He can now do it alone, fusing two realms, and with the addition of the snow girl, Yanji and Fengji, he can complete four. In fact, he had tried to let them mobilize their own realms to complete the fusion of 5 realms, but unfortunately, he failed every time. This fourth one was learned in the summoning plane before. With the superposition of the 3 realms, after the bull demon suit was put on armor, a pair of flaming wings appeared. Bang! With a flash of his figure, Tangmao appeared in front of the 4 huge demon emperors, and a fire fist directly hit the hard skin of the Shark King. Bang! But under the touch of this divine fire, one blow broke its defense. Just this one blow made the whale shark demon emperor and the dragon feel terrified. At this moment, they finally understood why even the cold moon-eyed demon god had to personally take action to kill Tangmao. This kind of power is simply many times more terrifying than the explosion of these demon emperors. The dragon opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Tangmao with the suction of swallowing. This huge mouth is like a huge mouth of the abyss. However, although he couldn't stabilize his body, the triple elemental power condensed into a sledgehammer in Tangmao's hand. On this sledgehammer, the triple elemental power of fire, storm, and thunder continued to overlap. Tangmao swung the sledgehammer. Not only did he not stabilize his body, but he went towards its huge mouth. But just when he was about to be swallowed, he suddenly turned over, and the sledgehammer swung out with a swish sound. Boom. It just hit the big mouth, and there was not even any contact object, but in this piece of air, a huge starry sky appeared. The hammer body touched the starry sky, and the destructive power of wind, thunder, and fire appeared like an energy beam. And in the beam of light, the destructive power of the 3 element poured in like a flood. The dragon immediately noticed that something was wrong, but it was too late. Rumble, the elemental destructive power began to explode in its belly, and in the blink of an eye, the dragon was fuming. As for the devouring power, at this moment, it instantly became nothingness. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 866, The Queen of the Undersea appears. Without the pull of the abyss-like devouring force, Tangmao moved in an instant and appeared above it. Bang! A hammer hit it head on, and the dragon was immediately drowsy, and even blood and tears began to flow from its eyeballs. Looking at the huge waves rising into the sky, all the mages fighting here from the Aristocratic Alliance, the Inquisition, the Magic Association, the Hunter Alliance, and the military mages were panicking. After all, even a superclass mage would be confused by this wave of waves, right? Ice for thousands of miles. Just when these people were about to despair, a chilly air suddenly spread across the entire bund. The previous one completely dissipated, replaced by the cold air. Crack, crack, crack. The cold air arrived, and the flood just now began to freeze at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a spectacular spectacle appeared in front of people. Bang! Seeing Tangmao freezing the waves here, the Shark King directly hit him. It is conceivable how huge the huge ice frozen by the huge waves is. The huge ice fell, still causing great harm to the people below. Fire feather sky blade. Swish, 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 bang, bang, bang. Feather blades were all over the sky, falling at a very fast speed, breaking all the ice boulders one by one. Swish. While he was breaking the huge ice, the Shark King had come to his side, punching Tangmao with a huge wind force. He was hit hard by this punch. There was no way. In order to save people, he had no time to defend. Fortunately, the defense of the bull demon suit and the protection of the fire wings were strong enough, and he was only slightly injured. Seeing Tangmao flying over, the whale shark swallowed and spit out a blast. After tons of water appeared, they turned into water guns and pierced Tang Mao directly. Lan Evil Dragon also flew at full speed with the water gun. The Shark King's attack was too powerful. Although he wanted to stabilize his body, he couldn't do it at all. Bang bang bang. Although the water gun was broken into pieces the moment it hit him, the remaining force made Tang Mao feel as if his bones were broken. Yes, it was a feeling, as if his body was shattered. In other words, he had a strong recovery ability and stopped by using this self-mutilation method. Lan Elong's sharp claws also tore out at this time. After seeing the fate of Menglong, it naturally didn't dare to think about swallowing Tang Mao again. That feeling was terrible just thinking about it. Dimension barrier, change of order, melt. His whole body seemed to be broken, and it was recovering now. In the case of being unable to move, space and chaos magic were naturally his only means of protection. Dimension barrier was a space defense magic he developed. After integrating chaos magic, the defense mode could hit a point. This was the only defense method he could use at present. Bang, pa, pa. Lan Elong was also fierce enough. He almost smashed the dimension in one breath. When the Shark King saw that Lan Evil Dragon did not attack Tang Mao, he also turned into a missile and hit him. Such a good opportunity. If he missed it, he didn't think there would be another chance like this. Killing Tang Mao, not a single chance can be missed. Below, the Ice Snow Girl, who had just frozen a Demon King, happened to see this scene. Immediately, it rushed straight into the sky. At the moment, when the Shark King was about to hit Tang Mao, layers of thick ice shields appeared in front of Tang Mao. Bang bang bang. But these ice shields were useless in front of the Shark King's missiles. However, the Snow Girl didn't expect to be able to resist an emperor with an ice shield. When it hit the ice shield, the Snow Girl had already merged into Tang Mao's body. Yang Ji noticed that her sister was coming and immediately began to blend ice and fire. Tang Mao couldn't move now, but the two of them could. The power of ice and fire began to gather and intertwine in the sky. The next moment, the energy materialized. A giant blade of tens of meters long condensed and stood upright in the sky. Ice and fire Luan Feng slash. The giant blade slashed down, and the Shark King just approached. Bang bang bang. Its gem-like skin began to collapse and shatter under this blow. And it was hit by the Luan Feng on the giant sword and hit into the sea. Bang. The waves did not raise huge waves this time, because half of the ice and fire froze the rolling waves into ice, and half turned the waves into steam. After the cold moon-eyed demon god got rid of Eri, he found that 2 of the 4 demon emperors who besieged Tang Mao had been beaten to the bottom of the sea, and he immediately distanced himself from Eri. Although Eri was not its opponent, the bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox was the top level among the gods, and it was not an easy task to defeat the opponent. The cold moon-eyed demon god looked at the battlefield of the entire demon city again. Although the human wizards also suffered considerable damage, without the help of the waves, the number of casualties of its siren people was several times higher. The little demon was of no use, just a sacrifice. But if the sacrifice was excessive, it would still trouble it. After all, it was not the only master in the deep Pacific Ocean. It also had enemies. If it had not obtained the Eye of the Tide and the Eye of the Sea in recent years, it might not have had the opportunity to attack the land of China. But this does not mean that the cold moon-eyed demon god will withdraw from this land. This war has just begun. Boom 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 boom. At this moment, a loud noise came from the direction of Pudong, and a crimson demon tide was rushing in at a very fast speed. From a distance, it looked like a rolling blood-red desert. Every grain of sand represented an evil spirit. It was covered with the entire Pudong at some point. Even the huge number of salamander demons were somewhat inferior to them. A huge amount of anger and death swept over and instantly permeated both sides of the Huangpu River. This breath made the powerful sea monsters tremble unconsciously, not to mention the human camp. The forbidden spell masters here were all stunned when they saw the new force that suddenly appeared. This is as red as a desert, as if this empire can destroy everything. The howling, humming, and roaring are intertwined. The roar of the undead has always been a torture. This magic city has been riddled with holes, and now it will usher in a trampling of the red undead desert. Even if all the enemies are repelled, will this magic city still be the original magic city? It is difficult for the land trampled by the undead to have vitality. The vitality of the magic city lies in water, and in this flat and fertile land. This is the undead under the sea. With the combined efforts of Dean Zyro, Jiangxia Neon, Ai Junhur and the other 3 forbidden spells, the Black Chapter Demon Emperor was finally injured and repelled. However, before they could even breathe a sigh of relief, a new enemy appeared. In the Red Desert, a skeleton wrapped in blood-red long gauze stepped on the air and slowly climbed to the location of the cold moon-eyed demon god. It was a skeleton, but it was covered with white gauze. The gauze was as pale as a spider web that had been deposited for countless years, but it turned into a noble royal gauze on the red female skeleton. It laughed like a human woman, but this laughter was sharper and more terrifying. The queen of royal gauze and skeleton had already stepped into the same level as the cold moon-eyed demon god. The undead desert behind her had already surged to Lujiazhu. Unlike the various sea monster races, the undead in the sea were all skeletons. All the mages had just seen a glimmer of hope. They had consumed a lot of magic energy and thought that the battle was about to end. When they were about to win, so many undead in the sea suddenly appeared. At this moment, they were really tired and desperate. This battle had lasted too long. Even the superclass mages were somewhat short of magic energy. After all, this time they were not fighting a defensive battle. All the mages were on the field, and there was no change of defense at all. At this moment, how could they not feel despair? The Undersea Undead Empire is stronger than any other Siren Empire. Even the catastrophic creatures such as the salamanders and shell monsters look small in front of them. The entire Pudong is almost buried by the red undead desert. Over the years, the war between people and the Siren has never stopped. The Siren and the dead humans in the past battles have all become the undead people of the Royal Vale and Skeleton Undersea Queen. The Forbidden Spell Society and several national guardians actually knew about the underwater undead before. But on the previous battlefield, they did not see the appearance of the other side and thought they did not exist. But now it seems that the underwater undead are just waiting for the final harvest. The undead army under the command of the Undersea Queen has been given enough time to brew. Compared with the original world, this time they are truly catastrophic. Why struggle so hard? You will eventually surrender to me. The Royal Vale and Skeleton Queen laughed sharply. A pile of rotten bones. What are you yelling about here? Just when everyone was in despair, Tang Mao used the sound system to roar. The simple and authentic Chinese language was particularly pleasant at this time. The Queen of the Sea, who was still enjoying the pleasure brought by the fear of the crowd, suddenly heard a shocking sound. This was something she had never imagined. In front of its army of undead, there would be someone who dared to talk to it like this? Tang Mao also stepped on the void and walked step by step, and Eri, Apis, Fengji, Yingxia, and Zyrohe emerged into his body one by one. The blood-colored light flickered, and after shining in the sky, darkness began to cover the earth. The dimensional creatures had no time, and they disappeared one by one. However, there were more than 100 coming out, and only about 20 returned. There was no way. The enemy was too powerful. Fortunately, they did not sacrifice in vain. At least the Lord of Yingxia also absorbed countless spirit power. Kachaka. Kachaka. The dark energy coverage was completed, and in front of the human mages, dark ghost soldiers began to emerge one by one. They were like lifting soldiers, constantly appearing in front of everyone. That's right, these black demon soldiers are naturally the Shadow Evil Core. With the injection of the triple domain of thunder, fire and wind, the black demon soldiers of the Shadow Evil Core have become even more powerful. I don't know what you mean. Do you think that you, the scum from the Dark Plane, want to fight against my endless army of undead? The Queen of the Undersea was full of disdain. However, the other party did have the qualifications. Although the Shadow Evil Core also had tens of thousands of people, there was still a certain gap compared to the Undead Core. I can't kill all these undead, and I can't kill you? Tang Mao said coldly as he looked at the Queen of the Undersea on the throne of the God Seal. The undead are endless, and he really can't kill them all. But as long as the Queen of the Seabed can be killed, these undead will continue to attack humans, or go to the ocean to fight for territory. That's another matter. This time, because of the sufficient time, these undead kings are all intelligent beings. As the master of the ocean undead, the strength of the Queen of the Seabed is naturally beyond doubt. But now, a human? What did he say? He wants to kill himself. I'm afraid he hasn't woken up yet. The queen of the seabed laughed strangely again, and the cold moon-eyed demon god suddenly attacked. Destroy them. It was just an order, and you can see that the demons in the city became violent at this moment. They crossed the river boundary and rushed towards the magician, launching a full-scale massacre. At the same time, the undead under the sea also swept over, and their sharp red skeletons were like meat grinders in war. The two masters of the ocean locked their eyes on Tang Mao. No matter what they say or say, Tang Mao's strength is not something that the Queen of the Undersea and the Lengai-eyed demon god dare to underestimate. The Queen of the Undersea has long been awake, and she knows clearly that the colorful demon emperor and the dragon king and queen died at the hands of Tang Mao on the Hawaiian island. Moreover, it was even with the participation of the Lengai-eyed demon god in the siege that they were defeated by this human. It is impossible for it not to pay attention to such an opponent. Come out, my strongest subjects. The Queen of the Undersea looked at Tang Mao, who was stepping into the air step by step, and suddenly her skeleton spread out, as if she was awakening something. The lion evil dragon and the whale shark demon emperor, who were still fighting beside the Lengai-eyed demon god, each retreated a little. Seeing this, Tang Mao was a little curious. Buzz buzz buzz. Chapter 867. Strong reinforcement appear one by one. After a subtle fluctuation, a huge skeleton rose from the bottom of the sea. Tang Mao didn't seem to be unfamiliar with this sea skeleton. He had killed one in the Bund of Magic City. Although this one is a seeking skeleton, it doesn't seem to be a seeking skeleton. His breath seems to be even stronger. How to say that? This thing seems to be a sea emperor skeleton. That's right, an emperor level 1. It is similar to the previous seeking skeleton, but it is just similar. But in terms of strength, it is definitely beyond the seeking skeleton. As soon as the sea emperor skeleton appeared, a huge breath of death came. The nearby sea monsters were immediately submerged by the breath of death, and eventually turned into a pool of bones. The Eastern wizard who commanded the army of magicians saw this, and shouted at the top of his voice, "Light Mage Core, Light Shield Dispel." In an instant, hundreds of mages opened the magic light shield at the same time. When the light shield was unfolded, the fog was blocked. But soon, the light shield was covered. Then, bang 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 exploded. After the light shields exploded one by one, the people behind the light mages bled to death. Fortunately, the fog did not continue to spread. Fortunately, this was not its attack. Although the sea monster suffered huge losses, the mages also suffered a lot. Such a terrifying undead emperor, no wonder the sea monster kings began to retreat. Obviously, they also understand the horror of this thing. Roar. And after the sea emperor skeleton, a western bone dragon suddenly appeared. It was full of skeletons, and it was also an undead emperor. The huge bone wings seemed to be able to cover 2 urban areas, and the size was ridiculous. Even the emperor level 1 such as the whale shark demon emperor and the shark man king were not as big as its body. Then, a huge bullhead skeleton also appeared on the sea. This bullhead skeleton, how familiar. Tang Mao looked at it. Soon, he reacted. Isn't this the manatee demon emperor who died in his hands before? Question mark? But the other party's soul has been absorbed by him. How did it appear here? Soon, Tang Mao found something wrong. This manatee skeleton emperor, it seems to be soulless. It is said to be soulless. It has. Even if it is a dead soul, it needs a soul. But its soul seems to be not single. He understood at this time. The other party should be a dead emperor made up of some demon kings. In addition to the manatee skeleton emperor, there are some dead kings. But those are not taken seriously by Tang Mao. As long as the demon king and the dead king are at the monarch level, they are not worth mentioning in front of him. Several dead emperors plus the queen of the sea, the cold moon-eyed demon god and several other ocean demon emperors. Tang Mao may not be able to deal with them. But at this time, the sharp laughter of the Queen of the Undersea came out again. Human, you don't think that I want them to deal with you, do you? The Queen of the Undersea seemed to be talking to Tang Mao, and at the same time she looked at the mages on the Bund of the Magic City. My goal is this city. How can I get more? By defeating you alone than by destroying the entire city. This is a war, not a competition of personal bravery. Although both the cold moon-eyed demon god and the Queen of the Undersea like to show their strength. However, Tang Mao is an alien. They don't want to spend a huge amount of money to fight him. And all they need is to contain him. The army of undead plus the army of sea monsters. How can this small human city withstand such destruction? When Tang Mao heard this, his brows furrowed. The other party was right. This war was not just his personal war. He was very strong, but if he was entangled by the Queen of the Undersea, the Cold Moon Night Demon God and its ocean emperors, it would be impossible for him to distract himself to help the Magic City. After all, the Shark King had already taught him a lesson, and only rely on these mages behind them to deal with it? Not to mention that they are now extremely exhausted. Even if they didn't have the previous battle, it would be impossible for them to deal with the Ocean God clan and the Undersea Undead army at the same time. But the Magic City must not be lost. Once the Magic City is lost, the entire coastline will collapse instantly. At that time, the humans can only shrink in the resource-scarce east. Ayo how. Just when the Queen of the Undersea was excited. Just when the Cold Moon Night monsters laughed continuously. Just when the leaders of the forbidden spells felt helpless. The Kill and Soul shadow in the sky suddenly roared. The huge roar resounded through the clouds, and the entire sky was emitting a different light in an instant. The light spread from the Killin's body, and rifted all over the world. Just when Tang Mao wanted to understand what this was doing, suddenly there were bursts of strange cries from the distant sky. The closest one is in the sea area of the Magic City. A creature with a fish body, but bad wings burst out of the water. Totem fish. For some reason, Tang Mao recognized it with just one glance. After the fish appeared, a creature with a horse body, a human face, tiger stripes and bird wings flew from a distance. Totem Lake. After the two of them, another creature shaped like an ordinary horse, but with a white body and a black tail, a horn, tiger teeth and claws appeared. Totem. One after another, totem beasts appeared from all directions. They all gathered towards Killin. These other totem beasts that were once under the holy totem. Killin is just a wisp of soul, and cannot revive those holy totems, but the totem beasts under the holy totem. As long as there is a trace of relics, almost all of them have been resurrected. The strength of these totem beasts is almost at the level of the Supreme Monarch. And when they appear, the complete totem glory rises to the sky. The ancient and mysterious totem seal appeared in the sky. Fairy lion, white tiger, black snake, Beza, Heidonking, Umo Huang, and other totem beasts that had appeared earlier, all received the seal from the sky. It was also when this brand was added to their bodies that Fairy Lion surpassed the realm of the pseudo-emperor in one fell swoop, and his strength reached the level of the emperor and even approached the power of Very. As the direct descendant of one of the four authentic sacred beasts, the little white tiger also obtained great totem power, and his strength even surpassed Fairy Lion's existence. As for the brothers Black Snake and Beza, it seems that they can merge. Their auras have reached the level of the emperor. Heidonking and Umo Huang have only reached the level of the pseudo-emperor. The Cold Moon Night Demon God, who had already felt that he had won, roared again when he saw the familiar totem sacred beasts and totem beasts on the mountains and rivers. Boo. Swoosh in the southern sky, a giant bird flew over, and the moment it flew over, the entire sky turned completely red. Holy totem. Another holy totem that is still sleeping. Biffum. The huge firebird circled around the Killin, and then stood in the front line with the white tiger, Felion, Baksha, and Black Snake. Thousands of years ago, the sea monsters invaded once, and were defeated by the totem beasts and holy totems. Thousands of years later, they are just a few more seabed undead. When the human mages saw the totem beasts and totem holy beasts gathered in the entire Magic City, they finally got a breather, and began to evacuate to the back. After all, their magic power is limited. However, they can't get involved in the battle here, but they can still deal with the sea monsters in the Magic City and guard the Magic City from being invaded by these undead. The moment the Killin awakened these totem beasts, it dissipated in the sky and finally floated to Tang Mao's forehead, leaving a totem mark. Bumugeo Bifang and other holy totems that surpassed the emperor level roared and came to Tang Mao. Before, he was fighting against the demon emperors alone, but now, he has 5 emperor level holy totems, Behu, Felion, Bifang, Zuansh, and Baksha, and so many totem beasts. Even if he is not as powerful as a Siren dynasty and the seabed undead, he is not much worse. At least, He is not alone. He is not fighting alone. I didn't expect that I, an old man half buried in the ground, could actually see this scene in my lifetime. You are really surprising, Tang boy. Yes. This situation of certain death has a glimmer of hope because of you. It's really hard to believe that. No wonder Leo Hua thinks so highly of you. Just when Tang Mao and the demon god with cold moon eyes were confronting each other, Ai Junhua and Jiang Xianyuan also came here. Both of them have the strength of 3 series of forbidden spells. They have also mastered fusion magic. Maybe they are not as skilled as Hua Xinhong, but it is not difficult for the two to deal with an emperor. Why are you here? The magic city. Tang Mao said, looking back, only to see that the defense of the magic city has been gradually completed. Most of the military mages have climbed up the city wall, and the forces such as the Family Alliance and the Trial Meeting in the city have begun to clear out the little demons in the city. There are forbidden spells in the city, and we are not needed. Ai Junhua responded. Seeing this, Tang Mao looked at the Lengyu Mao Demon Emperor, the Undersea Queen beside him, and a group of demon emperors, demon lords, dead emperors, and dead lords. When did my China allow you, the scum of the seabed, to defile it? In the distant sky, a huge evil abyss floated from the sky. A huge shout spread throughout the entire magic city. This sound was too familiar. It was so familiar that Mo Fan and Tang Mao didn't need to turn their heads to know who was coming. The ancient king did say that he would not participate in the affairs of the living. But this time, the army of undead souls in the sea also invaded China. He was supposed to wipe out Qifu in the underworld, but he didn't expect to appear here. However, the death energy of the evil abyss is not more terrifying than that brought by the undead souls in the sea. Fortunately, the ancient king stopped it in the direction of Pudong. And the Pudong Sea, which was originally like a desert, also appeared black things again. These black things naturally belonged to the army of undead souls of the ancient king of China. He said that he was only responsible for the dead, so he only selected the dead skeletons in the sea. As for the sea monster in front, it was not going to intervene. The successive arrival of the new forces made the already desperate demon city gather hope again. The ancient king took a step and appeared in front of Tang Mao. The moment the other party appeared in front of him, Tang Mao was stunned. I don't know why, when I saw the ancient king again today, I always felt that it became more powerful? There are not many people in this world who can be called powerful in front of him, the devil. At least, the cold moon-eyed demon god and the queen of the sea are not qualified. Seeing that the ancient king also appeared here, Jiang Xianyuan and Ai Junhua were somewhat difficult to accept. After all, the undead who once wanted to destroy the ancient capital, now came to help in a time of crisis, which is somewhat ironic. But with the arrival of the undead army, the demon city must be saved. As for what the demon city will be like in the future, that is no longer something they should consider. After all, the main thing now is to get through the difficulties in front of them. Kill. Although the human position has a strong Lanoop, that should not be there. The Queen of the Sea and the Cold Moon-eyed Demon God still have not given up the idea of invasion. The two masters of the seabed issued orders at the same time, and a group of demon kings and demon emperors rushed over. Similarly, Tang Mao, the ancient king, the totem sacred beasts, and the totem beasts also rushed out together. At this moment, the ancient king showed his extreme dominance and brought the sea emperor skeleton, the dry bone dragon, and the queen of the sea into a huge vortex in the sky. This is his battlefield. It can also be said to be a battlefield for the undead. And Mo Fan chose the ruins white spider emperor who had replenished his nutrition in the seabed. At this time, the two national guardians did not show off too much and jointly chose the sea cow skeleton emperor. The opponent is also an undead demon emperor, but obviously, its IQ is not enough, and it was not forcibly taken to the battlefield in the sky by the ancient king. Bifeng ran towards the lion evil dragon and grabbed it. Baxia and Zuansh chose the two demon emperors, the salamander demon emperor and the extreme shell demon lord, as their opponents. Fairy lion went for the whale shark demon emperor. As for the totem beasts, each of them chose the other demon king as their opponent. Tang Mao is now facing the four demon emperors, the cold moon-eyed demon god, the Menglong, the black chapter demon emperor, and the shark man king. However, with the precedent of the last dimension shattering, Tang Mao also opened up a chaotic battlefield. The Cold Moon Night Demon God seems to be ready to fight in person this time. It has the Eye of Tide and the Eye of the Sea, and has never done it in person, but today, it is definitely not possible to command safely. The four emperors flew into the high altitude vortex at the same time with Tang Maro. Chapter 868, Dragon Slaying. In a battlefield reserved for emperors. This time, the Cold Moon Night Demon God was not going to use the so-called spiritual power to suppress Tang Maro. Because it knew very well that spiritual power had no effect on Tang Maro. The Cold Moon Night Demon God opened the eyes on its face, and a sinister cold light flashed in its eyes. Its tidal eyes began to call for the tide of destruction. However, this tide was not cast on the magic city, but on Tang Maro. It knew very well that this group of damned totems should have been killed and injured that year. But it didn't expect that today it would be resurrected again, because of the power of a soul. And all this, in the final analysis, was actually caused by Tang Maro. Therefore, the tide of destruction of the Cold Moon Night Demon God sprayed towards Tang Maro. Bang! The waves did not hit Tang Maro, and when they hit the void, the entire vortex was shaking violently. Seeing this, Tang Maro secretly said, "Fortunately, we didn't fight directly outside." Suddenly, a sharp wind came from behind, and then Tang Maro saw a huge submarine mine. In addition, there were rows of cone-shaped teeth like giant diamonds. As long as you see its jawbone of an ancient carnivore, you can know how terrible its bite force is. Once it falls into its mouth, it will definitely be cut into pieces in an instant. Boom. The moment he saw the other party, a raging fire ignited around Tang Maro. The scorching flames instantly shook the Shark King back. This Shark King is indeed quite difficult to deal with. Even though he has been injured, he still attacks him fearlessly. Swish, 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 swish. After he avoided the destruction tide of the Cold Moon Night Demon God and the attack of the Shark King, the tentacles of the Black Chapter Demon Emperor entangled his limbs. Although several of its tentacles were melted and shattered under his own Nirvana fire, there was still no tentacles to stop it from moving forward. Giant Thunder Halberd. Tang Maro dodged the entanglement of these tentacles while gathering the powerful force of thunder. Boom. The Thunder Halberd appeared in his hand and flew out. The Black Chapter Demon Emperor was about to entangle Tang Maro's limbs, but saw the Thunder Halberd full of destruction rushing towards his head. As a last resort, it could only choose to defend. Tang Maro's destruction was too terrifying, so it had to defend. Boom. Countless dense tentacles blocked in front of it, but in just a moment, they were all shattered. But this guy seemed to have the ability of a gecko. He actually grew a new move at the moment, when the tentacles broke. Ao Hao Menglan was the second demon emperor who had suffered a big loss besides the Sharkman King. This time, it did not open its mouth to seek excitement. After all, its stomach was still churning. If it were not for the Emperor realm, it would have been useless by now, not to mention continuing to fight. But without its bloody mouth swallowing, it still has the claws of the dragon. The huge claws kept grabbing towards Tang Maro, as if they wanted to tear Tang Maro to pieces with their huge claws. But they did grab him, but it was completely different from what Menglan thought. At the moment, when it grabbed Tang Maro, his huge body was dragged and thrown out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Coincidentally, the Black Chapter Demon Emperor, who wanted to restrict Tang Maro's movements, shot out his tentacles again. In the end, they were all tied to Menglan's body. The two emperors suddenly saw the sky full of stars. Hoo-ah-ha-ha. The destruction tide of the Cold Moon Night Demon God swept in again, and this time the area was even larger. Although he could dodge it, he did not choose to continue to dodge this time. Boom. The fire of Nirvana ignited, and the huge fire wave rushed straight to the destruction tide. Chi-chi-chi. Water and fire merged, and a large amount of steam appeared in an instant. The steam was ridiculously large. In less than a minute, the battlefield was filled with fog and the surrounding situation could not be seen clearly. But before Tang Maro could breathe a sigh of relief, he immediately noticed a huge monster like an underwater mine, rushing towards him. You really don't know how to live or die. How could Tang Maro not know what this was? It was the giant shark. With a clenched hand, a giant sword condensed from ice and fire appeared in his hand. After the giant sword emerged, Tang Maro chopped it down with a sword. Bang. Snap. Snap. In an instant, the back of the Shark King began to shatter on a large scale. Being injured again, the Shark King's face was full of anger, hatred, and unwillingness. In short, the negative emotions were almost full. The cold moon-eyed demon god was obviously a master who knew how to cherish opportunities. After determining the place where the elemental magic gathered, he released the tide of destruction. Even though it was full of fog here, even if it couldn't determine where Tangmao was, the tide of destruction still rushed over. Tangmao was not restricted by this environment. After all, his sound magic was not bad at all. Ice for thousands of miles. Having many magics means being willful. He is not a demon god with cold moon eyes who can only release water wherever he wants. He can also freeze. Almost in an instant, he froze the water column that was rushing in. Field fusion. The 4 fields of thunder, darkness, fire, and wind were instantly integrated. The power of the fire system is the strongest now, so he controls the main body. A giant sword of dozens of meters with the power of 4 fields appeared in his hand. Sure, the sword was slashed out, and a destructive force burst out instantly. Boom. Hoola la, as the ice crystals were chopped into pieces, a sword wave of energy was swung out again. Boom. Rumble. I don't know if this attack hit or not, but this chaotic battlefield has begun to have some cracks. Obviously, even the battlefield opened up by the Emperor level will collapse and be damaged when the energy reaches a certain level, but before that, it will not affect the outside world. Wind and lightning. A strong wind blew in this space, and the fog dispersed. When the fog dissipated, 4 wind blades were seen spinning at high speed above Tangmao. Buzz buzz buzz. In addition to the wind, there was also lightning. Because of this, the space trembled again. The power of this attack was obviously extremely extraordinary. Hey. But the cold moon-eyed demon god was here to deal with Tangmao, the biggest obstacle. Even if the wind and thunder were a deterrent to it, so what? It is the demon god at the top of the pyramid in this world, and it has the eye of tide and the eye of the sea. As long as Tangmao is solved, the waves can instantly submerge this place into an underwater city. But if Tangmao cannot be destroyed, even if it is submerged, it will be evaporated by the flames. It has been spying on this mountain and land for thousands of years. This time, it doesn't want to give up just like that. Roar. When Tangmao's 4 wind blades condensed, Len Yumei also began to chant the magic. Any catastrophic magic also takes time to gather. It's the same as when he releases some powerful magic. Sure, the Shark King hit him again. This Shark Emperor is definitely the most annoying one, and it's extremely difficult to kill. After avoiding its impact, Tangmao blasted it with a fire fist. Boom. The fire fist burned on its back, and a large area was burned black. Now under Tangmao's destruction, its seabed mine is no longer so indestructible. After all, it had been broken before. But even so, the Shark King continued to attack, like a missile, and he would not stop until he hit Tangmao. Sure. At the same time, dense tentacles attacked him again. Fortunately, Tangmao reacted quickly enough. At the moment, when those tentacles attacked, he instantly reached another space point. Ayo, how the dragon swung its tail and slapped him. Coincidentally, Tangmao's rotating wind blade covered with thunder had been completed. It was thrown out in an instant. Puff puff puff. Zizla. Zizla. The 4 wind blades flew towards several demon emperors, and the tail wing that Menglang slapped was the first to be cut. The speed of the wind blade's rotation almost reached an indescribable speed, and the blade was also filled with the violent power of thunder. For a moment, the huge tail wing was actually cut through the scales, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Menglang didn't expect that it would experience the second injury so soon. You know, as an emperor and a real dragon, it has been a long time since it has suffered such serious injuries. However, because the dragon bones are relatively hard, it was not completely eliminated. Ice Fire Luan Feng Slash. But the wind and thunder blade couldn't do it. But it's not like he has no other means besides this. Puchy. Crack. This sword directly cut off its dragon tail. The dragon wailed even more. At the same time, Tangmao's hand gathered 4 kinds of stars, thunder, fire, wind, and shadow, into a giant sword. The form of the weapon is random, showing only the materialization of magic power. The giant sword was raised high in the sky, and it chopped directly at the dragon head. The dragon had no time to resist because of the pain of the broken tail. That's why the sword chopped directly. Puff. The sword shattered the dragon's skull. Even the hard dragon body still couldn't stop the power of this sword. Because of dealing with Tangmiro's wind and thunder rotating blade, the other 3 emperors had no time to rescue. They could only watch helplessly, watching the dragon being chopped along the skull. The dark power instantly invaded its body through its broken skull, and the elemental power continued to destroy its dragon scales on its dragon body. The dragon fought with a broken skull, exchanging 1-for-1 madness, and spewed out a dragon breath. Sure. At the same time, the wings of fire behind Tangmiro also wrapped him tightly. Boom. The powerful breath hit the wings of fire, and the wings of fire began to lose color slowly, but with the supplement of fire element, it once again emitted a scorching temperature. Even if the dragon desperately attacked, it still couldn't hurt Tangmiro at all. Boom. Because it gave up resistance and fought to the death, it gave Tangmiro the best opportunity to cut it in half. The huge dragon body was split into 2 and fell directly from the sky, and its soul, naturally, had no chance to escape. It was forcibly absorbed by Tangmiro. True dragon spirit. A true dragon spirit of the emperor level. Although its bloodline is not the strongest among the true dragons. But the dragon in front of him is only a little different from the black dragon in the western dragon, right? For some forbidden spell summoning mages who have sub-dragon contract beasts, this is definitely a rare opportunity. Killing an emperor consumes a lot of power. Fortunately, his fire system is not only in the realm of the past. He took out a soul seed. He crushed it in his hand, and the huge fire elemental magic energy poured into its spiritual world. Boom. In an instant, or even a few seconds, the fire wings behind Tangmiro became even more dazzling. And the power he just consumed was completely restored at this moment. On the ground. Bang, the 2 huge halves of the dragon body fell from the high altitude battlefield to the ground, and the sea monsters who were frantically attacking the magic city were stunned. The Demon King dared not breathe, let alone those commander level and general level demons. The 2 national guardians who were restraining the Manatee skeleton were surprised and happy when they saw the 2 halves of the dragon body. Tangmiro actually killed a demon emperor in just 3 hours. And it was a dragon demon emperor who had been hiding in the sea for many years. Question mark? Nothing can bring fear to demons more than this. Real dragon. No matter where they are, this kind of creature is invincible in front of ordinary spirits. They are born to be overlords. If it weren't for their poor reproduction ability, there would be no demon in this world who would have the opportunity to dominate one side. Now a real dragon fell to the ground and was cut in half. The endlessly charging sea monsters began to slowly retreat. They no longer had the courage to continue charging. As for those demon kings and pseudo-emperors above the supreme level, they also began to retreat under the suppression of the totem beasts. The killing of a real dragon was really a blow to the morale of the army, especially when the cold moon-eyed demon god was restrained, and the other emperors and demon kings were also restrained. These little demons were just a mess. The orthodox monarch could not command the situation under such circumstances. What's more, as long as the forbidden spell masters of humans found that the demon king stood up, they would kill him with lightning speed. The forbidden spell may be powerless against the emperor, but to deal with some demon kings, they can be crushed to death with a single hand. Hey. As if it had noticed the situation below, the cold moon-eyed demon god suddenly let out a huge roar. At this time, as the master of the ocean god clan, how could it allow the little demons to retreat? How many human mages still have magic power? After all, this has been a battle that lasted for 2 days. Human magic power will eventually run out. Not everyone is called Tangmiro. Chapter 869. Killing another emperor. As the voice of the cold moon-eyed demon god spread through the minds of some leading demons, they began to resonate. With the combined efforts of the demon kings of several major demon countries, how could the human mages, the mages of just one city, resist? For a time, the scene was boiling again. However, with the totem beasts that kept coming from all over to intervene in this war, the human side did not give up. Moreover, the war in the magic city lasted so long, even if there was no reaction on the coastline. But the Great China is not without reinforcement. The Magic City is one of the important cities in China. As long as it has not been lost, there will naturally be rescue. As for the previous Black Alert, although under this alert, it is possible to survive and fight until now, every Magic City mage has no intention of giving up and leaving. No matter which force, they all chose to fight to the death. The forest is big, and there are birds, and there are also those who choose to flee without fighting. But at this time, those who escaped without exception had only one way to die. The retreat had long been cut off by the demons of the Devilfish country. In the Vortex battlefield, the Cold Moon-Eyed Demon God kept making sounds, and finally stabilized the morale of the demon army. However, this time the strength of humans is stronger than any other time the sea monster army attacked. In the past, when I was just testing, I didn't feel how strong these humans were. But I didn't expect that in this general attack, the people of this small city would have such a strong resistance. In addition, Tang Mao and his hated totem beast made the Cold Moon-Eyed Demon God explode. How could it understand that in the face of a deadly situation? Even if it was a pile of scattered sand, it would know how to gather together for warmth. Looking at the Shark King and the black-shafted demon emperor who were beaten there, the Cold Moon-Eyed Demon God suddenly disappeared from the spot. Tang Mao had just chopped off all the tentacles of the black-shafted demon emperor and blasted 8/10 of on the Shark King's body and found that strange coral thorn suddenly appeared around him. On the coral thorn, the Cold Moon-Eyed Demon God held a coral blood demon thorn in both hands. The power of his arms was like a thunderbolt, and countless body whiskers pierced at the same time. Dimension barrier. Change of order. Ice crystal shield. Bang 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 bang. Tang Mao used a lot of defense, but in an instant, it was all broken by the Cold Moon-Eyed Demon God. Fortunately, the Cold Moon-Eyed Demon God only had one coral blood demon thorn left in his hand. At the moment, when it was about to stab his body, a golden light flashed in Tang Mao's hand. Bang, bang bang bang. The golden light was the holy light sword of the light system. However, this holy light sword was also blessed with the power of the fourth domain. Like a divine weapon, it became a handy weapon in Tang Mao's hand. At this moment, Tang Mao and the Cold Moon-Eyed Demon God seemed like two ancient warriors in ancient times, but not like. What is similar is that they are holding cold weapons and constantly attacking each other. What is different is that there is no clever squeeze at all. It is completely brute force. And every collision is a few fireflies and sparks, water droplets splashing everywhere. The dripping fire and fire, at the moment of falling, also burst out extremely terrifying elemental destruction. The scarred Shark King and the black-shafted demon emperor who was waiting for an opportunity all retreated a little. This destructive power is really too terrifying. Although the Cold Moon-Eyed Demon God has many whiskers, although it has tried to attack Tang Mao, it is a pity that its whiskers are almost shattered by the thunder before touching Tang Mao, or eroded by darkness, and also burned by fire, and cut by strong wind. In short, although there are many whiskers, attacking Tang Mao is undoubtedly self-harm. But just when the flames suppressed the tide, a chill suddenly spread throughout the Vortex battlefield. This chill is gloomy and piercing. This chill is like the cold ice of 10,000 years. Boom. Tang Mao's divine fire burned to the extreme to be equal to it. However, the fire system could not be integrated into the demon. Because of the dominance of the fire system, the rest of the power dissipated in an instant. Nirvana fire. In just a moment, this place was truly a world of ice and fire. Tang Mao's flames that melted everything, and the cold air of the Cold Moon-Eyed Demon God that could freeze a country began to collide with each other. Boom boom. Although the flames could not rely on the power of the demon, it was meaningless to just rely on the flames to resist. Therefore, Tang Mao reawakened the power of thunder. The purple sky divine thunder was not inferior to the Nirvana fire. As the power of the demon continued to grow stronger, it also burst out its extreme power. In the ice and fire, it occupied the territory of the third party. The Cold Moon-Eyed Demon God felt that he was suppressed. It was suppressed with all its strength. In this case, if it still didn't understand that Tang Mao was stronger than it would not be worthy of being called a demon god. If it were in the sea, it could still stir up waves to fight. Except for the Antarctic Emperor, no one could suppress it in the sea. Human, follow me if you have the guts. When the thunder and fire domain filled the entire vortex, the cold moon night demon god chose to turn around and leave. As the owner of a Sharkman empire, the Sharkman king would definitely not place himself in a threatening place casually. In addition, it was already seriously injured and had already fled from here. Tang Mao's domain had just been fully unfolded, and the Black Chapter Demon Emperor could only consider himself unlucky. Boom. Rumble. Without the cold moon night demon god, there was only thunder and fire left in the space here, and because the Black Chapter Demon Emperor was slow to react, there was naturally only one outcome left. That was a dead end. The space above was covered with thunderclouds, and the thunder fell mercilessly without any interval. The flames below occupied the exit and kept shooting up. The Black Chapter Demon Emperor's dense tentacles wrapped itself into a meatball. Under the destruction of thunder and fire, its tentacles continued to grow. Because of the influx of two elemental forces, the cracks in this space are increasing. The growth speed of its tentacles is only fast at the beginning, but the power of thunder and fire is getting stronger and stronger, and its tentacles have no time to grow. The thunder and fire directly hit its body. Boom. 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 Outside the vortex battlefield, after the cold moon night demon god escaped, he felt the strong elemental power behind him, which was the power of the two element of thunder and fire. Compared with the previous divine punishment on Hawaii Island, this time it is only stronger, not weaker. Bang. Even at the end, the vortex battlefield was overwhelmed and exploded directly. The power of thunder and fire instantly permeated the world. Fortunately, it was in the sky. If it was on the ground, I'm afraid that most of the demon city would be destroyed. Question mark? The explosion of thunder and fire in the sky turned the sky purple and red. Such a wonder is really rare in 100 years. However, although it is beautiful, the power contained in it is a shock to everyone from the bottom of their hearts. There was even a feeling of being unable to close one's mouth. This kind of power was too terrifying. It was simply impossible to describe its horror in words. Even just looking up at the sky, there was an illusion of being struck by lightning and burning by fire, which made people feel fearful. The Black Chapter Demon Emperor was destroyed without any surprise, and countless tentacles fell to the ground like a light rain. The round body was like a meteorite. Bang. Even if the Emperor level body parts were destroyed, the materials on the body were still several times better than those of the Monarch level. Unfortunately, countless demons told the mages in the city that, if they wanted materials, they had to win, otherwise it would be a pipe dream. Another Emperor fell. It also increased their morale by an unknown amount. With the presence of the cold moon night demon god, it would not affect the group of sea monsters much. They still charged hard and still fearlessly attacked the city wall. Several forbidden spell mages and top mages were responsible for cleaning up the demon kings who were close to the wall. Although the earth magician continued to repair it, it was really vulnerable in front of the demon king. Among the magicians, there are naturally excellent earth magicians. And there are also many powerful ones. But it is the time to use people, and the powerful magicians naturally need to fight bloody battles to defend the demon city. The cold moon-eyed demon god looked at the humans who resisted desperately, and he also had a trace of impatience. The waves rolled up, and as the cold air filled, a huge icicle appeared in the air. Under the control of the cold moon-eyed demon god's magic, it flew out directly. This huge icicle, once it hits the city wall, it will inevitably cut a hole in an instant. Now it is different from before. The mages are all consuming huge amounts of energy, and they will soon have no magic power like ordinary people. Once the hole is opened, the sea monster will rush in with a stream of water, and then everything will be over. Even if there are still many mages, the sea monsters are countless. Wind forbidden spell. A forbidden spell mage stepped out of the city wall at the moment the icicle rushed over. As early as when the cold moon-eyed demon god raised the waves, he had already been preparing. Obviously, his defense was not in vain. Hoo-hoo. The wind of the forbidden spell blew, and tens of thousands of sea monsters in front of the city were not spared. They were completely swept into it, and crashed into the huge ice pillar. Boom. Pa. Pa. The moment the icicle collided with the wind dragon, it began to shatter. For a time, the cold air was filled, and many sea monsters were frozen into ice sculptures, and then Pa shattered on the spot, and the wind forbidden spell blew another gust of wind. blowing the cold air away from the city wall. But the cold moon-eyed demon god didn't give him a chance to breathe. A huge wave rose behind him again. Compared with the previous time, more than 10 ice pillars appeared in everyone's sight. This is a power beyond the forbidden spell. Such a huge icicle, even a forbidden spell mage can't easily make it. But unexpectedly, the cold moon-eyed demon god can make it so easily. Swish. The icicles attacked again. This time there were 10. And this time, the people on the city wall were dumbfounded. This casual bit of cold air can destroy a sea monster. Just relying on them? How to resist? Boom. The moment before, it was extremely cold, and the next moment, the temperature suddenly rose. The sound of a blazing fire was heard, and people realized that Tang Mao had appeared here at some point. The moment they saw Tang Mao, no matter who it was, they were completely relieved. It was as if Tang Mao was the scorching sun that suddenly appeared in the cold winter, giving people a chance to survive. 2 emperors were killed by him. With him here, who would be timid and afraid? Purgatory fire array. The icicles flew over, and a circle of flames suddenly emerged. Those icicles were instantly blocked in midair. In the void slight cracks appeared under the killing, and love between the cold and the flames. Fortunately, this space did not suffer continuous destruction today. The cracks appeared quickly, but they were also repaired quickly. However, these sea monsters whose lives were worthless were extremely miserable. Tang Mao cast the purgatory fire array above the sea monsters, and the 2 forces of ice and fire spread out. Naturally, the creatures nearby were the most miserable. Woo. On the side of the flames, various screams continued to come out of the mouths of these sea monsters, and eventually turned into charred corpses. On the side of the cold, they were lucky, and did not have to suffer the pain of burning their bodies. They were frozen into ice sculptures in an instant, and finally shattered with pop pop pop. But the cold moon-eyed demon god did not care about this. It can still bear this little casualties. Even if it can't bear it, there is no way to save it. After the icicles completely melted, Tang Mao was going to kill the cold moon-eyed demon god. At this moment, in the battlefield of the ancient king in the sky, a skeleton flew away, as if escaping from here. At the same time, in the sky, the bone dragon and the sea emperor skeleton fell to the ground with a bang 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 sound, as if their skeletons were broken. After seeing their king win, the Chinese undead army was even more excited and continued to suppress the undead under the sea. Those undead under the sea seemed to have no intention of continuing to fight, and began to retreat and evacuate. Woo. The ancient king fought against the undead under the sea, and there was no surprise that he won. There was no suspense about the victory. Seeing this, the cold moon-eyed demon god showed a trace of fear in his eyes. The queen of the sea, who can be on par with it, is naturally as strong as it. But now she ran away, and which undead king in the sky seemed to be unscathed. How could the cold moon-eyed demon god not be afraid? Tang Mao did not continue to attack, and was just observing the ancient king. He wanted to see if the ancient king was going to fight the cold moon-eyed demon god. Or, did the undead under his command drive away the undead under the sea to help deal with the army of sea monsters? After all, there were too many sea monsters. Humans alone had no chance of killing them all, and wanted to behead them. The cold moon-eyed demon god was not so easy to kill. At least, even the cold moon-eyed demon god, who was going all out, did not have much advantage even now. Chapter 870, Suppression from all sides. After a period of silence, the undead in the sea had completely fled from here. They came in large numbers, and retreated in large numbers, as if they were following their masters. The ancient king raised his hand slightly, and the countless undead areas, the evil abyss, floated up. After another moment, all the undead were collected in it. Seeing this, Tang Mao immediately had a bad premonition. I will not get involved in the affairs of living people and monsters. This simple sentence made the cold moon-eyed monster god feel relieved. If this undead emperor chose to join forces with Tang Mao, it would have been ready to withdraw first. Wait. Tang Mao looked at the ancient king who was about to leave and shouted. The ancient king turned his head and looked over. There, see, there is another fish that has slipped through the net. Tang Mao pointed in the direction of the 2 national guards. There is also a sea car monster emperor there. The ancient king took a look, clapped his hands, and 9 black dragons went there. The two National Guards had heard Tang Mao when he shouted. So at the moment, when the black dragon attacked, the two of them immediately jumped off the ground. But the bull demon skeleton was out of his opponent, feeling extremely dissatisfied, waving his skeleton hoof and hitting everywhere. Bang, a loud noise was heard, and a black dragon directly hit the bull demon skeleton's body. Its chest was broken in an instant. Seeing this, Tang Mao frowned slightly, always feeling that there was something wrong with this bullhead. An orthodox emperor, even in front of the roof, would not be penetrated by a single blow. Moreover, although the ancient king's aura has become much stronger, Tang Mao can be sure that the opponent is not the roof. Bang bang bang, soon, the second dragon and the fifth dragon hit one by one. But even when it came to the last one, the bull demon still did not resist. But similarly, it did not die. Gugu Wang's dark eyes must be a little shocked, right? However, it did not continue to attack. Instead, it came to the opponent in an instant. Then Gugu Wang did not know what he did. The cow skeleton actually knelt down. Then, they disappeared together in the evil abyss and left here. The disaster of the undead was lifted. But the battle between humans and sea monsters was not over yet. Tang Mao locked the cold moon-eyed demon god. No matter what, he must snatch one of its divine eyes today. Otherwise, the next time it gathers more sea monster empires, the threat level will be even more outrageous. This is not what Tang Mao wants to see. Of course, Tang Mao is not annoyed by the demon, but the divine eye, that can tear the sky. The dam is useless. This is the biggest passive. The magic city is okay, with a strong foundation, but the other coastal cities are different. Tang Mao doesn't want to wait for this kind of thing to happen before thinking about snatching its divine eye. Fire wings. The fire wings behind him ignited high temperatures again, and thunder was all over his hands, surrounded by strong winds and cold air. His ice is indeed not as strong as the cold moon-eyed demon god, but Tang Mao plus Snow Girl is equivalent to the ice forbidden spell, Thunder Arm. But just after the fire wings opened, Tang Mao suddenly discovered a new way to use magic. With a try mentality, he found that he had done it. The purple sky divine thunder, or the simplest thunder element, was completely integrated into the two arms. Wind leg. Whoosh whoosh. Sure enough, after the fire wings and thunder arms, the wind condensed on the legs. But when he used the power of darkness, he couldn't cover his body, and it seemed to be rejected. Question mark? Tang Mao thought that it should be the relationship between magic and magic. It might be because of black magic, so it couldn't achieve such a new fusion. Ice eyes. Then, Tang Mao tested the ice system again. Just as he imagined, the element system, with the help of himself and the three contracted pets, can indeed be integrated into various parts of himself, thus becoming one. Then the whole upper body is golden light gathering. When the 5 elemental magics are integrated into each part of the body, Tang Mao moves his feet, and a gust of wind floats. He can feel the wind, fire, and ice. This is the Queen of Wind, Queen of Flame, and the Ice Snow Girl helping him control. He and the 3 girls are in sync. As the Holy Spirit of Element, they have reached such a state. They can control their own element at will. Even Tang Mao has a feeling that he only needs to control the power of lightning. That is to use the power of domain bonus. It is worth mentioning that he has been promoted to forbidden spells. So far, even if it is already the 4th forbidden spell, unfortunately, no one in the elemental system has been endowed with God. I didn't know before, and there will be a God endowment later. The God of Shadow is a kind of concealment and life-saving. Of course, sneak attacks and assassinations are not impossible, but so far, he has often been beaten up, so he rarely uses it. If there is a forbidden spell god, his combat power will definitely be stronger. However, with this kind of fusion, he seems to be closer to the elemental elves. It can even be said that at this moment, he seems to be the master of the element. Take my punch. In order to feel it, Tang Mao's hands are shining with thunder light, and his figure is so fast that in less than a second, he appeared in front of the cold moon-eyed demon god. Boom boom. This full strength punch was thrown out, without any fancy magic, just like the cold moon-eyed demon god, just slapping the sea surface. It was a destructive force with overwhelming momentum. Now he is the same. Punching and kicking. It seems that a thunderstorm has erupted. Before, He only dominated the power of the fire element, but now, he seems to dominate the power of all element. However, the light and ice element are obviously not domineering enough. But this is not bad. At least, he has taken another step towards the difficult to cross roofline. The cold moon-eyed demon god paused for a moment for Tang Mao's new changes, and then began to fight back. Surprised? Indeed. But, it has become accustomed to it. This little human has given it too many shocks. It was so shocked that it didn't feel anything when watching Tang Mao's changes. Fire feather sky blade. The fire wings behind him flapped, and the sparks quickly gathered into feather blades one after another. As he moved, the feather blades flew out towards the cold moon-eyed demon god. Crack, crack, crack. However, the cold moon-eyed demon god seemed to have turned into cold ice in an instant. The strong cold air turned the feather blades around him into ice sculptures, and began to shatter. Crack, crack. Hooah, hooah, hooah. The cold moon-eyed demon god dissolved Tang Mao's attack, and then tons of waves rushed over. Freeze. With his eyes wide open, the tonnage of tides began to freeze and froze into thick ice. When he punched with thunder, the ice surface began to break instantly. But even though Tang Mao had melted the water into ice and shattered it, the ice still flew rapidly and hit the poor defensive wall behind him. Bang, bang, bang. Fortunately, this time it was at high altitude. Although there were many casualties, the wall was not damaged too much. However, it is obviously not suitable to continue fighting here. Otherwise, it would be fine if I had nothing, but the city behind me could not withstand it. Hoo-hoo. With the breeze floating under his feet, Tang Mao left here in a few steps. The cold moon-eyed demon god naturally saw Tang Mao's intention, but it did not object. After all, there were also its subordinates here. In the several destructive collisions just now, countless small demons of its subordinates were killed and injured. Moreover, the direction Tang Mao chose was the East China Sea. In this place, dominated by the sea, it is like a fish in water. On the Zhaoshan Islands, the flames of Bifeng dyed the sky red, and the one fighting with Bifeng was an evil dragon. The two sides were like a dragon and a phoenix fighting. Some small demons and demon kings nearby could not get involved at all. As for why they are not in the magic city, that is naturally because even if the magic city is very large, it cannot accommodate so many imperial creatures. The mouth of Bifeng burning with fire, like a sharp blade, constantly bites the Lan evil dragon all over the body. The indestructible dragon scales of Lan Elong were just a joke in front of Bifeng. Lan Elong didn't want to fight back, but Bifeng, who was covered in flames, would hurt the enemy by 1,000, and hurt himself by 800. Although the flames of Bifeng were not as hot as Tang Mao's, they were also a kind of divine fire. Lan Elong counterattacked several times, and although it also caused some damage to Bifeng, it was even more miserable. That's why it chose to retreat. If it continued to fight, Lan Elong felt that it would be even worse. So, it turned around and ran away without hesitation. In this generation, there are a large number of Sharkman behemoths, Sharkman patriarchs, and Sharkman chiefs. Even if it escapes, there will be cannon fodder to resist. It's not that there is no chance to run away. Without the Sharkman king and serving the cold moon-eyed demon god together, how could they refuse the order of Lan Elong? Except for the chieftain of the sharks, in front of Bifeng, they would be burned dry in an instant. After the Lan evil dragon drilled into the seabed, the surviving sharks also fled in all directions. The powerful shark army still couldn't resist the flames of Bifeng. Outside Changming Island, Fei Lion also suppressed the whale shark demon emperor. Even though he had the advantage of seawater, his huge body had no advantage in front of this big bird. He was suppressed everywhere. His body was covered with scars. In the sea area of Modu, Baksha and Zuansh brothers beat the Salamander Demon Emperor and Jaboi Demon Lord like a father beating his son. Under the cover of the tyrannical totem glory, the combined power of the two of them was not as good as that of Bifeng and Fei Lion. In the territory of Modu, Behu led the totem beasts, especially the totem beasts of the White Tiger lineage, and treated the Demon King as prey, killing one after another. However, even if he gained the power of glory and became extremely powerful, the little white tiger was still a naughty child after all. He did not kill his prey with one blow, but played with it to death. Just like a cat and a mouse. But Tang Mao was not here. Apart from Tang Mao, no one could control this naughty little brain axe. Similarly, in Changming Island, Mo Fan suppressed the ruins White Spider Emperor, Long Yan Ben Lei, and destroyed it again and again. The ruins White Spider Emperor had experienced several battles, and even with its strong recovery ability, it was a little insufficient at this moment. The most important thing was that there were no little demons around it. All of them became its supplements, and were swallowed into its stomach. Now was the right time for Mo Fan to kill the opponent. Although he did not control the demon like Tang Mao. However, as long as he had enough spirit, he would not lose his cultivation even after being demonized. And an emperor level, whether it was a residual spirit or a spirit, it was comparable to the spirit of tens of thousands of generals and commanders, and the effect was much greater. Terror/slash. Mo Fan didn't want to let the White Spider Emperor of Ruins go, and the White Spider Emperor of Ruins didn't want to take down Mo Fan either. This was a great tonic. Swish, swish, swish. Countless white silks gathered into a palm again, and instantly grabbed Mo Fan. Puff, puff, puff. However, Mo Fan's pair of flesh wings were extremely sharp. With just a rotation, the huge tentacles were chopped into pieces. Countless white silk tentacles were split cleanly. Even when Mo Fan raised his hand high, a huge dragon claw appeared in the sky. You die. Giant dragon claw. After a loud shout, the giant claw in the sky grabbed the White Spider Emperor of Ruins directly. It was always the White Spider Emperor of Ruins who used its tentacles to crush and capture other opponents. But unexpectedly, one day, it would become someone else's prey? Boom. Mo Fan used all his strength to attack, and the injured body of the Ruins White Spider Emperor really couldn't resist it. In the end, he even crushed one of its arms. The Ruins White Spider Emperor screamed in pain, but there was no reinforcement around it. There was no way. Its subordinates had already died in its hands. Mo Fan already felt that the power of the devil was beginning to run out. At this time, of course, he would not hesitate at all. The fire dragon soul emerged from behind and tore straight towards the Ruins White Spider Emperor there. The huge soul shadow was full of awe-inspiring momentum. Everyone is growing, and so is Mo Fan. His strength is already comparable to that of the Emperor. What's more, the Ruins White Spider Emperor was severely injured before, and his strength was also severely damaged. How could he be Mo Fan's opponent? Puff, puff. The fire dragon claw emerged again, and this time it directly sank into the body of the Ruins White Spider Emperor. Even if it wanted to resist, its power did not allow it to be so high profile. Boom. Mo Fan's two strongest magic systems now, one is the thunder system and the other is the space. As for how his space reached this level, it can only be said that, although the thunder system is not ridiculously strong, it has gained some new opportunities. The silver space is all around the Ruins White Spider Emperor, and thunder begins to explode all over its body. The space is closed, and even if the Ruins White Spider Emperor resists, there is no movement. But when destroying the opponent, Mo Fan found that it seemed that he thought a little too simply. Just when he was about to suppress the Ruins White Spider Emperor, Feli Lion suddenly hit the Ruins White Spider Emperor's limbs with a hurricane. The Ruins White Spider Emperor, who was still resisting, was joined by Feli Lion, and his resistance was so weak that it was impossible to look directly at him. With the help of Feli Lion, Mo Fan directly cut the Ruins White Spider Emperor from the head with the fire dragon wings. The fire wings chopped it straight to the bottom, and the Ruins White Spider Emperor's limbs were restricted, and the skin on his back was completely destroyed, so he could only let Mo Fan attack. After chopping it into pieces, Mo Fan used the little loach to directly absorb its soul. The Ruins White Spider Emperor was absorbed in, and before he could resist, he was arranged by King Lang. Chapter 871. Changes after obtaining the Eye of the Sea. Above the East China Sea, Leng Yumao still didn't know what the casualties of the demon emperors under its command were. At this time, its attack was a destructive tide. The same was true for Tang Mao. As long as he made a move, he would surpass the power of the forbidden spell. Moreover, with the element being played by him, Leng Yumao didn't have the slightest advantage even at sea. The huge waves kept rolling under the battle between the two of them. Every time the seawater gathered and wanted to release the strongest destruction, it was broken and destroyed by Tang Mao, and the flame evaporated. Similarly, Tang Mao wanted to gather the strongest magic to severely damage the demon god Leng Yumao, but it would also be destroyed and interfered by it. Leng Yumao was a self-proclaimed divine brain. It couldn't release the destruction like divine punishment, so how could it let Tang Mao get his wish? Tang Mao still remembered the scenes of killing the colorful demons. Therefore, if he wanted to release destruction, it would naturally not give him a chance. And what Tang Mao wanted to do most was not to release any destruction. Because, it's not far here. A wave of destruction is enough to make the entire area near the East China Sea suffer from the impact of the waves. She has actually been waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity to release the 1,000-year-old cold silkworm. That's right, it's the tiny cold silkworm that he branded in the summoning plane. Although it may not cause fatal damage to the cold moon-eyed demon god. However, it is not difficult to find some stimulation for it. Otherwise, it is not possible to determine a winner in a short time. There are still so many sea monsters in the Magic City who are ready to move. If the cold moon-eyed demon god does not retreat, then once the totem beasts can't hold on, they will inevitably fall. Numbers are also very important at certain times. Hey. Compared to Tang Mao's desire to end this battle as soon as possible, is the cold moon-eyed demon god the same? The ocean gods have failed once. The last failure took it 1,000 years to regain control of its current power. But it is not the only one who is the king of this sea area. If it loses this time, whether it can invade this land again next time will be an unknown. Moreover, once it loses, its prestige will definitely be damaged. The Shark Man King, the Whale Shark Demon Emperor, the Devilfish Emperor. These demon kings who command the powerful sea monsters, whether they can still follow it is another matter. Although Tang Mao broke a lot of its tail whiskers are still dense. The tail whiskers, like human hair, suddenly turned into long ropes, and then began to beat the sea surface. This time, the waves turned directly into objects like ice spears. Swish, swish, swish swish, swish, swish as it moved, the ice spears shot out directly. Bang, boom boom Tang Mao punched into the void, and dense thunder exploded instantly. In just a moment, the thunder shattered countless ice spear blades. Taking this opportunity, Tang Mao's feet were swept by a gust of wind, and the next moment, he appeared above the Leng Yumao demon god. Holy light sword. The golden armor on his chest flashed, and the Leng Yumao demon god had to close his eyes. At the same time as a sword of light appeared in his hand, a tiny cold silkworm also took the opportunity to climb onto Leng Yuai's body. It seemed to have sensed it, but at the same time, Tang Mao had already raised the lightsaber, ready to split it. Hua hua hua. The Leng Yumao demon god could only choose to beat the waves and condense one ice pillar after another, as the ice pillars began to float out of the sea. At the moment, when the lightsaber was slashed, they gathered together to form a transparent ice cover, which firmly protected the Leng Yumao demon god. Bang, boom after this sword went down, although cracks appeared on the ice cover, it did not break. Instead, the long sword condensed by the light system shattered directly. Rumble the power of the four element of flame, wind, thunder, and ice condensed again on the fragments of the lightsaber in an instant. In an instant, the lightsaber was restored to its original state. It was even more full of destructive power than before. The cold moon-eyed demon god ignored the slight feeling on his body. The eye of tide and the eye of the sea began to condense the waves. With the help of its cold magic, an ice dragon was formed. The ice dragon was obviously condensed by magic, but no matter its huge size or its lifelike posture, it was like a real dragon emperor. Ayo how the magic of the ice dragon emperor opened its mouth and rushed towards Tang Mao. Tang Mao did not hesitate, nor did he accumulate power, and slashed it with a sword. Bang. Hoola la, this sword had almost no resistance, and cut it directly from it. Cut it in two. Boom. As the ice dragon shattered, the intense cold air instantly filled the entire ocean. The cold air even froze this sea area into a thick layer of ice. Tang Mao, who was wrapped in the cold air, had pillars of flames burst from all over the body the moment he froze. Boom. In the end, the fire wave shattered the ice on his body. Because the fire wave broke the ice layer that had just condensed on the sea surface was broken into pieces. Swish. Tang Mao appeared behind the cold moon-eyed demon god. Swish, swish, Swish. However, before he could attack, the cold moon-eyed demon god's tail whiskers stretched out one by one. They were like penetrating ropes, binding Tang Mao. Purgatory storm. Boom. The fire wave easily dissolved the large amount of tail whiskers. It was a good opportunity, but Tang Mao did not take the opportunity to use the purple thunder. Instead, he stopped there. Even the cold moon-eyed demon god himself was somewhat confused. But soon, it saw Tang Mao describe a dimensional summoning constellation. The next moment, the cold moon-eyed demon god felt that there seemed to be some cold poison invading his body. It itself has the yin and cold attributes, and it is almost too sensitive to this feeling. However, it was still a step late to notice it. After Tang Mao took back the ice silkworm, thunder was densely distributed around. Boom boom boom. The other four element also gathered on the sword again. Compared with the previous time, this time it was mainly thunder, and Tang Mao has begun to accumulate power. Although the cold moon-eyed demon god wanted to stop it, the cold poison had already begun to invade his body. This made it have to face it despicable. At this time, if the cold moon-eyed demon god still didn't understand what Tang Mao had done, it would not be called the god's brain. Listening to its scolding, Tang Mao, who was accumulating elemental power, didn't care. It's not that he couldn't beat the cold moon-eyed demon god openly, but he didn't want to waste meaningless time with it here. Buzz buzz buzz. After the Leng-Yu-eyed demon god suppressed the cold poison, Tang Mao's long accumulated sword was also slashed directly. The Leng-Yu-eyed demon god has the help of the Eye of the Sea and the Eye of the Tide, and its magic is much faster than that of ordinary emperors. But its huge tidal waves obviously do not have much blocking power. The physical sword condensed by the element shattered the soaring waves and stayed in front of Leng-Yu's. It was considered to be stopped by some resistance. Zzzzzzzz. There is an invisible defense around the Leng-Yu-eyed demon god. No one knows when it appeared. At least Tang Mao did not notice it when he released the ice silkworm before. After a friction, its defense burst again. Hoo-ah-ha-ha. However, its divine eyes rose high, and the huge waves attacked again. Although Tang Mao could resist and severely injure Leng-Yu's, he would also be injured in that case. Unlike the cold moon-eyed demon god, he still had to face the army of sea monsters surrounding the entire demon city. This behavior of exchanging injuries for injuries was not worth it. Most importantly, Tang Mao knew that, even if his strength surpassed that of the cold moon-eyed demon god, who controlled the two divine eyes, he still had no way to completely kill him. When the waves that swept across the sky flooded in all at once, Tang Mao jumped up, and his fire wings burst out above the sea surface, emitting rolling heat waves. Swish swish. Under the scorching heat of the fire waves, the waves instantly turned into steam and soared into the sky. The cold moon-eyed demon god, who had escaped a catastrophe, no longer had the intention to fight. It had already determined that it was not the opponent of the human in front of it. Even Tang Mao, a mere mortal spirit, possessed a power that surpassed the gods. Who just when it was about to take back the Eye of the Sea, it sensed a storm of destruction blowing in. In the storm, there was a cutting blade with element gathered. As soon as the Leng-Yu-eyed demon god leaned forward, he was immediately attacked by the cutting blade. Bang bang bang. Pala pala. Although it was a barrier defense that had just been erected, the defense that had been broken before was directly pierced at this moment. The wind blade hit the body of the Leng-Yu-eyed demon god without any reservation. Puff puff puff. The cutting of the elemental blade caused damage to its body. The Leng-Yu-eyed demon god had not experienced this experience for a long time. However, this little damage naturally could not prevent it from taking back the Eye of the Sea. Rumble rumble rumble. However, after the strong wind, Tang Mao, who was like a meteorite, crashed in. He was surrounded by various elements and rushed over like that. Bang. Tang Mao crashed into its body, and the elemental force severely damaged its body. At this moment, even the power of the ocean could not be controlled. Boom. Another burst of elemental force. The body of the Leng-Yu demon god was cut by wind blades, branded with golden light, and a large area of blackened, after being struck by lightning and burned by fire. The most important thing is that its body was almost invaded by 0-degree ice. The Leng-Yu demon god, who originally had strong recovery ability, did not have any self-repair at this moment? Question mark? Looking at Tang Mao, Leng Yumao's eyes were full of hatred and anger. But the Eye of the Sea was finally taken by Tang Mao. As soon as the Eye of the Sea came into his hand, Tang Mao felt the strong water attribute power. And at the same time, his body began to change. The power of the devil began to fade. But Tang Mao did not become weaker, but his aura became more powerful. That's right. The moment he got the Eye of the Sea, the demon disappeared automatically, and his elemental sea of stars and universe began to surge in place. Ice can melt water, water and fire can become gas. Gas can attract thunder, thunder can create fire, fire brings light, and the other side of light is darkness. If he wants to awaken new magic, he needs all magic systems to reach the level of forbidden spells. But the Eye of the Sea is a divine object, and because of its own control over the element and the fusion, at this moment, Earth Stardust and Water Stardust appeared in his spiritual world. And with the appearance of new Stardust, the four universes of Thunder, Fire, Wind, and Shadow began to continuously integrate their power into the Stardust. The spiritual space became boundless again, and the original Thunder and Ice lingered in the central area. Pure purple thunder and crystal clear ice. In the middle of them, the blood demon colored starlight flickered slightly, and then they linked together and killed me. The outer periphery is fire, wind, light, water, and earth. Originally, only fire and wind expanded into the universe and reached the forbidden spell. At this moment, the three elemental forces of light, water, and earth also reached the state of the universe. In the outer circle, there are the four magic systems of the dimension. Similarly, no matter which system it is, it has become a huge universe at this moment. But suddenly Tang Mao seemed to find that his shadow system disappeared. But if you feel it, the power of the shadow system still exists. Just when he was suspicious, he saw a circle of black wandering in the demon system in the center. The demon system and the shadow system merged. Buzz buzz buzz. When he was obsessed with his own situation, the cold moonlight demon god glared. It wanted to take advantage of Tang Mao's distraction to attack. As for despicable or something, does Leng Yumao care? Victory is the most real. Moreover, although I don't know what happened to Tang Mao, he has become more powerful and more terrifying after getting his own Kang Hei Eye. As long as there is a chance, such harm must not be left. The cold moonlight demon god did not condense any destructive waves this time. Tang Mao, who had the Eye of the Sea, used the waves to attack himself. What was the use of the bigger waves? At this moment, its tail was full of cold air, and then the cold moonlight demon god was like a Yinbing spear, stabbing Tang Mao. Swish. Wherever the cold moon eyes passed, it was almost equivalent to making the surrounding air drop to an unknown number of degrees below zero, and the sea surface was completely frozen. Snap. But, just when the cold moonlight demon god was about to stab Tang Mao's body with a gun, the sharp blade of the tail was firmly grasped by Tang Mao's hand. Hey, the captured cold moonlight demon god was completely stupid. Because it was caught, whether it was the yin cold air or the desire to beat the waves, it couldn't do it? Question mark. You are not worthy to show elemental power in front of me. Tang Mao, who was still in a trance just now, said with ridicule at this moment. Chapter 872, The Siren Retreats. If it were a few minutes ago, the cold moonlight demon god would have refuted Tang Mao's words. But at this moment, it is really unable to mobilize any power of the ocean. Not only the ocean, but also the power of ice, it cannot mobilize. Snap. Tang Mao suddenly squeezed hard, and the tail of the cold moonlight demon god broke directly. Drops of strange blood instantly began to drip out as the tail broke. Bang. After crushing the opponent's tail, Tang Mao suddenly punched it on its thin body. Hey. This seemingly simple punch caused great damage to the tissues of the cold moonlight demon god. It can be heard from its mournful cry. How arrogant was the cold moonlight demon god when it invaded the human territory. Even if it was sitting in the rear, it could still command the sea monsters, and almost all the humans near the Pacific Ocean could only shrink and flee. But it didn't expect that one day it would be rubbed like this? Question mark. Moreover, how short a time has it been? Tang Mao has improved again. Looking at the unwilling cold moonlight demon god, Tang Mao laughed. After all, this is all thanks to the help of the Eye of the Sea. It is worthy of being a divine object. After getting it, not only did he have all the forbidden spells of the element, but also the true power of thunder and ice was perfectly displayed. In the past, humans had 1 series of forbidden spells, 2 series of forbidden spells, or even 3 series of forbidden spells, which might not be considered anything in front of the Emperor. But now, because of the fusion, 3 series of forbidden spells are enough to fight the Emperor. And the higher the proficiency of fusion, the stronger the combat power will be. There is even the possibility of surpassing the Emperor. Now, he has reached the forbidden spells of the 7 element, and the dimension has also reached the forbidden spells, and there is a dark magic that has absorbed the galaxy of the devil. A man with 12 series of forbidden spells. A man with all the forbidden spells of the dimension and element. Even if there is no superposition of any god species, Tang Mao is already in existence that surpasses the Emperor. Now, he has definitely reached the roof of the world. But Tang Mao didn't know why the demons would retreat on their own. Moreover, he seemed unable to use the demon system. After thinking about it, Tang Mao felt that the demon should also have limitations. Although it can make the physique stronger, and although it can make all magic systems get a comprehensive improvement, but it is only a temporary stimulant. But that power is not its own after all. Now, all his magic systems have reached the top. The demon system. Naturally, it began to fade. Of course, it is not useless. At least, Tang Mao can feel that his physique and strength seem to have been strengthened. Moreover, because the 2 magical powers of dimension and element have obtained the forbidden spell crossing relationship, let Tang Mao have the divine gift that he never had before. Control the power of all element in the same realm, suppress half, and those who are lower than him, whether they are human or demon, cannot use the elemental magic. And he doesn't know whether there is anyone who surpasses him in this world. As for the divine gift of the dimension, it is a power that can control time. He can now stop time for 3 seconds, or go back 3 seconds ago. Although it is only 3 seconds, it is enough for some people. In addition, he also has an additional ability to travel through time and space. Unfortunately, this is not his own innovative magic. This is the addition of his own strength and the divine eye. Otherwise, if it is passed on, he will also be a true magic god at the level of the Dark King in the future. Maybe he can't compare with the Dark King now. But the cold moon eyes in front of him, at this moment, it is really not good enough. Without the control of the element, it belongs to Tang Mao's fish on the board. When you invaded here, you didn't think about the scene now? Seeing it full of disbelief, Tang Mao smiled and stimulated. Hey. The cold moon eyes demon god 9 also knows its situation, but this does not mean that it will surrender. Without the eye of the sea, it still has the eye of the tide. The shocking waves rolled up from the eye of the tide. The huge waves rushed straight to Tang Mao. It was indeed unable to mobilize the power of the ocean, but the eye of the tide could. When it was unable to use magic just now, it was already accumulating power. The sky-high waves wrapped around its body and rolled Tang Mao back. Crack, crack, crack. The moment Tang Mao retreated, he froze the huge waves. Boom. Then a storm of flames broke the giant ice, and the broken ice turned into steam and dissipated in the flames. Leng Yumao's last resistance was destroyed, but it seemed to have distinguished between the big and small kings, and now it has escaped into the deep sea. You can run away for a while, but can you run away forever? Tang Mao looked at Leng Yumao, who escaped into the Pacific Ocean, and sneered. Although he could catch up if he chased her, but it would consume some unnecessary time. When the magic city was still in danger, he could only choose to go back first. As Tang Mao took a step forward, the whole space paused for a while. At the same time, a dimensional black hole appeared in front of him. Tang Mao stepped into it, and the time of this piece of heaven and earth recovered from the freeze. Magic City. The sea monsters are still attacking. Although the totem beasts are powerful, they are too few in number. The black snake, Baksha, Filion, Bifang, and the white tiger are all injured at this moment. The military magicians, the trial, the magic association, the family alliance, and the hunter alliance have suffered countless casualties. The resistance at this moment seems so powerless. In comparison, the sea monster army is still densely packed, and it feels endless. Although there is no powerful demon king, it is only a matter of time before the city is broken and killed. There are naturally military magicians in the nearby coastline garrison. Unfortunately, every city is currently suffering from the invasion of the sea monster, so the magic city really feels isolated and helpless at this time. On the city wall, the president of the Forbidden Spell Association, Han Wu, stood there tiredly. He was injured and received treatment and finally exhausted his magic power to stand here. Next to him, there were the chief Eastern Mage, Jiang Xianyuan, Ai Junhua, and Dean Zhao, who were also exhausted. At this moment, they were all exhausted and sat on the city wall, too weak to straighten their backs. Even if they were forbidden spells, they had been fighting continuously until now, so it can be said that they had really tried their best. Looking at the mages lying in a mess behind him, Han Wu said, "I didn't expect that. After fighting for so long and even repelling the major demon emperors, they would be endangered by these little demons in the end. It's really ridiculous. After all, the number of demons exceeds that of our human magicians by many times. However, it is already very good for our country to hold on until now," Jiang Xianyuan said with a smile. Even if there is little hope at this time, this battle at least proves one thing to the Chinese people. The sea monsters are not invincible. They only rely on a magician from the magic city to resist the sea monsters of several major demon empires. Yes, although this is with the help of the power of the totem beasts. But before Tang Mao arrived, weren't they struggling to hold on? Buzz buzz buzz, the void twisted, and Tang Mao stepped out. The moment the totem beasts saw Tang Mao, they all roared with excitement. Even the holy totems were the same. Tang Mao and the Lengyu Mao demon god left, and now he is back, and he is back intact. What does this mean? Is it still difficult to guess? Or retreat? Looking at those totem creatures, he used the sound system to transmit the sound to each of their ears. The totem beasts heard the sound, although they were confused, but they had no intention of resisting Tang Mao's order. One by one, they began to retreat. And those demon kings, of course, would not let them have their way. They all moved forward, trying to catch these totem beasts. Kill them completely. After all, a large number of demon kings suffered great losses at the hands of these totem beasts. But Tang Mao only gave a look, and some of the demon kings approaching the front were turned into ice sculptures and exploded, while others were blasted into fragments by thunder. Various magics of element and dimensions destroyed dozens of extremely powerful demon kings in the blink of an eye. Tang Mao didn't want to waste time with them, so he summoned the Eye of the Sea in his body. The huge waves swallowed them in one go, and then fell into the dimension. Although this would not kill many, there was no way. With so many sea monsters, it would not be ideal for him to kill them all by himself. Anyway, clean up a batch first. Eye of the Sea. The moment Tang Mao appeared, several old men were very surprised. He went there alone with the Lengyu Mao demon god. And now, he is back. Lengyu Mao is not here, and everyone has some idea of what this means. When they saw the Eye of the Sea summoned by Tang Mao, they were even more excited. Did this kid kill the Cold Moon Night demon god? Dean Zhao said in a daze. At least, the demons are saved. Han Wu laughed for the first time. According to Hua's and Hang's estimate, Tang Mao can play a role in the next war. But I didn't expect it to be in this war. This kid is worthy of being my son-in-law. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Xianyuan said happily. What do you mean your son-in-law? He is still my son-in-law. Ai Junhua said dissatisfiedly. Dean Zhao, Han Wu, the chief of the Eastern Mage, and the other surviving forbidden spells beside him were all black lines. After all, two dignified national guardians, how could this happen? It's because they have no daughters. Otherwise, they have to make some arrangements. After a wave of waves washed away a large number of sea monsters, Tang Mao looked at the sea monsters who still had the will to continue to surface. Don't know whether to live or die. Shadow Evil Legion. As the darkness covered, the Shadow Evil Legion began to emerge continuously. Among them, there are Thunder attribute bonuses, Fire attribute bonuses, and Ice attribute bonuses. In short, there are all kinds of Shadow Evil demon soldiers, and each of them is at the commander level! Exclamation mark. The Shadow Evil Lord is even the Orthodox Emperor, with it and tens of thousands of Dark Army commanders appearing. Those sea monsters hesitated. Fighting like this is like hitting a rock with an egg. This kid is really an alien. Han Wu and Tang Mao are not familiar with each other. It was only during this battle that he got to know him. He really didn't expect that a person could do such a thing. It simply refreshed his cognition. Without some demon talent, how could he reach this point in just a few years? Another forbidden spell muttered. I really don't know how the court of arbitration allowed Tang Mao to grow to this point. Hong Wu said again. The power holders in this world should not allow people like Tang Mao to exist. After all, this has surpassed the magic of normal magicians. The devil power of this kid has always been feared by the Holy Court, but because of his contribution, they can't do anything about it. Later, even if it was a little slow, they could only tolerate it in the end. I guess they didn't expect that this kid would grow so fast. Jiang Xiannian, as someone who knew about it, told a few people, those angels are too persistent, which will cause us humans to be unable to move forward. For example, if Tang Mao hadn't gone to Feng Zhaolang's fusion research, how could we withstand such a disaster with our magic power alone? Tang Mao was still killing monsters at this time. Listening to the old guys behind him chattering, he turned back with some dissatisfaction and said, "You old guys, can't you see that I'm fighting bloody battles?" His voice was so loud that it shocked the old guys, who is not a big shot here. However, seeing Tang Mao fighting constantly, they also felt that they should watch quietly. However, it was a rare moment of relaxation, and they couldn't help but want to chatter like this. Just as Tang Mao was constantly dealing with the endless sea monsters, a series of special sounds suddenly came from the sea. It was called a sound, but in fact there was no sound, just like the sound of the waves. However, Tang Mao now had all the forbidden spells, and the sound system was extremely sensitive. Even though it was very obscure, he still noticed it. Just when he was considering whether to kill it, the sea monsters began to slowly retreat. Seeing this, he decided to let the guy hidden in the sea go. But he didn't expect that there were even emperor level creatures in this sea. In this endless sea, there are indeed many more big monsters than on land. The sea monsters began to retreat like a tide, and the black undead army around Tang Mao slowly dissipated. Half an hour later, the sea monsters from all directions began to evacuate and left the demon city area. At least in the place where Tang Mao sensed, there was no sea monster. And within this hour, the big guys on the city wall also received news from other places that the sirens really retreated. However, no one knew whether they retreated to the Pacific Ocean or were undercurrents nearby. After all, they had experienced a great war, and now they could not organize the manpower to go for exploration. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 873 After the War. 3 days later. In a meeting room in Yuxu City, Phenio City. The Magic City and some nearby coastal cities are now being rebuilt. Councillor Xiao Zheng hopes that the totem beasts of Yuxu City can be stationed on the islands outside the sea to prevent the sea monsters from attacking again. What do you think? Muningsu looked at Tang Mao and asked. I can let them station on the islands, but it's not enough to rely on totem beasts alone. People from the military or the Inquisition are needed to station there. Once the sea monster attacks, the totem beasts can't notify them in time. Tang Mao said. Although there are some connections between the totem and him, but this is also limited by distance. Not all places can contact Tang Mao. I overlooked this. I will talk to Chairman Xiao Zheng about it later. Muningsu nodded. She also forgot that, although the totem beasts are ancient and powerful, they are not human after all. When the sea monsters attacked our country, it seemed that something went wrong in Africa. The demon country in the Sahara Desert has begun to retreat. In addition, the snake, scorpion, demon, and monster tribes in Africa are no longer attacking the whole of Africa. Instead, they have begun to fight each other internally. Also, the Amazon demon country, which was originally ready to make a move, is still only a small tribe that will come out to launch an invasion. When Muningsu finished speaking, Xiao Yu, Mu Linsheng, Zhu Zhaoting and others began to talk about the recent events in the world. The battle is not only launched in our China, the whole world is continuing the war. Tang Mao was bored. Then Tang Mao looked at Mu Ningxu and asked, is there anything else? If not, I will go back and rest. After this battle, I'm almost exhausted. Mu Ningxu was very upset. Tang Mao was dragged here by her. According to Mu Ningxu, although this place is still called Yuxu City, it is after all the Tang family. As the head of the family, Tang Mao should do some serious work. But now it seems that this guy is a hopeless case. She knows that what she said is still hopeless. By the way, there is one more thing. Mu Ningxu thought of something and looked at Tang Mao and said, what is it? The Holy City has sent a sign to me to participate in the Antarctic expedition. Mu Ningxu said, HMM. Tang Mao paused. He knew more about this matter. Who sent it? However, Michael is dead, and the remaining angels have been controlled by Shaejia. Moreover, they could not control me before. Moreover, his current strength is not comparable to that of Shacheng. In this situation, there are still people targeting Mu Ningxu. I don't know either. It seems that it is because of the Antarctic Emperor. Although the demons have begun to evacuate, the impact of the cold weather is getting bigger and bigger. If it cannot be stopped, our human dark period will still not be able to survive. Mu Ningxu replied. Wait for me to ask Shaejia. Tang Mao said with a somewhat unfriendly look. Although he believed that Shaejia would not do something he shouldn't do. But some things are better to ask clearly. No need. Mu Ningxu felt that it was unnecessary. The reason why she had no doubts and uneasiness was because she knew that the person in charge of the Holy City now had a great relationship with Tang Mao. Since she was related to Tang Mao, she was also her sister. Of course, she didn't need to suspect anything. Don't think that you can trust without reason, just because it is an order issued by the Holy City. Shaejia doesn't know everything. After listening to what Tang Mao said, Mu Ningxu was stunned. Don't you think it's strange that there are more than one nice forbidden spell in the country? But why did they find you who is not a forbidden spell? Tang Mao continued. Mu Ningxu had thought about it before. As I said, she thought it was issued by the Holy City. It must have come from Shaejia. But I really didn't think about whether Shaejia knew about it. Tang Mao contacted Shaejia as soon as he finished speaking, but unfortunately, he didn't contact Shaejia. It seems that Shaejia is not here now. The more this happened, the more Tang Mao felt something was wrong. But after thinking about it, the trip to Antarctica was actually a good thing for Mu Ningxu. After all, her ice element could perfectly transform in Antarctica. There is definitely a conspiracy in this matter. When will you leave? Tang Mao asked again. It seems that someone will come to pick you up in 5 days. Mu Ningxu replied. I will go with you then. Tang Mao nodded and then asked Mu Ningxu to contact Xiao Zheng to arrange the army. Although the military mages have a heavy task now, there is no way to push the coastline defense line to the island. Such uninhabited places must have humans. In this way, if there is anything, they can be notified in the first time. Okay, I know. Mu Ningxu nodded. Tang Mao will not participate in the next thing they are going to discuss. I really have no interest. Wouldn't it be nice to have this time to chat about life with Yushishi, the little fairy, or Lingling, the little think tank? It's a pity that Jiang Xiaoxu is now an important member of Yuxu City and needs to stay here. Otherwise, Jiang Fox is the happiest. After leaving the villa area of the mountain villa, Tang Mao saw a familiar figure. Speaking of which, they haven't seen each other for a long time. Tang Mao left the place in a flash. Outside the villa, Ding Yumian had just returned from a trip to the academy outside. Before she stepped into the mountain gate, she felt a big hand behind her pulling her over. Don't move, it's me. Tang Mao spoke only when she felt Ding Yumian's body burning with fire and trying to bounce herself away. Hearing the familiar sound, the fire on Ding Yumian's body slowly dissipated. Are you having fun? Tang Mao asked softly while hugging Ding Yumian's softness. Well, Ding Yumian nodded and then said with some guilt, I didn't know that the sea monster attacked on a large scale. This is not something you should care about. Tang Mao said softly. Ding Yumian really didn't know the situation in China. The Alpine Academy has always been closed. If the disaster hadn't ended, she wouldn't know it now. For Tang Mao, in order to prevent Ding Yumian from doing something she shouldn't do. So, he never meant to let her know the situation in China. As for when she left, Tang Mao lied. Moreover, at that time, the siren did not reveal any huge ambitions. It can be said that everything came so suddenly. Did you not want me to know the situation of the siren? Ding Yumian asked. Yeah. Ding Yumian wanted to say something, but suddenly her soul shook. What do you mean You have been wandering around for so long. It's time for me to come out. Ding Yumian's sudden words made Tang Mao stunned. He subconsciously let go of his hand. But Ding Yumian turned around and hung on him directly. Damn, do you miss me? Listening to this familiar tune, Tang Mao suddenly remembered that this is still Ding Yumian, but her personality has changed a little. Or, this should be another her. Why are you so casual now, little hoof? Tang Mao's mouth twitched slightly. When this woman appeared before, shouldn't it be after Ding Yumian fell asleep? When she fulfilled her dream, we made an agreement. I have been waiting to accompany you, Ding Yumian said in a tender voice. TSK. If you say so, it would be unreasonable for me not to repay you? Tang Mao smiled meaningfully, stroking the roundness. Of course, as he said that, Ding Yumian approached, but Tang Mao dodged. Ding Yumian looked at Tang Mao in confusion, her eyes full of unhappiness, because she was rejected. What are you waiting for? Tang Mao said with a hint of helplessness. I say, even if you want to, you don't have to be so anxious, right? Although this is his favorite place, this is the front gate of Yuxu City. Ding Yumian tickled Tang Mao's chest like a kitten. Who can resist this? Tang Mao lifted her up with one hand, jumped up, and left here with a wave of space. He has been recuperating for 5 days. In addition, he was fighting for so long before. He also needs some comfort. And Ding Yumian himself? Obviously not enough. It will break down. The back mountain, where Yushishi lives. Here, there is still a large group of beautiful spirit moths shining on the trees here. It's not night yet. At night, their beauty will be truly revealed. And this time, Yuxu City should fight against the army of sea monsters, and this group of weak spirit moths has played a huge role. Although their abilities are not as powerful as the moon moth phoenix, they can still hypnotize sea monsters of the same level. A large number of spirit moths provide a great output environment for the bird-based city, and the fighting spirit moths have killed countless sea monsters. Where are you going? Ding Yumian did not settle down along the way. Various provocations. To be honest, Ding Yumian with another personality is not weaker than the two fox hooves of Ashiruaya and Jiang Shaoxu. You are not good enough. Hearing this harmless but insulting response, Ding Yumian was immediately dissatisfied. Moreover, I haven't seen this guy for a long time, and it's time I finally got, so I'm not willing to share it with others. Unfortunately, Tang Mao didn't give her a chance to speak, and even sped up. It seemed that she was a little confused by the teasing. But when she arrived at Yushishi's residence, she found that Yushishi was not here. Even Liuru and Liuzu sisters were not here. Exclamation mark. They were always here. However, although they were not there, Apis, who had disappeared, and Mochizuki Kyanksen, who was brought back before, were here. At this time, Mochizuki Kyanksen was being bullied by Apis, the little pervert. Rough. The moment Tang Mao saw Apis and Mochizuki Kyanksen, he always felt that he saw a grassland. But because both of them were female, he felt that it was not unacceptable. In short, if you can't break up, then choose to join. Muningsu told Xiaozeng according to Tang Mao's request. At first, Xiaozeng actually just wanted the totem beast to be stationed on the island to expand the sea area of China. If there is something, let the totem beast tell Tang Mao so that the inland side can make a stronger defense. But now it seems that it is obviously not feasible. However, Xiaozeng still agreed. He also knew that Tang Mao would not lie to him, and with his current strength and reputation, there was no need to lie to him. Although most military mages need to recuperate, and the city also needs military mages to be stationed. But as long as the totem beasts can do a good job of the first line of defense, the city's security problem is not a big problem. Of course, recruitment is still needed. This war, the total number of domestic military mages decreased by 8%. This 8% does not sound like a lot. But you have to know that China is vast and rich in resources, and there are more places that need to be guarded. Even small villages and towns have been arranged in the city. But even so, The military mages who need to be guarded account for 60% of the country. In other words, in addition to these fixed guards in various places, only 40% can be mobilized. It is impossible for all military mages to be arranged at the border of the sea, and the land is not peaceful. The number of attacks launched by the land monsters on the city is also increasing. Although there is no black disaster like the demon city, but now red alerts are common. There is no way. The temperature reduction by the Antarctic Emperor made many demons on the land unable to survive. At this time, it is obviously impossible not to fight. But even so, Xiao Zheng still arranged 12% of the military magician team to go to the islands outside each city to be responsible for guarding. Of course, he also told these military magicians that there are a large number of totem beasts guarding the Chinese sea with them, except for the moon moth phoenix, Seika falcon, black snake, Baksha, fenny lion, white tiger, and fenny lion who were not arranged. Tang Mao arranged almost all the surviving totem beasts on various islands. It is also because after the arrival of the totem beasts, the sea monsters living in certain sea areas began to evacuate here one after another, even though this should have been their position. But the powerful pressure from the totem beasts still made them unable to resist. As a totem, bloodline or strength, it is necessary to surpass these ordinary sea monsters by many times, and during the national war, perhaps a monarch is nothing. But now, the war is over. At least for now, it is over. Those demon emperors, 7 or 8 out of 10 are injured and escaped. They also need to be cultivated. At least for 1 or 2 years, the sea monsters will not make any big moves. Therefore, the existence of a supreme monarch is definitely an existence that can shock one side. Of course, it is only because things are not absolute that Xiao Zheng suggested that the totem beasts come to guard the islands and increase the territory of Huaxia and Ji. Chapter 874 The experience of wearing the imperial robe. After all, the times are different. After the battle in the Magic City, the defeated sea monster totem has become the patron saint of China. The place where they originally lived is now a few high-rise buildings. Therefore, the totems that survived the previous battle and did not die all live in the back mountain of Yuxi City. After Tang Mao received a call from Xiao Zheng, he left the gentle land. Of course, when he left, he still reminded Apis. This little snakeskin is really getting more and more arrogant. He even put a hat on him. This is only Xiao Zheng. He would not give this face to others. The totem beasts are all resurrected by the unicorn, and they can still transform into miniature bodies. It was when he was about to leave with the totem beasts that he saw Song Fiao and Yu Shishi. I don't know why these two women are so inseparable. What are you doing? Seeing that Tang Mao called all the totem beasts here to his side, Yu Shishi asked curiously. Not to mention Yu Shishi, Song Fiao was also very curious. As the guardians of the country, of course they should go where they should go. Tang Mao responded. But, what if someone ambitious attacks them? Yu Shishi said with some worry. For example, didn't Sulu catch the attention of Yu Moth Phoenix? Although Sulu is dead, no one can guarantee that there will be no Li Lu, Zhang Lu, or Wang Lu. They all have the holy light bonus of Killin. As long as they don't want to, no one can make a contract with them. In addition, if they can't beat me, let them withdraw here. Seeing that Yu Shishi was unwilling, Tang Mao explained. This group of totem beasts have already died heroically for this country, they are all orphans left behind. How can they be allowed to fight to the death again? Although humans now rely on totems. But, decades or hundreds of years later, no one can guarantee that humans will become strong again, and it is not impossible to kill the donkey after it has done its job. Of course, as long as he is there, I believe there will be no such stupid people, unless the other party has lived enough. Totem is his origin power, although everyone is not of the same race. But the Killin merged into his body. He represented the Killin and Yinglang. He was the father of the holy totems and totem beasts. So Tang Mao had to be responsible for their lives. Okay, Yu Shishi still felt that something was wrong, but since it was related to the safety of the country, she couldn't say anything more. Patting Song Fiao's hips, Tang Mao tore open a space and left. Song Fiao looked at the departing Tang Mao and said dissatisfiedly, such a big place, why did he have to go through here? I want to touch you. Yu Shishi teased. hate. After hearing this, Yushishi couldn't help but feel shy. We are all sisters who have carried guns together, and there are no outsiders. Why are you shy? As someone who is often bullied, she no longer cares about these things. Anyway, the one who sees her make a fool of herself is the same as herself in the end. Shishi looking at Song Fiao's red face, Yushishi was even more happy. She didn't expect that this girl was so shy. They have all slept with the same man. What's there to be ashamed of? On the nearby islands outside the coastline, Tang Mao left a totem beast. The military mages guarding here are much more relieved with the totem beast stationed. Although they did not participate in the battlefield on the coastline, the matter of the Chinese totem is now known to the world. For the totem beasts guarding the land of China, both ordinary people and military mages show the greatest respect. The deterrent power of a totem is enough to make many nearby demon tribes feel terrified. Tang Mao, this time it's really thanks to you. Looking at Xiao Zheng coming, he couldn't help but have a trace of respect in his heart. After all, this man's cultivation is still only at the peak level until now. This is the strongest realm that humans can reach. And if you want to be promoted, in addition to the core of the earth, you need the gift of nature. As for achieving forbidden spells through cultivation, it is almost impossible. I'm also a person who grew up on this land. I can't just sit back and do nothing when my homeland is invaded. He is not a person who likes to meddle in other people's business. But he also understands that, if the nest is overturned, the eggs will not be intact. So, when the sea monsters began to invade, he could not just sit back and do nothing. Haha, China is lucky to have men like you. How about it? Are you interested in pursuing a career in politics now? With what you have done, plus the help of these totem beasts, it is enough to replace me. Xiao Zheng continued. Tang Mao paused after hearing this, and looked at him. I don't know if Xiao Zheng is covering up or pretending, but he looks so sincere. Xiao, you are joking. Tang Mao shook his head and continued. I don't even care about Yuxu City. Do you think I will choose a more tiring position? It's no exaggeration to tell you that in ancient times, I was definitely at the level of a tyrant. So, no matter what you think, don't even think about this kind of thing. Because, I'm not a responsible person. Whether it is Xiao Zheng's test or something else. He had to make it clear. Of course I understand your thoughts. Moreover, what I just said was sincere, and I didn't have any thoughts of testing. Xiao Zheng sighed, and then said, but have you ever thought about it? After you overthrew Archangel Michael, you have such strength again, even if you can stick to the rules now. But your descendants in the future, will they do something lawless, because they know your influence? Don't say it. He really didn't think about these. Moreover, what Xiao Zheng said was already very light. Even in Yuxu City, it seems that it is incompatible with this world. As a person in Yuxu City, it seems that the constraints of world authority no longer exist. Now Yuxu City's power has spread all over Hangzhou and Modu. Even in the world, it has a great influence. This if it was in the past, Tang Mao felt that he would still say, this is a matter for the future. He only cares about the present. But after experiencing the baptism of the demonic kingdom, what if his descendants do something they shouldn't do decades later? He might be able to suppress it, but if he doesn't have that, being an idle cloud and wild crane is indeed something everyone looks forward to, but if everyone in the world loses a restraint, what will happen? You should understand. The holy city sanctions those who make a sensation in the world, not just for their rights. The major demon empires are eyeing them covetously. If the struggle within the human race does not stop, the dark period will never end. You are not the holy Sun Wente of the past. You have survived his calamity, but it is not a good thing to continue like this. Listening to what Xiao Zheng said, Tang Mao was very worried. Wente volunteered to contribute himself and became a Dark King because he knew that the Dark Plane was ready to move. He didn't love everything here, but Tang Mao was different. From the beginning to the end, he wanted to be an idle cloud and wild crane with one or two beauties by his side. But now the limelight is too big, and there is a feeling that he has to wear the imperial robe. Rough. Tang Mao, with mixed feelings, uttered a word. Do you know why I'm telling you this? Seeing Tang Mao's helpless face, Xiao Zheng asked again. Tang Mao shook his head. This is because the Archangel Gabriel of the Holy City told me. Your political ability is not good, or you are not interested. But since you have this strength, you need to take this responsibility. Coming to replace me is just a gilded, and the holy city is your final destination. The holy city. It is the real ruler of this world. But in the holy city, there is no real power to control the world. When the demon empire attacked, perhaps humans could still obey the orders of the holy city, but once the demon empire settled down, it would be a different situation. It's so hard to be a human being. Tang Mao sighed again, and then said, how about I try hard to make Shaka pregnant with a baby or something? Xiao Zheng was very upset. He shook his head and said, after each angel falls, the birth of a new angel is destined by heaven. It's not that your descendants can become new angels. Okay, then I promise to register your name first. Seeing that Xiao Zheng wanted to dissuade him, Tang Mao hurriedly said, Xiao Dan, you should understand me, this is you. If it was someone else, I would have turned around and left. Xiao Zheng was not surprised by this. This was indeed something Tang Mao could do. Okay. It was already very good to get Tang Mao to agree to register his name. After Tang Mao arranged the totem beast, the moment he returned to Yuxi City, the officials nearby had already gathered here. Once they understood, they knew that he was now the leader. As for Xiao Zheng, he was demoted. He didn't have time to talk to these people, nor did he want to accept their intention to be his younger brother. Tang Mao just told Muningsu about the previous events, and she went to call a meeting with the top leaders of Yuxi City. Tang Mao learned from Xiao Zheng that Shijia seemed to have gone to Africa. He is not in the holy city now. Therefore, the trip to Antarctica must have a conspiracy. And the source of this is naturally the forbidden spell of the Mu clan that was once controlled by the Emperor of the South Pole. This bastard actually called himself the Ice Emperor. I really don't know where he got this confidence from. However, since it was his plan, it would not be so troublesome. The country was supposed to assign an escort, but Tang Mao refused. He only asked for a guide, and then he set off with Muningsu and the other two. The South Pole is more mysterious than the Xianshan Mountains. For any ice magician, the primitive scenery with winding ice veins is like a huge holy residence for cultivation. There were some special ice magicians who published some articles about the bitter cold cultivation in the South Pole, which attracted some people who pursued the supreme magic to go there. The extreme south is a land of gold for ice mages. There are inexhaustible ice resources. Only in such a special forbidden land can one break through the limits of human beings and become a real forbidden spell. Of course, it also has the greatest harm to humans. According to people, the strength of the demons in the extreme south is even 5 times that of the demons on land. The sea monsters are not enough in the extreme south. In fact, it is equivalent to the level of demons, high-level talent equipment, and medium and elementary strength among humans in the same realm. They also have the ability to fight beyond their level. In addition, the ice and snow here make other creatures not suitable for this place. In addition, there is the power of ice invasion in Antarctica. If humans are compared to hot water at 100 degrees, then standing on the land of Antarctica is equivalent to putting hot water in an ice storage, which will drop 1 degree at a time. When the water becomes 0 degrees and begins to condense into ice, that is when life comes to an end. The mage leading the team is called Wang Shuo. He is a person who has stepped into this place and survived by chance. This Wang Shuo actually does not want to step into this place again. But this was a request from the country, and he had no way to refuse. Especially in this cold and freezing situation. If this problem continues, the whole world will be harmed. At that time, without food, not to mention the monsters around, even if they were hungry, they would starve to death. So he came. Fortunately, knowing that the new boss Tang Mao was also here, Wang Shuo's uneasy heart was finally put down. Tang Mao defeated the leader of the sea monster clan. As long as the ice wheel flying boat they were riding did not have any problems, it would be easy to reach the destination safely. The blow of the sea became purer and purer. It was probably because they were close to the forbidden land, where no one had set foot. The original appearance of nature would be fully displayed, and it would be so blow and thrilling. Chairman Tang, we are about to arrive in Antarctica, Wang Shuo said with some fear. Just point the way with confidence. This extreme south is actually not that scary. That is to say, he has never been here. Otherwise, he could directly open the space door and arrive in an instant. Moreover, he came to find the fish that slipped through the net. Since he is a member of the Mew family, he will solve it for him. Since he had been forced to step on a road he didn't want to walk on, then the people who sang against him, no matter who they were, should take a break. If he wanted to be in power, of course, there couldn't be anyone who pretended to obey but actually disobeyed. Moreover, who said that the headquarters of the holy city must be in the Alps. China can also be the headquarters of the 5 continents. After all, he still didn't like those foreign environments. Only his hometown was what he loved the most. Even Tang Mao had decided to rebuild Phenio City. To do these, he didn't need anyone's consent now, because no matter whether it was his private territory outside Phenio City or the city, he could arrange it. Thinking of this, Tang Mao was not so unhappy. Moreover, during this trip to the extreme south, Mu Ningxu could also cross the super level and become a forbidden spell. With her ice bow, even if she faced the emperor, she could fight, even if she couldn't win. Chapter 875 New Era. Wang Shuo knew the strength of the speaker, but he still did not dare to underestimate this extreme south. Everything here is too weird. The fear of this place comes from the bottom of his heart. As he went deeper and deeper, Wang Shuo was cautious, but for some reason, no ice monster appeared for so long. Speaker Tang. Just ask if you have anything to ask. Tang Mao looked at the hesitant Wang Shuo and said, we have entered the Antarctic, but why haven't we encountered a demon for so long? Although it is a good thing not to encounter demons, it is a bit weird to go so deep. It's as if there is something trapped here. Don't worry, the few little demons who just came over have been scared away. Tang Mao said indifferently. Scared away? Wang Shuo was a little shocked. Is there still such a thing? But Tang Mao said so he couldn't say anything else. The sunlight here is a bit fierce, especially when it shines on some icebergs like prisms. The reflected light is dazzling, and it may even make people feel skin tingling for a long time. However, under Tang Mao's space barrier, it didn't have much impact. After another step forward, Wang Shuo was already shivering, but he saw that Tang Mao and Mu Ningxu still didn't react. He wondered in his heart, don't they feel cold? Tang Mao didn't feel any coldness, and Mu Ningxu didn't feel the same. In fact, when Mu Ningxu stepped into this place, she had already discovered something wrong with herself. The ice element here didn't hurt her, and it was even extremely helpful to her. She didn't know the specific reason, and even asked Tang Mao. The answer she got was that the main reason for coming here was to help her advance to the forbidden spell. Ice forbidden spell. Mu Ningxu has been practicing very hard recently, and the forbidden spell is a realm she has always been looking forward to. Because Mu Ningxu knows that only by advancing to the forbidden spell can she really provide some help to Tang Mao. After a few more days, Mu Ningxu realized the power of the forbidden spell according to what Tang Mao asked her to understand. With Tang Mao's explanation and guidance, Mu Ningxu also began to study and explore. Wang Shuo almost always stayed in the fire clearing magic circle, except for coming out a few times to point the way. He was an ordinary person after all, and he could not get any favor from nature here. He would even be rejected by this place. If it were not for the magic circle here, if Tang Mao and Mu Ningxu did not need to warm themselves inside, he would have been frozen and unable to open his mouth. After a few days, when Mu Ningxu completely mastered the gift of ice, under the domineering control of Tang Mao's domain, she could actually share some of the power of ice element to strengthen herself. Tang Mao felt a little dissatisfied that his domain was not completely under control, but thinking that his ice attribute power was shared with Mu Ningxu, he felt a little relieved. In the final analysis, if you want to completely control this shared elemental power, you still need to suppress it with your own strength. There will also be people like Mu Ningxu who have reached a certain extreme in their control of a certain element, and their domain can resist him. I thought my control was stronger. Mu Ningxu found that her ice attribute was still suppressed, and said with some disappointment, you know, even if you have a strong ice attribute forbidden spell, you may not be able to control any ice attribute power in front of me. You can do this. It's already amazing. After hearing Tang Mao's words, Mu Ningxu didn't know whether she should be happy or disappointed. She was once a genius. After passing the edge of the South Pole, Tang Mao and others came to the real forbidden area. Bang 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 arrived here. Even with Tang Mao's protection, the ice wheel flying boat still began to have problems. Boom. Fortunately, the fire waves ignited by Tang Mao made the road ahead extremely flat. Under such circumstances, the ice wheel flying boat continued to move forward. Although the conditions for Wang Shuo have become much worse, this time, it is many times better than the last time. It can be said that there is no thrill at all. After a few days of rushing, they headed towards the ice clay extreme southern fort. There is obviously a powerful magic barrier in the extreme southern fort that can offset most of the ice invasion. Although it still feels cold inside, it is much more comfortable than outside. Of course, Wang Shuo likes the comfort here, and people like Tang Mao and Muningsu didn't react at all from beginning to end. Of course, when Tang Mao came here, he deliberately put on a black robe. "Are you Muningsu?" A woman wearing a holy judge's uniform came over and looked at Muningsu with a proud look. As for Tang Mao next to Muningsu, she was directly ignored. The holy judge has long golden brown hair, which falls straight to her shoulders and chest, and is divided into several strands. The ends of her hair are close to her waist. She has an upright posture, a high nose bridge, flaming red lips, and a pair of light blue eyes. She exudes a noble and gorgeous temperament from head to toe. Muningsu nodded. Your oriental aesthetics are indeed a bit strange. If you are in Europe, you can only be regarded as average. People still prefer my three-dimensional facial features. The holy judge woman laughed and talked about the issue of appearance without any hesitation. "Are you here for a beauty pageant?" Muningsu said calmly. "Of course not. Just go in. I want to know who is in charge here." Tang Mao suddenly said. "I was waiting for them to make trouble, but Tang Mao suddenly rushed out. But think about it. I'm already the greatest authority in this world. Is it necessary to be so hesitant? Who do you think you are? The commander-in-chief here is the Archangel Uriel of the Holy City," the female holy judge said with disdain. "My name is Tang Mao." Tang Mao took off her black robe and said indifferently. The moment she saw Tang Mao clearly, the female holy judge was dumbfounded. She might not know other oriental people, but she remembered the one in front of her very clearly. Who doesn't know that the Archangel Shaka of the Holy City was supported by Tang Mao? Judge Tang Tang, the female holy judge, who was just looking at Muningsu with disdain, disappeared instantly after seeing Tang Mao. "Open the door. I want to see who is in charge here," Tang Mao ordered in an irrefutable tone. "Yes." The female Saint Ivy naturally did not dare to refuse, and immediately opened a heavy stone door in front of her. As soon as the stone door opened, two saint judges came out. "Ivy, what are you doing?" one of the saint judges asked coldly. "The judge has arrived," Ivy responded without panic. "Judge?" The two saint judges were confused, and Tang Mao had slowly pulled Ivy away. Walking into their sight, the two saint judges were a little panicked when they saw Tang Mao. But after thinking of the big guys inside, one of the saint judges still said, "Judge Tang, this is the alliance to attack the Antarctic Emperor. They are discussing important combat plans. You are." However, before he finished speaking, he felt a force of compressed air spreading around him. Another holy judge hurriedly said respectfully, "Judge, please come this way." He casually threw the holy judge who was talking nonsense to him aside. The holy judge felt that half of his life was gone. Seeing this, Ivy was even more glad that she didn't get cocky. It was necessary to pretend to be a grandson in front of someone who dared to kill the Archangel. After entering the big stone gate, Ivy and another holy judge carefully pointed the way. As for the holy judge, who was killed by Tang Mao as a warning to the monkeys before, he was lucky not to die. Here, it was a spacious and simple hall. There was no magnificent atmosphere, but everyone in it exuded a majestic aura. However, when these people saw Tang Mao, they were slightly stunned. Especially the so-called Ice Emperor old man. The moment he saw Tang Mao, he was not well. "Judge Tang, why are you here too?" Uriel was also paused when he saw Tang Mao, but still walked over respectfully and asked, "Do you really not know why I came, or are you pretending not to know?" Tang Mao sat down in the seat where he lived and asked indifferently. Uriel shook his head in confusion, and then said, "I really don't know." "Then let me tell you." Tang Mao didn't care. Anyway, whether he knew or not, he couldn't decide anything, nor could he influence anything. Since this is the world, and he has to move forward, then he naturally needs 3 fires. You came to the Antarctic Emperor this time, which is considered to be a contribution to mankind. But you shouldn't actually believe in a scumbag who was once controlled by the Antarctic Emperor, and you shouldn't pay attention to my woman. While speaking, Tang Mao just glanced. At present, here, whether it is the people of the 5-continent Magic Association, or the people of the Holy City or the Holy Court, and some forbidden spells that came to help, all suffered from the suppression that made breathing difficult. The Ice Emperor of the Mew family was even more stupid. Speaking of it, he got out through connections. The Mew family only saved him so that she could kill Muningsu and get the ice bow in her hand. Apart from that, he really didn't know anything else. But he didn't expect that Tang Mao was behind Muningsu. Even though he had been imprisoned, he knew Tang Mao. I'm also very interested in your grafting talents. Why not graft all your talents onto me? Tang Mao continued. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was terrified. They knew very well what it meant to deprive them of their talents. It was exactly the same as taking their lives. The saddest thing was that they couldn't run away now. It was quite outrageous. No, you can't do this. You are openly provoking the world by doing this. The old man of the Mew family kept exclaiming. Provoking the world? It's not like I haven't done it before. From today on, my every word and every action will represent the future of this world. You can choose to surrender or resist. As soon as Tang Mao finished speaking, a voice of resistance came out. But the moment he spoke, he instantly turned into black charcoal and began to break into pieces and fall to the ground. Who else has any objection? The Mew family is willing to serve. Mew Rong, who called himself the Ice Emperor, spoke first. You are not worthy, and neither is the Mew family. Tang Mao was completely unappreciative. A dark shadow emerged, and then, it absorbed Mew Rong directly into the darkness. Everyone who witnessed the whole process was sweating coldly. Don't worry, although none of you are worthy of me, it is still better to keep you than to kill you. He was not here to kill, but to bring Muningsu to break through the ice forbidden spell. After hearing Tang Mao's arrogant words, everyone present was dissatisfied, but no one refuted. The forbidden spell was so insignificant in front of Tang Mao. How could they float? Especially Uriel. He could feel that Tang Mao's current strength was many times stronger than the last encounter in the Holy City. Okay, you continue. After a shock, he announced it. The rest of the things were no longer what he needed to do. Yes. Everyone responded at the same time. The era of angels has passed, and this is something that people already know. A new era will begin today, and will soon arrive. Tang Mao and Muningsu left. The most angry and wailing person was not someone else, but the one called Madame Luo. Because without Muningsu, it means that she will have to pay a huge price. But in front of the Holy City and the 5-continent Magic Association, whether she is willing or not, she needs to continue to do it. Tang Mao took Muningsu away from here, and began to search everywhere. Searching for the Ice Abyss undead here. The 10,000-year-old monsters here have something suitable for Muningsu to advance. However, they will not show up easily until the eternal night. So Tang Mao just let Muningsu practice here in peace. And he went to the depths. He wanted to see how Uriel and the others were going to deal with the South Pole Emperor. Unfortunately, Tang Mao turned around for several days in a row, but he didn't notice where they were. In the recent period of time, the beasts in the Iceland began to evacuate. Shrouded in the glacier that has not melted for 10,000 years, making this desolate and cold land even more lifeless. When the eternal night came, even the ice races in the extreme south had to migrate in large numbers. Their bodies, including their boiling blood, could not sustain them for more than 10 days in this icy country of the eternal night. Without food, heat, and boiling blood to maintain the maximum temperature required by their bodies, there were simply few races that could live there, except for those icy undead spirits that could hardly be called living things. It was also because of this time that Tang Mao returned to Muningsu's side. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.